The girl should not pay attention to this. She should trust them and can look only at him. The evaluation procedure has been completed, and based on the results of the evaluation, Riella Blenite has been awarded the level of high-class rescuer. She also confirms her status as a descendant of the Antu clan. They wanted to marry her for 100 million Berks. So the deity did not abandon them. They offered 20,000, believing it could be exchanged for royal currency. It was definitely the temple's grace that took pity on them, but the man demanded silence. They seemed to have forgotten about the agreement of the Continental Confederation. He provided this agreement and said that a saint, especially a high-class savior, is an object managed by the Federation. As members of the Federation, they all have common property rights, so there is no point in fighting over it. So His Majesty must provide the ladies to them. There is no need to worry, according to the agreement. They will take care and cherish Lady Ryu. The Emperor killed him and said that he was having a lot of fun there. So the once defeated criminal group introduced themselves as a federation, and now they treat the Emperor's wife like a thing and think that she can be simply bought. Maybe they can pull off another funny joke right now. The high priest asked His Highness to calm down, as this was the main temple. The saints are messengers of the Lord, but the Emperor did not care at all. He simply said that there is nothing on this earth that does not belong to him. The man immediately apologized and said that he behaved this way in the main temple because he thought that it was a den of thieves. He can't stand it when she encroaches on his treasure, and he wants to make an official statement that Hermann Linhart von Wilsbach is the owner of a woman named Riella Blenite. This statement is his, and it is a warning to those who are too greedy. Therefore, if anyone dares to become a victim of his own greed, then let him be ready to fight it. She turned to Rella and told her that she shouldn't worry, and that she should hold on to him. She mustn't let the dirty blood touch her feet. After that, he hugged her. The touch, which made her feel slightly dizzy, reminded her of the first time she hugged her Henny. The girl asked Uncle Carl if it would be better to do it another way. The man said that he personally didn't care at all, but she still continued to ask him. It's just a couple of pieces of fabric, so he doesn't understand what all the fuss is about. But she kept peppering him with questions, so he yelled back that he didn't even know. She knew it. When Carl started to leave, it was another man who asked him why he was leaving. He thought that Carl would get angry, and something irreparable would happen. The girl turned to Uncle Hank and said, "You noticed that Uncle Carl really looks nervous." Hank asked her what she was doing, because she had to please the client. Riella asked who was trying to please the client. She was trying to please Fabian. The forest landscape that had become so familiar, the smell of earth and small caviar, escaping from a small castration, attempting to be set up next to the tents. After Hank picked her up as a child, she didn't like such places because she was there to run errands. She was something that caused her a bright melancholy, and she thinks that today will be the last time, because he promised to make her happy. The guy said that when he saves up money and gets out of here, she will become his bride. The day of Fabian's promise had arrived. The client's carriage was already arriving, so she had to take her place and not do anything stupid. The man ordered that there should be no frivolity or stupidity, that she should control herself and maintain composure in any situation. Riella wondered how important this client was. Since everything was so serious, he must have paid a lot of money. She couldn't believe that Fabian had done such great things. And when they asked for attention, she still saw Fabian getting out of the carriage. But then she also saw some woman next to him who was also grateful for such a reception. The woman said she was very happy to meet Hank and also thanked him for his efforts. Hank pointed out that there was no effort involved, because if you think about the suffering the princess went through to get here, it was nothing. The client was a princess who looked like she had stepped out of a fairy tale, so she greeted her. Her name is Princess Greta. Fabian had told her a lot about her, so she was really looking forward to meeting her. They are close Fabian's friends, and her friends, so there is no need for formalities. She also gave a ride so that they could see each other in the evening, and Riella was a little more uncomfortable because they seemed close. This seems to mean that the princess and Fabian are so close, she couldn't believe that she would meet the princess herself like this. She just can't believe that they could be compared like that. Maybe even Fabian compared her to her. But then, she saw that he came into her tent and was a little surprised. Riella first asked why he came back, because she thought he had gone after the princess. The gentleman remarked that he had simply forgotten about something. So Riella began to say that this was too much. The man didn't quite understand what she was talking about, What Riella was really referring to was receiving a commission from the royal family and not telling her. Fabian smiled and apologized. As an apology, he prepared a flower for her and hoped that she would like it. This is a Fabian rose. It seems he really was able to find it. Fabian noted that he had promised to turn all the flower shops in the village like hers upside down. Riella said he was exaggerating. Well, even so, it's good that he's still so worried about the princess. After that, the guy said that he should go now because it was almost dinner time. Of course he can go, he is her dearest lover. So it looks like all the plans for the future have already been determined in advance. Hank noted that he was still in thought. This was the first time he had received such a large reward from Her Highness. The men were already drunk and started telling some strange jokes. Jokes are jokes, but they were sure that he would defeat this dirty mercenary. It's all for the princess, so the woman would say she was wondering how about taking advantage of this opportunity and moving everyone to the capital. If she doesn't want to, she can even provide them with military guard duty instead, since they tried to help the royal family. Fabian, it seems he still isn't going to reveal that they're getting married. The woman asked the girl again if she really didn't like her proposal. Riella? Well, that's not true, and her offer is very sweet. The capital would be nice, but she actually has some other plans. The princess was surprised and asked what they were talking about. The girl realized that she didn't know what she could say, since her colleagues didn't yet know about her and Fabian's plans. They must continue to keep it all a secret, it seems, because her Fabian is a little nervous. When the princess noticed that the girl was not saying anything, she immediately asked for forgiveness. She didn't want to cause her any inconvenience, so I should think about other compensation then. In general, this is not true, this is too much. But the princess wants this. She is grateful to her for a lot. Riella was shocked and said that she had done nothing again, so the princess asked her to forgive her. She wished everyone a bon appetit, and Fabian left with her. They were all worried to death, drunk, and starting to fall asleep. Riella did not understand at all why Fabian and the princess did not return. She thought that they had left him a long time ago, but she still had hope that they would return soon. And she was also very interested in what the princess was grateful for and why they were on such a good relationship. Perhaps there is something fishy here, but she doesn't want to believe it. So she decided that she had to find them, which was very strange because the carriage was still there. And further on there is a shopping street. Here is a Rose Fabian, but it is not clear why it is here. In the darkness of the night, she saw the princess kissing her lover. She didn't want to believe what she saw. It was really her Fabian. The guy heard her quiet squeal and turned around abruptly. He saw his girlfriend, but the princess hugged him and pressed him to herself. After that, she said that for this, she was deviating. Riella recalled how Fabian told her as a child that she had a very beautiful name, and she liked the name Fabian. They were 6 years old, then a small love born from a name. He told her that she was more precious to him than anything in the world, and she needed to know it. The princess said that she loved him. He reciprocated her feelings, and they would go to the palace together. Riella asked him not to joke like that, and asked again if he really would go to the palace with the princess. She didn't understand how, so she kept asking what her daughter was doing about her. He did say that when this was all over, they would always be together. He promised her, but then he treated her like this. Meanwhile, men approached them and asked what was going on. Riella told the horseradish that the princess liked Fabian. He was going to the palace, and she didn't understand at all what to do. The man said that it was better to just let him go. Nothing would change because of her tears. The family said that they would establish a good relationship and achieve success. And although she cannot support him, for some reason, she constantly cries. It seems like he wants to say that now she is the one who is doing wrong. Hank said that no one else had ever done that. The princess liked him. She was acting arrogant. They are not married. They have no child together, and they don't earn a living. Such are the relationships between a man and a woman. Come together, then break up, anything can happen. Riella realized they already knew everything. That's why they suddenly stopped making fun of Fabian. As usual, as soon as she arrived, they immediately changed the topic of conversation. And the reward the princess gave him was repayment for Fabian making her happy. That's why she spoke of reparation. Fabian asked her not to leave, and to listen to him. He does not understand what he should do if she leaves. Riella said that he was the one who dumped her, period. She didn't understand why he then looked like he had been dumped, so she took her hand back and started to leave. The man started asking where she was going. She had nowhere to go. She was told that she had to return immediately, but she did not stop. You can't drink alcohol. You don't have to go to classes. It's funny to watch the king's strange behavior. And for the girl he met too. He thought that she must have jumped off the cliff herself because they started shouting to him that a man had fallen into the water. He saw that she was crying. It was none of his business, so he felt he shouldn't have interfered. However, in reality, no one wants death so much that they end their own life in tears. This is something he knows too well. It is enough for him alone how they submit to this miserable life, so she will survive. The man was screaming that she was still breathing, so he just asked someone to provide some kind of blanket. She needs to be warmed up urgently. He was like, no one here knows how to talk. Or maybe their ears were blocked. People started saying they were seeing her for the first time and that no one had ever been with her before. But suddenly, a man came out of the crowd and said that this girl was his younger sister. They were so worried when she went missing, so he is very grateful that the gentleman found her. The man realized that he had gotten it terribly wrong. Perhaps he would first sell her to a brothel or try her out himself first. He even became interested in where such a beauty came from in their area. But the gentleman asked him to wait a little. He changed his mind and demanded that the man let her go. The man didn't understand what was happening because he had thanked him and now he could go his own way. The emperor said that he knew that he had nothing to do with this girl, so he had to let her go. The man started to get indignant and said that he had said he was her older brother, Igra, then asked what my name was. The man asked if he really thought he didn't know her name was Marie. The gentleman remarked that it was odd. Before the girl fainted, she'd called herself Rose. The man started saying that he was just laughing at him, and the crowd started saying that he most likely was not her brother. It seems that he really doesn't know her name. He looks more like a kidnapper. The reward for catching such creatures has been very good lately. The man approached him and said that it seemed he, not this girl, was the better catch. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to hand him over guts and all, as food for the dogs. This man became angry about it. If Asian found out about this, he would go crazy. Something completely incomprehensible is happening here. You need to quickly prepare spare clothes. Other guests should not be allowed into that room. At first, the man began to ask what kind of orders the master was throwing at him here. But when he saw how much money was there, he immediately stopped being indignant. He began to ask what kind of clothes he should prepare. The gentleman said that he should prepare hope as usual and put it at the door. The man said that this would be done, and the gentleman meanwhile entered the room with the lady on his back. He was very interested in why she behaved so impulsively. Asian won't leave him alone if I find out that he ended up in a hotel with some stranger. Yes, the most influential men in the world would fight to possess such a girl. But he still doesn't understand why she had to jump into the water. Actually, it matters to me, because it's none of his business. But when he started walking, the girl asked him to stay. She finally came to her senses. The man said that, I can't get up. I need to lie down. The girl asked him not to leave her and to stay. She is very scared alone. She doesn't understand at all what this is. Something strange happens to him, and the girl asks him to stay and lies there in tears. She called him Fabian and asked him not to leave. She lost that name many times. This year, there is no need to worry about supplies or maps. The rain is starting. Well, what is this? No matter how strong the headache was, he had never had such vivid introductions. He started asking who she was and began to believe that she was some kind of witch. He demanded an answer, but the girl just cried silently. He didn't quite understand why she was so cold. He covered his mouth and stopped talking. He covered it and wondered how he had become so soft. He certainly didn't sense any danger, so he was still curious as to who it could be. Such a warm aroma, it's completely unclear who it is and who Fabian is. She feels both heavy and comfortable. She fell into the water, so she doesn't understand why it's so warm. When she opened her eyes, she saw that there was a blonde man next to her. She took her hand back and didn't quite understand what was happening. Overcome with feelings of sadness and betrayal, she acted foolishly. But this guy saved her from this choice. She jumped herself and dragged him along with her. Riella stood up and began to think about how much of a nightmare it had been. She needs to leave quickly before he wakes up. She doesn't know whether to thank him or apologize, or blame him for bringing her back to this terrible life. To be honest, the only thing she wants to do is run away, so she will try to do it. Somewhere in the forest thicket of the southern expanses of the kingdom of Lyotta, the bar at Fernie's, the man asked Riella to let him pay for their drinks, but the girl informed him that the bill had already been paid. But now he started saying that it was not true, and he didn't pay anything, so he started demanding the bill. The difficult autumn of enzymes passed, the spring of next year arrived, the scars, which it turned out would never heal, began to hurt less. To tell the truth, it wasn't particularly good or bad. The main thing is that I managed to escape to this village. But then knights who were completely covered in armor came into their bar. They wondered what had brought the knights here in such a corner. They finally found Raella Blinite, and she was arrested under international law. The girl had no idea what this was, or what it even meant. He informed her that until she was handed over to the Empire, she would be under the command of the royal knight of the Kingdom of Leota. The woman began to ask what kind of arrest this was, and why they were taking her employee away. They don't even know why they're taking her. The man said she's accused of planning the assassination of His Majesty the Emperor of the Elshwig Empire. He also noted that this woman does not want to be taken as an accomplice. The girl didn't understand why she suddenly saw Fabian's face. Uncle Hank, Uncle Carl? She didn't know what would happen now. She will have to return again to the day when they were looking for her and said that she would return soon. If this were true, then she could have been protected, and there wouldn't have been such trouble. She thought the nightmare was over, but it only continued. It's very cold there, but it's okay. She'll endure it, and it will get easier later. Perhaps Fabian has already gone looking for her. She is not sure that she will ever feel better. She imagined him saying that he would save her soon, so there was no need to worry. She really wanted him to save her and have them be together again. But soon, when she had already lost consciousness in the cold and darkness of confinement, many lies testified against her. I hoped to receive a reward. The miracle didn't happen in the end. There was nothing left but regret. Everyone greeted the emperor. The princess told her father that there was no need to worry because they had nothing to lose. The man agreed with his daughter and said that everything was indeed fine. That's right, because today everything will go according to plan. Everyone greeted the new son of the continent, the young Emperor Elshweg. The king said that they welcomed the emperor with all their hearts, but he interrupted him and said that he was simply grateful that the king had met him. The man began to say that the emperor must have been very lonely and that it had been difficult to get here. The gentleman noticed that this was indeed the case, and his ears began to hurt, so he immediately asked the orchestra to stop playing. The princess turned to His Highness and asked if he would like to take a walk around the palace. After this, a welcoming celebration will be held in his honor. But the emperor said that first he would like to make sure that the transfer of the kingdom to his control would be successful. The man realized that he wanted to decide about that sinner right now, and the emperor confirmed it. He was surprised that the emperor wanted to do this right now, but the emperor's word is law. So the princess bowed to him and agreed, but her father began to ask Greta if she was really sure of this. The scaffold is far enough from here, and besides, the emperor will surely draw his sword. But overall, it's all for the best. There are a lot of observers here, so in the eyes of the villagers, the law will only look stronger and more solid after this. And yet he must come to his senses. The sooner they get rid of her, the better. The Lord hoped that this would be the emperor's decision. This sinner, who had attempted to shed the blood of a noble family, was now in his power. He can do with her whatever he sees fit. Finally, this nightmare would end. But still, the girl had tears in her eyes. The emperor ordered her to raise her head, and when she did not do so, he repeated it again. Everyone did not understand at all how she dared not listen to him. It was not for nothing that they had grabbed her. The emperor to suddenly disappear and then return, after 10 years, Herrn Linhart von Wilsbach. Many said that he ascended the throne of the Elshwig Empire quite peacefully, but few knew how much blood was shed for the sake of this peace. The sinner who stood before the emperor, like a victim, would soon also turn scarlet. But the emperor asked her to raise her head and look at him. Normally, it was even affectionate. He noticed that she was very thin, even though she was a prisoner. She couldn't be starved to such an extent. Could it be that the man who had bent his opponent in the struggle for the throne in distant lands showed sympathy to a sinner? Everyone was perplexed. Perhaps he was offended by the sinner's impudence. It's completely unclear what's going on. The situation is getting tense, and we need to sort it out quickly. The man approached His Majesty and said that he would read out a report of the crime. Raella Blinite is accused of being the ringleader of the conspiracy to assassinate His Majesty, which took place last autumn in the eastern region of the empire. But the emperor tore his papers with his sword while he was reading them. The man did not understand at all what was happening. The emperor only said that he had forgiven the sinner. Or should he tell Riella Blinite? The man immediately hesitated and said he would make changes. The princess did not understand at all what the emperor was doing. After all, she was his goddaughter, so she could be killed, and that was all. She doesn't like all this at all. Perhaps the emperor noticed something. People started saying that she had fallen, but many thought that she was not even worth picking up. She's a prisoner, so she's worthless. The princess watched this. She noticed that the emperor was not doing anything, so she began to think that he might kill her if he realized something. Then things were bad. But it is very interesting what choice he has left, although he feels anxious, and it is not always wrong. Something happened that no one could have predicted. The emperor took her in his arms. The health of the prisoners, who were supposed to be delivered to him in the empire, had clearly deteriorated. In this regard, they expressed their deep remorse before His Majesty for failing to respect international law and causing a disruption in the investigation. He pretended to be angry. She just deceived them. It is not at all clear what kind of things this is. They understand everything you need to know your limits and not behave so recklessly. The man did not understand at all why the gentleman did not warn him in advance. The emperor turned to Asian, and he began to say that this was all after he decided to use the carrot strategy rather than the stick. Before he became the captain of the royal guard, he was after all his close friend. He started to say that all his hair would fall out because of stress, but the emperor said that if he uttered one more word, he would pull it out himself. Besides, it's not them who have to deal with this situation, but the royal family. If he wanted to hurt them, then they succeeded. They're all going crazy there. The emperor also inquired about the girl. At first, Asian wasn't quite sure who he was talking about, and then he remembered and said that she had been transferred to the hospital she was undergoing treatment, but was still unconscious. From what he heard, she had been fasting for about 10 days after being imprisoned. The emperor was surprised that ASEAN had actually looked through all the papers. Even if he had, there were too many of them. And what did you tell the royal police about Riella Blinite, as the only suspect, to put it mildly, were just perfect point? All the parts were fitted together and matched, and there was plenty of evidence. However, the facts about the surveillance of her and the crown prince, led by Riella and her gang of robbers, turned out to be extremely far from the truth. No material evidence was found at that time, and His Majesty, who was wandering around the country and was seriously ill, was unable to resist. Having successfully returned to his home country, he put off the investigation into the attempt on his life until later. But after everything had calmed down, he tried to negotiate with the kingdom and turn this into a mutually beneficial cooperation. However, he couldn't even imagine that they would blame everything on the girl, but he would like to play along with them. It's true that she belongs to a mercenary group, but the emperor believed that it was not worth speaking if he did not know the truth, and this surprised the guy. This is said by a man who, without stopping, checked everything and chose it incorrectly. He is the head of the investigative team. Who else, if not him, should say such things? He doesn't understand at all what it means to be his master. The emperor noted that he was indeed right. No one but him could say that. There is a new task. He must go to the room where Riella is currently located. The guy was completely horrified by this and didn't understand anything. He even unpacked the trunk, but Mr. I told him that he could just spend the night in the hospital. He also had not had lunch, so the emperor said that he could go there again. Now they had finished everything, and he could go. One of the emperor's envoys is lying in a hospital bed. This was reported by the knight. The princess noted that he, of course, did not seem to be trying to finish her off, so she did not understand what kind of nonsense this was. If he talks like that, everyone around will think that Anna staged the assassination attempt. After that, she kicked him out and began to wonder what was going on and why the emperor's assistant had to protect this girl. It's possible they found out that she ordered the knights to kill her, but that can't be true. They agreed with the witnesses and not to find fault, so she doesn't understand at all what's going on. Then she remembered Fabian, who told the princess to be careful because she did not want to hurt such beautiful hands. Even if he were here, she wouldn't know what to do. Before she woke up, no matter the cost, she had to sort this out. He didn't say anything at all, and frankly, he's unlikely to say anything anytime soon. He doesn't understand what he should do. The man said that, strictly speaking, they are on the side of the accused, so it is natural for them to be afraid and remain silent if they spent a little more time and tried to convince her, but it still didn't work. 3 days had passed since she'd regained consciousness. He was sure she'd answer him soon. After all, so much time had passed, and she had to react somehow to what was happening. There were so many different topics they could discuss, yet she continued to avoid communicating with him. It was difficult to understand, especially given the circumstances of their meeting. This suggests that neither threats nor promises matter to her. She still ignores his words, and this seemed quite strange, even for his experience. Silence is usually a harbinger of the end, the approaching moment of punishment. But it was hard to believe that after she saw him, she remained silent for so long without saying a word. He couldn't understand how she could remain in such a state without saying anything when she first saw him. But then the young man began to reflect on his words and began to ask what the emperor really meant. He also noticed that the emperor looked very noble and handsome, and she probably would have immediately said so if not for the intervention of his assistant, who began to read a long monologue. Apparently, the aide had nothing more to say, because people don't usually behave that way. He was so attached to the emperor that he practically never left his side, staying by his side, 24/7. He asked if he could find out why the gentleman was going to the hospital, not because it was his business, but out of interest and understanding of the situation. The emperor replied that it was obvious. He wanted to speak to her personally. Only then could he convey his words to her, and he had no other way to do so. The man realized there was no other way to find out how she was feeling. Only a personal meeting could yield results. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to obtain the information he needed. He noted that no one was watching him, unless they wanted others to notice that the emperor was leaving the palace, especially at such an important moment. He may be able to avoid unpleasant consequences if he ignores those around him, but sometimes he still fears the possible consequences if he watches too closely. It's true, because she looks like a madwoman, staring at the wall all day, unresponsive to anything around her. There's no greeting, no response, just complete silence. They said she'd gone mad. The news that she was about to be executed only confirmed it, but now that she'd regained consciousness, they decided they needed to discuss her future. This place undoubtedly belongs to the royal family, but it is ruled only by gossip and intrigue, which are so prized for power and influence in this royal circle. In any case, everyone was determined to get rid of her as quickly as possible. They didn't want her to stay here any longer, and they were waiting for her to be taken away. The gentleman approached her and remarked that he had heard rumors that she had become mute. This made him wonder how painful her silence had been and how she had been tormented all this time. He understood the trials she had endured, but he was certain she couldn't continue to remain silent in front of the entire world. This silent protest could be her last. The lady remained silent. Then he approached her, looked her in the eyes, and said, it was time to speak to somehow escape this state. The emperor remarked that her silence was an extremely offensive act, which clearly spoke of her resistance and inability to communicate in such a situation. He should have reminded him that it was time to think about the kingdom's future, to plan important steps. But at that moment, his thoughts were completely occupied by this silence that was so troubling him. He didn't know how to properly tell the emperor about this, especially in such a delicate situation. This was more than just a political event. He sensed something significant had happened, perhaps connected to his last encounter with the convict. It had clearly left its mark on their relationship and changed the atmosphere around them. Ashen said he didn't know how he'd returned, as he'd been in that state the whole time. When the emperor asked the master of ceremonies to arrange a meeting with the head of the kingdom that evening, he insisted they attend. The man said that he would inform him right away. The king would certainly be very happy they had already made all the preparations, so all he had to do was arrive on time. But the emperor did not agree and said that they would organize everything, and he should order food to be prepared from the product that they brought from the empire. Since they are in the debt royal family, they should be properly thanked. The man was shocked at first, but then agreed and said he would check on that. Meanwhile, the emperor turned to Ashen. He doesn't like this at all. The emperor asked if he remembered how they had taken prisoners in Kanista 7 years ago. Ashen confirmed this, and also asked again whether he was talking about those who took the poison of the treasure and died, so as not to reveal secrets, but he also wondered why he was asking about this. Their symptoms are too similar to those of the captive lady. The king did not even understand how he could thank him for such an honor. The emperor personally arranged this reception for him. He would be the first king whom the emperor had honored with his reception. Since he's staying here, he decided to throw a little celebration, and the emperor is also very pleased that they enjoyed it. The king began to say that they were simply delighted, but the princess did not at all know what it all meant. They were humiliated on the very first day. All the banquets and receptions that they had prepared were cancelled, and now they're even treating her to their own dinner. It's completely incomprehensible how her father can pretend that he likes everything. Meanwhile, the king asked the emperor if everything in his chambers was to his liking. The emperor remarked that their castle was simply beautiful, and thanks to them, his rest was so comfortable. The king began to say that he was very pleased to hear this, so his daughter began to think about why he was pretending that he was not interested in anything, although he himself was conducting an investigation right in the hospital room. They've been chatting about nothing for a long time now. Maybe he gave up. Rilla's sitting there taking a mouthful of water, so he could have given up. Besides, it was the most logical of the possible outcomes, but she noticed that he was looking at her strangely. The emperor turned to her and remarked that Greta looked too tense, so he asked Bill to bring the princess a cup of tea, but the girl began to say that this was not worth doing. The emperor suggested that she drink it since tea is very calming, but this tea looks a little suspicious. But still the girl was grateful to him, and when she tried it, she was in complete shock. This has some kind of miraculous effect. The king also began to praise this wonderful tea. The emperor thought that the king also wanted to try it, and the master confirmed this. He was happy to try it because it was the emperor's own tea. They collect it from plantations in the southern islands, so technically it's not his. He must have heard of a poisonous plant called clady. Then the princess was very frightened. Father asked in horror what Greta was doing. Well, the girl was trying to tell him something. It seems that it wasn't just the photos of the poisonous plant that frightened the princess. If you control the dosage, the plant extract has a calming and relaxing effect. Poison actually takes effect when there is too much of it. I noted that this is an interesting explanation, but what if there really is poison there? But the emperor told them that this tea does not cause any harm, only heals, while the poison paralyzes the tongue and throat, causing a person to lose the ability to speak and think clearly. The king began to say that His Highness was very smart, but the Lord said that he only understood everything about these plants. After this, he turned to his servants and asked if the condemned point had woken up. In fact, he knows everything, so she shouldn't even think about deceiving him again. They understand the responsibility they bear for the mistakes they have made, and whether there is a way they can atone for their guilt before His Majesty, which means the conversation will not drag on for long. The emperor wants to end all this as quickly as possible. Since the enemies of two states are here, there is no point in additional conditions. The king said it seemed to mean he wanted to execute that girl now. Well, that's not true. He wants to take full responsibility for Riella's life. From now on, she will be under the protection of their empire, so he asks not to pay too much attention to her. They began to return, so the emperor immediately turned to the princess and asked if she really had any weighty objections. Greta didn't understand at all what this girl was doing. Not only that the kingdom was humiliated by a simpleton who should have died long ago, she remembered Fabian kneeling at her side, asking if Riella would be okay, and Riella saying she would be fine. She repeated this many times. Fabian knows everything is well prepared, but he is worried. But the princess said he has nothing to worry about at all. She swears she won't kill her. But now she's wondering what this woman is even doing. It's just a shame, of course. The game was lost the moment the emperor exposed it. However, she did say she had no objections, but the day of her vengeance would come. He suggested that I had 2 of her bodies in prison. She was taking a huge risk point. With the help of their medicines, they barely managed to remove the poison from her system. The maids did not understand at all why this sinner was still in the castle where the emperor lived. Aishan noted that it was his fault no outsider could get into the palace, but nevertheless, he still somehow got to the girl. In any case, ID penetrates the human body unnoticed. Perhaps the attacker could not even imagine that they would notice it. So he used the poison of the clade instead of any other to hide everything. Despite prolonged use, a person may die from the effects of the horde, but all their sins will be lost, as will the victim themselves buried in the grave. This may be the final outcome of evil. Their meeting in Ladere occurred by chance last fall. If he had been a few seconds late, the girl would already be dead. This turn of events could have been tragic if not for his timely intervention. Although everyone around him had changed over the past year, this girl remained the same. She hadn't changed, retaining her essence and her original traits, despite the passage of time and the circumstances that surrounded her. She always finds herself in difficult situations, and every action she takes evokes deep regret. Every step she takes becomes a difficult test, and she constantly faces seemingly endless difficulties. The Emperor entrusted Carnell with her care, understanding her vulnerability and the difficulties she faced. He believed his help and support were essential to alleviate her plight. It's important to promptly initiate treatment and avoid using strong medications that could negatively impact her health. Treatment must be approached carefully to avoid harming her condition. Aishun suspected something strange and decided to find out if there was anything between His Highness and Raella Blinite that he didn't know about. This question troubled him, and he was determined to get an answer. Asian had reasons for being so intently interested in his actions. He couldn't understand why he was protecting the former prisoner, what motivated his desire to protect her and ensure her safety. The royal family acted like complete fools, and now they have a reason to bring everything to justice, but he doesn't know how to tell His Highness. Something like they had to do whatever it took to save this girl. The Emperor pointed out that he hadn't said that, but Aishun still thought it was something like that. That's right, Asian is no fool, and the Emperor never thought that he would keep secrets from Asian. The gentleman wanted to say something else, but the guy asked him not to change the subject. He wouldn't fall for that. That's why the Emperor began to say that he had been having severe headaches lately, and that he was also experiencing hallucinations. Alcyon immediately began to worry and ask if he was serious, how long this had been going on, and whether he was really taking those medications, if he was taking them at all, because he had never seen the gentleman take them. The Emperor decided this was the best course of action, and having made his decision, he decided to leave. He was confident this was the right thing to do, and so he did not delay his departure any longer. Asion, noticing his intentions, addressed His Majesty with a question. He was surprised by this turn of events and wanted to know why, after such a conversation, he was deciding to leave. Riella recalled the moment when she and her lover were strolling through the garden. She asked him to stay, begged him not to leave her, not to go away, because this was so important and painful for her. This man was Fabian, and she was desperate, begging him not to leave. He was her closest friend, and she couldn't bear the thought of him leaving and leaving her alone. At that moment, she remembered Fabian's words when he said she was more precious to him than anything in the world. He assured her that she occupied a special place in his life, and her loss would be irreparable. Riella desperately didn't want to think about it. These thoughts oppressed her, and she tried to push them out of her head, trying to rid herself of these painful memories, but they continued to haunt her. Riella sincerely hoped the Emperor could help her. She believed he had the power to intervene and change her fate, especially at a time when she felt her life was hanging by a thread. She couldn't accept the fact that he was leaving. She begged him to stay, assuring him that she had done nothing wrong and that she deserved his protection and help in such a difficult time. Soon Riella woke up in a cold sweat, shaking from the nightmare she'd just experienced. Her breathing was ragged and labored, which didn't escape the doctor's attention, who immediately noticed her condition. The doctor noted that Riella needed more rest. Her body had still not recovered from the effects of the poison, and the recovery process was incomplete, which explained her weakness and malaise. When Riella began making sounds, the doctor didn't immediately understand what she was trying to tell him. She was trying to express her desires, but her condition prevented her from articulating them clearly. The doctor then suggested tying her to the bed as he predicted she would be violent when she woke up. He knew her physical and mental state could be extremely unstable at that moment, but they soon decided to stop when she suddenly crawled to the desk with papers. Despite her weakness, she was trying to perform some actions which testified to her determination and resilience. The man grabbed her arm trying to stop her and began anxiously asking her what she was doing. He was concerned about her behavior, not understanding what she was trying to do in such a state. Then the Emperor entered the room and asked what was going on. The girl immediately realized who had entered, but the master remarked that it seemed the sinner had written something. It looks like she's asking for salvation, but it's not entirely clear why. He knows she was set up, But that doesn't mean she's completely innocent. It doesn't matter to me whether I did something illegal or not. She is an accomplice, and this fact remains unchanged. But why should he help her? She has no other choice. If she doesn't cling to this man who was supposed to execute her, she might not get another chance. Still, he will try to change the question to make it easier for her to understand him. If he helps her, she'll probably run away this time too. She can't believe the proud look that pierces her, as if he were scolding her for recognizing him too late. The gentleman noted that it seemed she recognized him now. It seemed he had already helped her several times, so he was curious how she would repay him. And then he said that he would wait until the answer came out of her lips. He ordered that they do everything possible to get her back on her feet within a day. As emperor, he will not tolerate any shortcomings in the care of Riella Blinite. And after a couple of days, the palace was filled with rumors that no one could believe. Everyone began to say that the emperor had fallen in love with his treatment. There is no other reason why the emperor ignores all royal events and lives in another palace. All for the sake of this sinner, but you need to speak more quietly because someone might hear. It's truly a secret, as Bree from the Western Castle said the imperial retinue came the other day. He asked to select women's clothing and left the finest silk as fabrics. They themselves couldn't believe it, and even more so because the girl needed all these new clothes. Then the maid said that she and the princess had better return. But the princess didn't want this. She couldn't understand how she dared to end up in the holy royal palace, even when her intestines were almost covered in moss from the inside. Rumors are spreading at a terrifying speed, talking about the greatest love of the century. Perhaps it was all the charms of the femme fatale that captured the emperor's attention. They say that this has become much more popular lately. Asyan was shocked that the emperor was laughing at this. He couldn't win that. He was actually amused by this situation. The emperor said it was funny he was enjoying himself. Political dramas were not his thing. True love was just child's play. This situation was completely impossible to take seriously. Asyan was sure that something had clearly happened to him with Riella Blinite, and that was why he was protecting her. The emperor began to say that he didn't even know the guy was very angry, and said that he would strangle the emperor someday if he couldn't get an answer from this side. Then he decided that he would ask her personally, that he would come to her personally and talk to her. The girl noted that she heard that the emperor ascended the throne last winter. And what exactly happened when he ascended the throne? Aishan realized he was in trouble. He couldn't explain it all. What he wanted to know was what had happened between her and the emperor. She began asking if His Majesty really knew that the royal family was to blame for everything. The gentleman did not understand at all where she had so many questions from. She also asked what would happen between the empress and the kingdom. She believed that there would be a war. If His Majesty was originally the crown prince, then it is unclear why he was not present at the imperial palace. After this, the gentleman stopped and asked her to remain silent for a while. He doesn't even have time to answer, and it's unclear how she even brought him to this conversation. He also asks for forgiveness for what he caught. Everything is very complicated, that he himself doesn't understand anything. On one side stood a massive stone wall, while on the other, there was an unusual sense of softness. The space between them was strange and contrasting, creating a sense of duality. A doctor came to Riel and told her it was time for some rest. He asked her to make a sound to test her voice and noted that her recovery was almost complete. She could now move a little. Although Riella wasn't yet under strict supervision, she was advised to walk down the hallway to her room. She could now rest while the doctor prepared to leave. Suddenly, the girl turned to the doctor, surprised that she was not given a dungeon, but a normal bedroom similar to those found in royal palaces, instead of being left in prison. She was surrounded not only by comfortable clothes, but also by care for her health, delicious food. And she didn't need to go out to understand how others would look at her. She wasn't the only one who felt fear and confusion. The people around her also didn't understand what was going on and what strange actions this young man was taking. Riella couldn't understand what exactly was going on, or what motivated his actions, much less figure out his feelings or true intentions. She wished she could simply ask where he was now and why she was being kept here, but she didn't know how to ask. After weighing her thoughts, she decided to leave the room. When she emerged, she was surprised to find him standing right in front of her. It was unexpected, and she felt awkward, unsure how to handle the situation. She stood there wondering how exactly she should greet him, unsure if it would be appropriate. She felt it might be too many questions for one moment. But the inner desire to know everything about what was happening prevailed. And despite this, she couldn't bring herself to ask. She didn't know how to do this either. All her thoughts were jumbled. She decided to simply pretend that she didn't understand anything and not stand out. But suddenly, the emperor himself invited her to sit next to him, which was an unexpected move on his part. Riella came and sat down next to him as he had instructed. The emperor, noticing this, asked if this meant her voice had almost returned, as she had been unable to speak before. After this, he asked her to sit much closer, which caused Riella to feel slightly embarrassed, because she did not expect such a turn in their communication. She was a little nervous, realizing she wasn't entirely sure of her actions, but she still obeyed his request. He continued to stare at his papers, oblivious to her inner turmoil. Riella didn't know what to do now, as he remained silent and busy with his own affairs. Her thoughts were filled with questions, but she couldn't find the right words to speak. When she finally spoke and asked what exactly he wanted from her, the emperor was even more surprised, because he did not expect such a frank question. She offered that if he needed anything, she would try to help him find it. However, the emperor was no less surprised by her determination and remained silent, awaiting an answer. He said he would wait for her to act, but she couldn't understand what exactly he wanted or how to respond correctly, so she began to apologize for her uncertainty. The emperor had already forgotten about her apology, but she still clung to these words, continuing to apologize, which greatly embarrassed him and made him think about her motives. He was so powerful that he couldn't understand what else she might need or what she might offer him, and he didn't know how to respond to her apologies. Riella continued to doubt that she could be of any use, and she realized that her worries did not add to her confidence, especially since she did not even know what he could expect from her. The emperor was surprised by her words and asked again if she meant evidence that her family had actually tried to kill him, since that was why she was being kept here. She confirmed that she had in fact considered herself merely part of the plan, proof that she could help expose the conspiracy. He confirmed that she was right to some extent, but that didn't reassure her. However, the more he heard these words, the more uncomfortable he felt. He didn't know what to make of her point of view, and his attitude toward it became increasingly complex. The gentleman said she was used to seeing herself as a tool, and that no proof of her rightness was required. He didn't ask for her help, even though she offered her services. The girl wasn't worthy of being merely a political tool in his hands. It seemed too humiliating to her, and her own feelings couldn't be expressed in his eyes. No matter how hard she tried to grasp at this opportunity, her torment continued. She apologized and stood up, ready to leave, but remained completely bewildered by what was happening. Riella realized that she had no idea then that he was part of the imperial family, and that her position in this palace was much more complicated than she had imagined. She wanted to tell him that she still felt guilty towards him for what had happened, and that she was ready to accept responsibility for her actions, but his reaction completely stunned her. The emperor did not linger long, and quickly tired of her apologies, left the room, leaving her alone without giving her the opportunity to explain. She had experienced many humiliations and insults, not understanding how her life had led to this moment and what events had preceded her arrival here. Riella apologized again, and this time the emperor felt compassion for her, asking himself what had truly broken her spirit to such an extent that it had led to such consequences. Aishun, having informed the emperor that he had escorted his mistress to her chambers, concluded his report. Afterwards, he approached the emperor and asked if His Highness was indeed all right. The emperor said something about his hand. The gentleman did not agree at first, but the emperor said that he was asking nicely. He feels so bad something happened that upsets him. Aishun knew for sure that there was something between them, but something like that is completely incomprehensible. He is quite experienced. The emperor remarked that even while he was ranting in his head, he would be able to hear it. Aishun said it was good when external and internal characteristics harmonized. It was worth it for him to say such things, and it was unclear why he hadn't read Rayella's soul. Herhun explained that he didn't understand what was going on in her mind, so his assistant could now understand why he often acted so rudely. This situation was becoming increasingly difficult for both of them. It turned out that there were people on whom his powers had no effect, and this was a great revelation for him. Now he could understand why his approaches weren't always effective. The emperor considered this and admitted that it seemed to be true. His abilities weren't omnipotent, and he realized he couldn't always control the situation. This discovery surprised him a little. Though he was born with a unique gift, he realized he couldn't always count on being able to see into every person's soul. Perhaps hers was too dark and complex for his comprehension. He couldn't understand what she expected from this situation, as her actions seemed illogical to him. Everything she did baffled him, making further interaction with her difficult. Fabian and others who valued her had abandoned her, and now she was alone. This only intensified the sense of rejection and despair she was currently experiencing. She'd begun to think this guy was no different from everyone else, and now her hopes for him were fading. He seemed as heartless and cold as everyone else who'd betrayed her. He asked her if she thought he would ask her for help. She didn't understand which should have surprised her. He was firm and determined, and had no intention of asking her for anything. Emperor Elschwig, with his cold heart, would not have asked for help from a simple sinner. He was too proud and independent to rely on someone who couldn't offer him anything of value. She couldn't understand why he hadn't sent her away yet, since she had expected him to behave exactly like that. His silence only increased her feelings of anxiety and confusion. Despite his harshness, there was some mercy on his part. This gave her hope, however faint, that her situation wasn't as hopeless as she thought. She owed him for not chasing her away when she started to leave. She couldn't just ignore him. This was His Majesty's territory, and she couldn't ignore it. Riella tried to explain that she urgently needed to speak with His Majesty. She knew the situation demanded immediate intervention, but her request was not received with the attention it deserved. Then Asion appeared and asked the guards to step aside, allowing Riella to pass. This was unexpected for everyone, and no one knew the reason for the general's decision. He turned to the girl and told her she could enter the office, but it was so unexpected that everyone was shocked by his action. This decision caused a stir among the guards. The guards couldn't understand why the general had done what he had done. They didn't know what motivated him, but the girl simply thanked him for the opportunity to enter and continued forward. Asion ordered the guards not to interfere and hoped Riella would soon forget all about it. He was confident everything would be resolved and that this incident would leave no trace. Riella stepped closer and declared that she urgently needed to speak with His Majesty. She hadn't known her request would be met with such difficulty, but she was prepared to do whatever it took to ensure it was heard. She moved closer and began to think he would surely tell her she couldn't come in. All her expectations were dashed, and her anxiety grew, though she continued to hope for help. She lowered her head and didn't raise it when she realized something was wrong in the room. She saw His Majesty sitting on the floor, and her anxiety intensified as the situation was very serious. She rushed to him immediately, asking if he was really okay. Her heart sank with fear because she didn't know what had happened, but she intuitively felt that something terrible had happened. She started screaming for everyone to come and help as His Majesty was unconscious, but to her surprise, no one listened. The whole situation was becoming increasingly chaotic and difficult. She noticed the room was too far away and realized no one would be able to hear her screams. She realized she had to act on her own if she wanted to help. Her throat hurt badly, but that didn't matter now. What was important was to get out and call for help despite her own weakness, because his condition required immediate attention. The emperor suddenly stirred, and the girl turned, beginning to ask if he could truly hear her. She couldn't believe he could answer, but her hope was revived. Riella reassured him, saying she would call someone for help immediately. She tried to remain calm despite her confusion and was ready to do everything for his safety. She wondered if he knew what it was like to experience the pain of loneliness. She wondered if he could understand her suffering, as they had both been deprived of care and attention. Did he know even a drop of this pain? Did he feel the loneliness she did? She tried to understand what he was feeling in this moment, and whether she could help him understand her experience. She knew she couldn't stop him, but she kept talking, asking if he could hear her right now. Hoping her words would have some effect on his state, she was ready to do anything to help him. She would call anyone who could help, because his safety was the most important thing to her, and she couldn't let him remain in danger. The emperor addressed her, and the girl realized he was finally listening to her. It was that moment when she realized her words had reached him, and it gave her the strength to continue. He turned to her again, and she replied that she was with him, not leaving him alone. It was a moment of relief, even if it was still unclear what would happen next. At that moment, guards burst into the room, shouting and demanding to know what the scream was. They didn't ask about the emperor's condition, but immediately began calling for Sir Carnell and trying to take the girl away. The guards were not interested in the condition of His Majesty. They immediately began calling for Sir Carnell and trying to take Riella away, believing that she posed a threat despite her actions. They told her to let him go immediately and leave the room. Riella didn't understand what was happening, but she was forced to obey despite her feelings. The emperor asked her to leave the room immediately. His aide helped him up, and the situation began to return to normal. Though it remained tense, the aide said they would escort her out, but the emperor said it couldn't be done that way. He demanded that the guards remove their hands from Riella and let her go. The guard was shocked by such an order, but Riella obeyed the emperor and agreed to leave the place. Everything points to him having a seizure. He must have forgotten to carefully monitor his condition, which led to these consequences. His body is clearly unable to cope with the strain. Aishin noticed that the emperor acknowledged his mistake. He realized he should have stayed by his side. The girl pondered this diagnosis and the possible causes of his condition. She looked at the emperor and realized she now knew his secret. He was apparently waiting to see what she would do with this information. He'd deliberately left her in the dark so he could later claim everything was as it should be. It was important to start with rest, but as the emperor noted, he needed to take a sedative as he could handle it himself. He tried to reassure everyone, insisting he was in no danger. The general reminded everyone that this was a doctor's order. He noted that this was the first time someone had regained consciousness after losing consciousness. If the loss of consciousness continued for a long time, the consequences could be dangerous. He was amazed at how his strength struggled to recover, despite the hallucinations and visions. Everything he saw was distorted by his own perception, and he found it difficult to discern what was real. That's how he felt about the gift God had given him. Reading the minds of those around him became a true curse. Instead of helping, this gift only caused suffering and uncertainty. Aishin decided not to pursue the matter further and inquired whether Miss Rella had touched the emperor. He was wary and wanted to understand whether her touch had somehow affected his condition. If it was a surge of energy, then an accidental contact could have had serious consequences. Such things could be dangerous, especially without considering all the factors affecting his health. The girl understood this and expressed her concern, saying she couldn't leave him without help. She took his hand, hoping it wouldn't hurt him despite the possible risks. The young man was horrified and asked again if she had really taken his hand. His reaction was one of confusion and fear, as it was unexpected and contrary to his expectations. Aishin began shouting, condemning her actions. He couldn't understand why she did it, and reminded her that it could cause even greater problems if she didn't understand the full scope of it. He was sure she didn't understand what she'd done, and this worried him greatly. The girl was simply perplexed, unsure how to properly respond to such reproaches and accusations. The emperor asked him to calm down, but the boy refused. He believed this wasn't a case where he could simply say, "Enough." He was filled with emotion and determined to speak his mind. To make an accurate diagnosis, everything must be taken into account, both before and after the attack. The emperor noted that he clearly understood that the person who approached him was the key to solving this problem. He should have calmed down because the emperor, as he claimed, wasn't dying. This was an important remark emphasizing that although the situation was difficult, there was no need to panic. Afterwards, the gentleman apologized. He realized he'd gotten a bit emotional. The girl replied that it was okay. She understood his reaction was driven by emotion. Riella felt relieved, but she still wondered if her actions had affected the emperor's health. She worried that she might have accidentally harmed him with her actions. Aishin began to wonder what these seizures were and whether he might never fully recover. He knew that information about today's incident must remain within the room. She knew she had no right to interfere in this matter, so she remained silent, but they still asked her if she knew that this secret was not to be revealed to anyone. The girl couldn't understand why she couldn't simply stop paying attention to the emperor. He noticed she had come to discuss something important, but it seemed the conversation would have to be postponed. Although she most wanted to be helpful, her main desire was to comfort him and ease his suffering, which no one knew about, and which he hid from others. When they departed, they asked His Majesty to rest. It was important for his health, and they understood he needed more time to recover and rest. The emperor lay in his bed and thought about how she had taken his hand. He wondered if he could hear her, and if he understood what she was doing to help him recover. The voice that pierced the fog of oblivion was like sunlight. He was glad to have come to his senses and be able to hear her again. It gave him hope for recovery. The voice that instantly freed him from pain brought relief. She was like an angel delivering him from suffering, and he began to believe that her presence was salvation. That's exactly what he didn't think of when she touched him. He didn't immediately realize she'd come to save him, and he was too shocked to acknowledge her help. He finally realized she had come to save him, and this realization came late, but it was crucial to his recovery. It was a momentous discovery for him, one that changed everything. He began to doubt his sanity and thought he must be completely crazy for believing in fairy tales. He began to see her as an angel, but his doubts persisted. However, despite all the medications he took, the curse, as he believed, still lingered in his body. It continued to affect his condition despite all his efforts. But a few words, a simple touch, and he felt better. It was something incredible. This was Riella Blinite, and he couldn't understand what was really happening. He was desperate to find out who she really was. While she was sleeping, she heard a noise, and it made her realize something urgent needed to be done. Everyone was gathering very quickly. The noise caught her attention, and soon a maid ran up to her shouting that she needed to get up quickly. The girl was confused, unsure of what was happening or what awaited her next. She had to act quickly because there was no time. The girl had no idea what was happening or why she was being rushed, without any explanation of what was going on or how it would unfold. Riella apologized and said she thought there had been a mistake. She didn't understand what exactly she had done wrong and was confused by the actions around her. At that moment, they were helping her with her dress and tightening her corset, all the while greeting His Majesty. Everything was happening in a rush, and she couldn't understand what this preparation was or why it was necessary. Now the girl began to understand why she had been dressed and dressed so quickly. She realized the situation was much more complicated than it had initially seemed. Riella greeted His Majesty. He told her that if she had any questions, she shouldn't hesitate to ask, as everyone should be aware of what was happening at that moment. The girl didn't understand what questions were being discussed. Her thoughts were confused under the weight of the emperor's gaze. That gaze seemed capable of penetrating the very depths of her consciousness, forcing her to doubt every word. Riella decided to break the awkward silence. She cautiously asked if he was feeling better. The question sounded hesitant, as if she herself wasn't sure if it was appropriate. Perhaps she shouldn't have asked how the emperor was feeling. Perhaps such questions were considered inappropriate. But the emperor calmly replied that he was feeling much better, and that calmed her down a little. She hadn't meant to insult him in any way. His skin tone did indeed look better. However, instead of thanking her, he suddenly asked her, why had she remained silent for so long and not bombarded him with questions as he expected? The emperor reminded them that they had something important to discuss. However, the conversation itself seemed to be postponed indefinitely, which increased the tension between them. She realized the delay wasn't accidental. It was a promise. So mustering her courage, she confessed that there was one thing she wanted to clarify with him. The girl mentioned yesterday's incident. She was worried that she might have somehow worsened his condition, and now she wanted to know if that was true. The emperor looked puzzled. He didn't understand what she was talking about. Riella, on the other hand, reminded her of Asian's words, which had been bothering her. Asian claimed she could harm the emperor with her touch. This thought haunted her and kept her awake at night. The realization of the potential harm she had caused completely unsettled her. These experiences caused insomnia and anxious thoughts. The emperor asked her to raise her head and asked if she was really worried about his condition. Riella immediately refuted his assumption. She quickly apologized, assuring him that that wasn't the case at all. The emperor declared there was no need to worry, as everything was fine. And he was fine. He saw no reason to worry, and his calm immediately communicated itself to everyone around him. This meant she no longer had to worry. She couldn't even imagine that at such a moment, her worries could be so inappropriate. Everything became clear and understandable. The emperor quickly flew up, and one could tell she had helped him. It was truly unexpected, and the lady felt relieved, realizing she had been able to help him. Finding herself in this situation, she realized she had been far more worried about the emperor than she had even imagined. This opened her to new feelings and understanding of her own experiences. The emperor was also interested in the answers. He wanted to understand why she had grabbed his hand. It had become an important moment for him, and he wanted to understand the reasons behind her actions. The emperor noticed that he was the one who needed reassurance and support. He himself was someone who needed help and understanding. And this was an important conclusion for him. The girl said she didn't know the reason for her actions and couldn't truly explain why she did it. She apologized, acknowledging her uncertainty and awkwardness. Herhan replied that her apology was enough. He said that the words sorry were now taboo, and she shouldn't apologize for every step she took as it had become too frequent. He asked how long it had been since she'd seen sunlight. She was in a dark room, and the windows were boarded up, preventing her from enjoying the light lately. Riella admitted she didn't know how long it had been since she'd seen the light of day. She apologized again, but at that moment she realized she'd made a mistake in not realizing the importance of this question. By the time he'd left the room, she was so worried that her strength had completely drained away. She couldn't contain the nervous tension that had gripped her after all that had happened. So much time had been spent talking, but she couldn't remember anything concrete. Perhaps due to her constant doubts and changes, the emperor might even have been offended by it. At that moment, the maid entered the room and addressed the mistress. She conveyed an important message concerning future plans and actions, and her words made Raella wary. The maid informed her that His Majesty had ordered her to be taken for a walk. This was an unexpected turn of events, and Riella wondered what the emperor had planned this time. The father, passing by his daughter, expressed bewilderment. He didn't understand what was happening, especially after the emperor had refused to admit him for the third time, and it all seemed strange. He even sent people to speak with the emperor, but Greta began to claim she didn't know what the problem was. Father had to go personally and sort things out. This was sheer madness. For the third day in a row, the emperor had not been received, and it was unclear when the meeting would even take place. All these events seemed completely illogical. Father felt the situation escalating as if an enemy had occupied the royal family's territory, while ignoring it. And after that dinner, it was impossible to continue provoking the emperor. All of this was the result of Riella's actions. The princess had no idea that her actions could limit her so much and lead to such consequences. Father said this was extremely unpleasant. They needed to exercise caution and be prepared for the consequences before the emperor took any more serious measures. Greta asked again what compensation he was talking about and how he was going to apologize for the assassination attempt on the emperor. He would probably say that he would become his vassal, and that's it. But the king began to say that he wasn't emperor at the time, so it was all simpler. But the girl began to say that the crown prince in hiding was still part of the royal family. And besides, he was emperor now, and he wouldn't just forget what had happened. The king interrupted her and said she should say what she wanted him to do. He'd read that the problem was that she'd dragged those foolish mercenaries into the matter. He said his abilities couldn't be relied upon and that his skills were clearly insufficient. Despite this, however, she insisted on calling him. It turned out to be a mistake, but the princess stood her ground. The princess ordered that no one dare even utter such words. She didn't want anyone to doubt his abilities, despite his lack of experience. She believed in him. He understood that everyone has their own path, but he still couldn't understand why she was so eager to pursue this unknown boy. The girl cried out again, demanding that he not dare speak of Fabian like that. This boy absolutely does not deserve such treatment. She must not forget that both she and he were involved in the events that led to the order to eliminate the crown prince, which left them in a difficult situation. But overall, there would have been no mistake if it hadn't been for that mercenary who decided to retreat at the last moment. Without his doubts, everything might have turned out differently, and the situation would have been resolved. It was then that they discovered the Crown Prince's weakness. However, this in fact turned out to be their mistake, preventing everything from being completed as planned, revealing new vulnerabilities. The issue remains unresolved. This is far from the end of their struggle, and they understand perfectly well that they must continue to seek solutions despite all the difficulties and uncertainties. The girl, unable to contain her emotions, exclaimed, asking if he knew how many times she had to repeat that Fabian was now hiding from the whole world. He didn't see the light of day and constantly hid from threats. He's not someone who should hide and be afraid. He's different. He should be strong and resilient, no matter the circumstances, and he shouldn't be seen as someone hiding from everyone. Even if she had to bend the knee to the emperor, she wouldn't let their royal family crumble, so he couldn't insult her people under any circumstances. So he could hide and remain in the background as usual, while Fabian would do as he saw fit. Riella was informed that His Majesty was waiting for her at the entrance to the garden, and she must hurry to avoid delay. She quickly realized that time was of the essence, and that she needed to move without delay. For the first time in a long time, the girl felt the warmth of the sun's rays. It brought her an unusual feeling of joy and relief. She almost forgot how pleasant it was to be outdoors. Since her arrival at this palace, she had felt nothing but pain and fear. These tormenting feelings became her constant companions, and she could not escape them. She wondered what spring must feel like in a royal palace. The air was fresh and cool, the flowers were blooming, and the palace's atmosphere seemed vibrant and full of life. The gentleman called her to him again, and looking at her, he again looked with that piercing gaze that made her heart beat faster. She couldn't understand what exactly he was feeling. She couldn't figure out how to feel about this guy who was now standing next to her. Her soul was filled with doubts, and she didn't know how to properly react to his presence. He was the man who had taken her hostage, the emperor of the Elshweik Empire, a man of immense power, but she couldn't fully understand his motives and true intentions. Or maybe it was the guy she spent the night with in Ledere, the one with whom she experienced extraordinary moments. The emperor offered her a walk, but she didn't know how to take it. Or maybe it was the same guy who loved watching the cherry blossoms. His attention to the beauty of nature always evoked strange feelings in her. She couldn't decide which was more important. She couldn't figure out what to call him in the complicated relationship they had. These thoughts swirled restlessly in her head, but she couldn't find an answer. Afterwards, the emperor came and asked what was going on. He was dissatisfied with the situation and demanded an explanation. Everything seemed increasingly confusing. The guards said they had chained her for his safety. This decision was made to play it safe, as no one knew what she might do in such a situation. The guards didn't realize she was capable of anything, so they tied her up to ensure she couldn't do any harm. The emperor was surprised and disappointed by this decision, as it clearly ran counter to his notions of security. He hadn't expected such distrust to exist in his palace. The emperor, despite his power, questioned whether he really looked like an emperor who should be threatened by this unarmed girl. He couldn't believe his safety was at risk. The guards, noticing his words, immediately began to ask what he was talking about, expressing concern and bewilderment. However, the emperor cast a menacing glance at them, causing them to freeze in place. Then briefly, but commandingly, he ordered the captive's shackles removed. Realizing their mistake, the guards began to apologize, expressing sincere remorse. They quickly rushed to carry out the order, and within moments, the girl was freed from the shackles that had restrained her. The emperor had long wanted to do this, but circumstances held him back. He could barely contain his impatience. Riella, understanding his impulse, gently assured him that everything was fine, trying to ease the tension in the air. After this, the girl, looking at the emperor, addressed him with gratitude. She noted that, thanks to the current circumstances, she had the opportunity to see the world in a new way, for which she was sincerely grateful. Before continuing, however, she paused, wondering if she should say it outright. Thoughts filled her head, and she began to question the appropriateness of her words, trying to figure out if they truly reflected her feelings. She recalled how in Ledere, he had saved her from death when she was on the brink. The emperor had given her a chance to justify herself, to explain her actions, and she felt that it was thanks to him that her life had changed. He removed the cold shackles from her wrists that had reminded her of pain for so long and showed her the beauty of the world, the cherry blossoms that became a symbol of new hope and freedom. These memories made her decide she thanked him sincerely and from her heart, which brought surprise to the emperor's face. She hadn't expected his reaction, but she still felt she had done the right thing. The emperor smiled and remarked that he probably looked foolish, since he should have been the one to thank her first. His words sounded unexpected but sincere. Riella realized that her gratitude should be sincere but not obligatory. She decided that words of gratitude should be spoken without expectation of anything in return. She couldn't look up at him, embarrassed by her words. Riella suddenly realized how beautiful the world could be. These moments seemed almost unreal to her, but they filled her with new meaning. She'd never thought she should be grateful simply for being alive. But now she realized how important it was, and she wondered how she could have failed to appreciate it before. Riella expressed gratitude for everything, for saving her, for his support, and for not turning away from her even in the most difficult moments. The emperor replied that her words truly warmed his soul. He noted that it was far better than the constant doubts and uncertainty that plagued them both. He asked her to raise her head, because he was tired of seeing only her bowed back before him. His words were soft but firm, showing how much this meant to him. Riella, gathering her strength, looked up and expressed her gratitude again. The emperor, smiling slightly, added that there was absolutely no need to thank him forever. After this, during their subsequent conversations, the emperor asked her an unexpected question. What should he do with her now? His words sounded almost serious, but with a touch of humor. The girl, surprised by his question, asked if he had a specific plan for her. She sincerely wanted to understand what he meant. The emperor admitted he would prefer to follow her wishes, but Riella honestly replied that she didn't know what she wanted. This admission slightly embarrassed them both. Despite this, the emperor noted with a smile that she still didn't have much of a choice. The girl, after a moment's hesitation, declared that in that case, his question seemed unnecessary. However, he explained that he simply wanted to know what was on her mind. The emperor rarely inquired into the thoughts of others, preferring to act in his own way. But with her, he was different. He admitted that he usually doesn't ask many questions, instead, following his own desires, which sometimes seem selfish. However, in her case, he felt differently. The emperor emphasized that it was precisely because of her silence that he so often asked her about her thoughts and feelings. Her secrets and mysteries haunted him. He worried about what her ruby eyes were hiding, how the scars on her wrists hurt, and what might lurk behind her words. Poison or something else, but no less attractive. The emperor felt he needed to get to know her better, and so he decided to approach her. Before she could utter a word, the princess suddenly appeared from behind her, surprising her. The girl was completely unprepared to meet the emperor here, and this was an unexpected, but at the same time, surprisingly pleasant moment for her, because she did not expect such a turn of events. Who would have thought the emperor would stroll through the garden, where she had been searching for so long without noticing his presence? It was truly unexpected, as the emperor rarely leaves the palace halls. She looked for him everywhere, but couldn't find him, which worried her greatly. And besides, she wanted to understand why the emperor's health was still poor. Perhaps he needed help. The princess noticed that they hadn't seen each other for a very long time, despite both living in the same palace. And it was strange that they crossed paths so rarely that they hadn't even had time to exchange a few words. The emperor thought her visit to the garden was clearly no accident, and she likely wanted to discuss something important. If necessary, he was prepared to travel anywhere, even to the most remote corners, if only to resolve this matter. She was determined to continue her work, and if necessary to go further, no obstacles could stop her, for she was determined to achieve her goal, no matter the circumstances. The emperor said they could talk later, when it was convenient for both of them. He couldn't give her enough attention now, but he was prepared to meet her at another time when all matters had been resolved. He promised to send a notice to the palace about the meeting, so they could continue their conversation. The princess was surprised that Riella had remained there all this time without any apparent reason. The princess also noticed that Riella hadn't greeted her, which struck her as odd. It was unusual, and she felt a slight twinge of awkwardness, but she decided not to dwell on it. Or perhaps Raella hoped that her unexpected appearance did not disturb the tranquility of their walk, and the princess did not intend to interfere in their private moments unless it was something important to everyone. The emperor, hearing this, thought that the rumors circulating in the palace were likely true. He understood that the conversation with him wasn't all that urgent, and he shouldn't rush things, giving himself time to sort out the situation. However, the princess disagreed with his opinion and decided to convey that this was not her intention. She wanted to meet with Raella Blinite and discuss the important matter that troubled her most. Afterwards, she turned to the girl, asking her directly if she truly had nothing to say or discuss. She hoped Raella wasn't hiding anything important from her or the emperor. She doesn't realize that her hand, so much larger and warmer than her own, seems to bestow upon her everything life has to offer. In this gesture, she feels all the support and care she could never have imagined. The girl calmly said that everything was fine. It was crucial that this hand was there. Without it, she might have choked with fear and tried to hide to escape everything around her. Just looking at this girl sends shivers down her spine. Raella confidently declared that she definitely had something to discuss with the princess. It would be an important conversation, one worth having. She asked what time they could meet to discuss everything. Raella was in the mood for a serious conversation and wanted it to be at a time that was convenient for both parties. The maids couldn't understand how this girl dared to contradict the princess and respond to her so brazenly. They thought she was too close to the emperor and thought she was trying to court the throne. The princess, with cold determination, declared that she was not to leave her alone. She expressed pity for the girl, confident that soon she would be groveling at her feet, obeying her. All that remained was time. If you looked closely, you'd notice she looked like she was about to collapse. You could read fatigue and despair in her eyes. It was impossible not to notice. Vivian Rose. That was her name when she sent Rella away, and now she was trying to do the same thing again. Her intentions were as determined as before, and she had no intention of backing down. What kind of clothes are these? She was trying to act like a distinguished woman, but she was the prime suspect in the investigation into the assassination attempt on the emperor. It wasn't as simple as it seemed. Despite her attempts to please the emperor, the marks from the shackles were still visible. They couldn't disappear, and nothing she did could hide her past. It was obvious to everyone. The princess declared that enough was enough and asked Emma to bring the guests a cup of tea. She needed a little distraction and to create an atmosphere of calm despite the tension. The princess also asked them to leave them alone, as she now needed to speak with the girl alone. She made it clear that the time had come for a private conversation. The knights had to leave too. They didn't need to attend the women's conversations. Although more than 6 months had passed, they hadn't crossed paths in the palace since then, and the time for conversation had finally come. The princess, surprised, said she thought she had many things she needed to say to this girl. She was ready to open up, but she didn't know how to begin. The princess sincerely asked for forgiveness. She was full of shame and regret. Her words were filled with genuine remorse, and she feared the girl hated her for everything she had done. The princess burst into tears, her voice trembling as she said she had behaved so terribly that the girl must hate her. She couldn't contain her emotions and regrets about the situation. Raella had carefully considered everything before coming here and read everything she could. She knew she couldn't allow the princess to manipulate her or back her into a corner, and she was prepared for any eventuality. So Raella apologized and said it shouldn't have happened. She blamed the sin on her, but she remembered Asion's words, not to worry because they knew she was innocent. However, something had to be done about the princess' victory was almost within their grasp. But there were still matters that required attention. Raella had no intention of stopping halfway. True, they should have continued guarding Miss until everything was over. The men insisted everything would be fine. They told the lady she had nothing to worry about. Everything was under control. But the men in Sochi said that even if the royal family was accused, they wouldn't be able to intervene. It might pose a threat to Raella, but it was manageable. They had to solve this problem. He hoped she would still want to go if she truly had something to say to the princess. He was sure her words could be important, and he wanted to see her resolve. In any case, they were preparing an international complaint against the royal family. Miss would be called as a witness, and the investigation would continue despite all obstacles. Everything was ready, and her innocence would be easily proven. Only those closest to the emperor knew the truth, so nothing would come to light. After that, the work of calming the lady would begin, for she had burst into tears again. Riella thanked them for their support, and the emperor noted that if there were any questions left, she could go because time was running out, and they could not delay any longer. Riella finally felt empowered. She had support and was ready for the next step, which would determine her future actions. Now there was absolutely nothing left but resentment. The princess began to speak, because she could no longer remain in the shadows, and she felt she had to say something. The princess said she acknowledged her mistakes and knew she was sinning. But what about Fabian? The question was asked with such interest that Riella realized where this conversation might lead. The conversation turned to her former lover. The princess began to say that he had been very worried about her. Riella felt her thoughts clouding over and slipping into a drowsy state. She didn't know how much Fabian valued her and how much he cherished her. The princess shouldn't have treated her like this, and her words were filled with bitterness for all that had been lost. Riella calmly said she understood everything, but they wouldn't talk about him. It was her choice, and she didn't want to return to the subject because she didn't see the point. The princess was surprised by her determination and noticed that the girl had truly changed. Her eyes no longer held the same naivety they had once held. She had grown up and become a different person. Riella didn't even blink. She didn't flinch, though it seemed like this wasn't over yet, and who knew how long her willpower would last. Time would tell how the situation would develop. If the royal family followed this path, Fabian would die, and the princess knew how much Riella loved him. This was a painful revelation for her, one that could not be ignored. The princess asked if she really didn't care if he died. In the depths of her words, Riella felt as if her consciousness was awakening, and it made her think he'd been out of her life for a long time. No, she'd been thrown out of his life, and she'd replied with a smile that she didn't care anymore. She'd finally let him go, so she didn't want to discuss it now. A life full of worries and requests now seemed alien to her, and she didn't want to return to that reality. The princess asked if this really meant that even if Fabian died, she wouldn't care. The girl confidently confirmed her words, not hesitating in her answer. A moment later, the emperor approached and asked if she needed to repeat her words so the princess could understand them. His voice was serious, and he clearly wasn't expecting further questions. The princess was amazed that the emperor had actually come to see them. She couldn't believe His Highness had decided to join this conversation, and her expression betrayed her surprise. She asked what brought His Highness here, but the emperor didn't listen to her. He quickly replied that he simply thought their conversation had dragged on, and he'd forgotten to convey something important. The emperor suspected that one of them would inevitably cry, so he brought a handkerchief. He decided to be prepared for such a situation by preparing this gesture in advance, which could offer support. The emperor, despite his feelings for the sinner, always put the princess first. Even if he was attracted to another woman, she remained his priority above all others. Greta hastened to reassure everyone that everything was fine. She asked not to misunderstand, explaining that the conversation had simply been difficult and not always easy to understand. She apologized to Riella, fearing the situation could escalate into a personal conflict. However, her apology was not accepted, as it seemed she was to blame for what had happened. Greta burst into tears, and Riella didn't know how to react. It looked as if the princess had reduced her to tears, and the situation was becoming increasingly tense. The princess knew no one would believe her words. It was unlikely anyone would believe that she had simply sat there while Greta began to cry. So her role in all of this remained questionable. She felt like she'd been set up and didn't know what to do next. The whole situation felt like a vicious circle, and the princess had no idea how to get out of this unpleasant situation. The princess was the only one who spoke of her apologies and mistakes. She tried to comprehend what was happening, but these words came only from her side, while others remained silent or refused to accept her words. Even in such a difficult situation, the emperor would have sided with her. The princess couldn't cope with this, and her rage only grew. Everything around her seemed unfair and confusing. Harhan approached Lady Blenite, asking her to let him know if she needed any additional services or assistance. He promised to be there whenever she desired his presence. He assured her he would be there ready to help at any moment if she felt the need. His support wasn't just words, but a willingness to always be on guard. The lady replied that everything was fine, and that she considered the conversation with the princess concluded. Her words were calm, and she saw no need to continue the dialogue. However, the emperor, noticing her confidence, asked again if she had truly said everything he wanted, to make sure there were no omissions, as his assumptions differed from hers. After this, the lady informed the princess that she accepted her apology. However, she added that she did not consider it possible to continue the conversation with her on this matter. As she had said earlier, it was none of her business, and she didn't wish to continue the discussion. When the princess tried to intervene and stop her, her words were tinged with emotions. But then Riella, unwilling to let the situation slide, expressed her desire to apologize as well. She felt it was important for her to say those words. She recalled that she had previously promised to reward Riella and Fabian for their actions, but now doubted she could fulfill that promise. She made it clear she would be unable to fulfill this obligation. She added regretfully that she felt she wouldn't be able to deliver the award she'd previously mentioned. That was all she could say at the time, and she felt uneasy. Eventually, she decided it was time to leave. Apologizing for her abrupt departure, she expressed regret that despite everything she couldn't stay longer. Riella was immensely grateful to the emperor for his kindness and for seeing her off. However, she couldn't resist asking if he had anything he wanted to ask her. She noticed that her presence could cause someone to interfere in the important affairs of the empire, and it was strange that the emperor did not ask her questions about her role in these events. The emperor, however, said that he had had enough, and that she could simply go and rest without further concern. He had no intention of continuing the conversation. Everything had been decided. The girl sensed that the emperor might be angry, and she realized she shouldn't have let him go without an explanation. This left her confused, and she began to reflect on her own behavior. Thinking back to that moment, she realized he might have been being considerate, thinking she was struggling. She had the kind of expression on her face that could have evoked such feelings in him. Laying her head on the pillow, she considered her situation. Suddenly, the thought that Fabian might die overwhelmed her, and the realization was hard to bear. It seemed the moment had come when she had to think about Fabian. She began to grasp the importance of his role in the events unfolding, but her thoughts were confused and disturbing. She didn't know what to do, especially when it seemed like everything connected to the royal family could end badly. She felt powerless, but that didn't concern her. However, even if the worst-case scenario were to happen, she felt no guilt. Fabian wasn't there when she died, and now she had nothing to hold against him. All this time, while she was worried Fabian had been hiding, now he was praying for his own salvation. But Riella still couldn't understand how it all happened and what would happen next. A feeling of loneliness washed over her, as if she were in a prison. It was impossible to understand how he could be so cowardly, and how this fact now hurt her. He continued this behavior until the very end, and this perceived weakness tormented her even more. The pain from such behavior was unbearable and only intensified with each passing moment. Rayella walked to the window, where she noticed that the boards covering it had been removed. Sunlight gently filtered into the room, and she felt something had changed in her world. She stood on the balcony, surrounded by tears, watching the sky. In that moment, she felt the light bestow upon her something greater than she could have ever expected. Riella felt something far warmer than ordinary warmth envelop her. It was a feeling beyond words, and it warmed her soul. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a strange sound wave, and she came to her senses. She realized she had accidentally fallen asleep and couldn't understand how it had happened. She couldn't believe that an entire day had passed without her even noticing how time had slipped away. Everything that was happening seemed incredible to her, as if she were in another world. Realizing the day was almost over, she felt the need to thank His Majesty for everything. It was important to her, even if she didn't know how to do it. The guards informed the emperor that Relablinite had come to see him. This was important news, and the emperor allowed her entry immediately, inviting her to come in and sit down. He told her not to waste any time and come in as he was ready to listen to her. This was unexpected, and Riella felt a little taken aback by the attention. Riella was shocked to notice how many people were around the emperor. His office was filled with workers, and her presence there seemed somewhat unexpected. He asked if her visit was truly urgent, and she immediately replied that no, the conversation wasn't of that nature. It was a routine visit, not related to any urgent matter. The gentleman suggested that if the conversation wasn't urgent, they could discuss everything later. The emperor was busy, and gratitude should probably be postponed. The emperor inquired about dinner plans, asking if he needed to go to the main palace. After that, he was ready to dine and continue with other matters. The lady in turn was shocked by his question and asked again, unsure what to do with their schedule. She hadn't expected such a change in their plans. The emperor noticed they hadn't spoken and suggested she go and rest as she seemed to need it. He reminded her that there had been no conversation and that she should relax. Riella felt a little embarrassed. Her face turned red, and she agreed to the emperor's proposal. Her emotions were so intense that she couldn't contain her nervousness. Everything that was happening around her troubled her, and her face betrayed every worry, making it impossible to hide her inner state. Asean asked His Highness if it was true that he still planned to review the princess's memories. Despite everything, he couldn't understand why the emperor insisted on this step. As the emperor had said earlier, they had already conducted an investigation, and personal thoughts could not serve as evidence. However, this was irrelevant to him, and he continued to insist on his decision. Asean was completely perplexed, not understanding the meaning of the phrase, whatever. The emperor explained that he had professional interests in this girl, but he couldn't ask her direct questions. The emperor added that if he dared to offend her, he would definitely burst into tears. Aishan, however, was increasingly perplexed, especially as the emperor spoke of Rella Blinnett in such a context. He couldn't believe he could actually have feelings for this girl, that it wasn't just rumors. This was true love, a femme fatale, just like in the old stories. Aishan realized the emperor was serious, and it was hardly arguable. However, the emperor again replied that one could put it that way, but that was actually a bit of an exaggeration. The emperor emphasized that he might be exaggerating somewhat. However, upon hearing the answer, Asean was completely shocked, as it was far from what he expected to hear from the emperor. The emperor also added that he needed to look into the matter in more detail. This was necessary to understand what was really happening and to provide an accurate assessment of the situation. The servant understood what was being said and added that it was probably all connected with a recent event that had upset the princess and drawn attention to her experiences. The princess noticed that His Highness had begun visiting her frequently. This was his second visit that day, and she was surprised by his persistence. Moreover, it was raining, and the princess didn't understand what it all meant. The emperor, however, asked her to at least allow him to greet her, which she found strange. Previously, she could not even count on the slightest attention from him, and now she was completely incomprehensible as to what had caused such a change in the emperor's behavior. The emperor kissed her hand, and there was something deeply respectful in his actions, but the princess could not understand what was hidden behind such gestures. He promised to find out all the secrets, no matter what happened, and the princess began to wonder what was going on. She felt the situation demanded an explanation, but she couldn't yet grasp the essence of it. The girl was shocked as the gifts lay before her, and she had absolutely no idea what they meant. In her eyes, it seemed strange and unexpected. The princess, stunned, began to ask why the emperor had given her these things. He replied that it was a gesture of apology, although she still couldn't understand the reasoning. Greta asked again what exactly was being discussed, since this apology was not enough for her to agree to give up the kingdom and forgive everyone who had upset her. Moreover, the emperor himself apologized. He acknowledged that his man had recently brought the princess to tears, but her bewilderment only grew. The princess asked again what exactly had happened, as she couldn't understand how it related to the gifts. The emperor added that he had originally planned to give these items to the royal family. The princess felt she was not under pressure and hoped that all these gifts did not mean anything more than just a gesture of apology that she could not accept without question. The emperor called Riella his own, a sign of how much he valued and respected her. It was a powerful affirmation of his feelings for her, and the princess felt a strange tension. The princess, unwilling to succumb to his manipulation, replied that she wasn't foolish enough to simply accept the gift. She couldn't unconditionally agree to his terms. The emperor noted that he understood how difficult the situation was, but she needed proof that the emperor and her family had a good relationship. Greta noted that His Highness was well aware of this, and the gentleman said that all this would come later, that he was lazy and that was why she needed it. The relationships between the characters clearly require more careful portrayal, as the jewelry they examine is extremely expensive. This element plays a significant role in the context of the events. The princess offered to try on the jewelry if it wouldn't be too difficult. The emperor approved of her decision and offered his assistance, assuring her that everything would go smoothly and without unnecessary complications. She was obviously surprised by the proposal. He knew she knew Rila Blinite, but he hadn't expected their relationship to be so close that one of them would burst into tears. He hadn't known the connection between them was so deep that one of them could react so emotionally. He'd always thought of them as acquaintances, nothing more, and was surprised by this turn of events. The princess noted that nothing out of the ordinary had actually happened. They had simply been communicating in a way that allowed them to express their feelings openly, and the temperature had once again softened their actions. The girl asked His Highness how many carats the jewels weighed. Her interest was genuine, and her question more casual than intended to make him hesitate or shut up. The emperor didn't know how to answer her question, as he himself wasn't sure of the exact number of carats. At that moment, his thoughts were racing, and his memories were beginning to clear a little, which put him in an awkward position. He remembered the young man who had saved her from being hit by a flower cart. He was indeed attractive, but she never thought her heart would beat specifically for him, despite his good looks. She couldn't even imagine how much her life would change because of this love. She told her friend Fabian that she had received her father's permission, and now it was up to Fabian to make the important decisions. The process wasn't complicated at all. He simply had to follow the instructions, and all the information and financial details were already prepared. If everything was done correctly, he would receive not only the money, but also the title. Besides, Fabian had a chance to marry her. However, he had no plans to return to Riella. This was clear, because she told him there was no love between them, only sympathy. Riella was important to him, but she insisted that affection wasn't what connected them. Fabian countered, by declaring that Riella was more important to him than anyone else. But the princess didn't share his view. The princess didn't agree with his words. In a fit of emotion, she simply kissed him, showing that she considered herself the most important woman in his life, and that his love belonged only to her. She confidently declared that for him, she was the one and only woman, and that her love was the only one he could ever experience. She would be the sole mistress of his heart, and no one else mattered. But this young man suddenly fell to his knees before a woman who was much weaker than he. He burst into tears and began begging her for forgiveness, revealing his inner struggle. Apparently, he considered this girl more important to him than the princess. He knew she would help him escape, and he was even willing to give up his mercenaries for her love, despite the consequences. If he can't forget her, she will force him to renounce Fabian. Otherwise, in her opinion, Riella will perish, as her love could destroy everything that came before and prevent him from moving forward. She decided it was time to end things. He needed to stop clinging to Riella and let her disappear from their lives so she wouldn't interfere with their relationship and cause unnecessary problems. Greta believed that if words could hurt as deeply as arrows, she would definitely do so. She was certain that Riella, being so emotionally attached, could die from the pain. Greta believed Fabian had suffered his entire life, losing himself in his love for Riella. His disappointed expression when he called her name only intensified her anger and desire to be rid of her forever. If there is an end to sadness, Riella could find it by closing herself off completely, not allowing anyone else to see her true feelings and experiences in order to avoid further suffering. Aeson approached the emperor, asking if he could hear him. He was concerned about his health and wanted to be sure the emperor understood his situation and was prepared to assist. The boy began to cry again as he began to have convulsions. He begged the emperor not to use his powers, knowing it could affect his health and lead to further problems. The emperor calmly answered him that he should not worry, and this even surprised the guy, since he did not expect such a cold and unemotional approach to his condition. The emperor asked him, "What does he do first if someone helps him?" The boy was a little confused, as the question seemed unexpected, and didn't immediately grasp its meaning. The boy thought for a moment and replied that he would probably thank him for the help. The emperor said that was true, and that gratitude was a normal response to help, which should be appreciated and respected. After speaking with the princess, the boy looked very tired and exhausted. He decided to ask what had happened to him, as his condition had clearly changed after speaking with her and was not his usual self. He remembered the conversation with Riella when she asked what exactly he would like to receive in exchange for his help, and it left him with a strange feeling that he could not forget for a long time. Instead, she asked what he wanted in return, what he should have said. He didn't understand why this girl had made him into someone who should want something in return. He was upset. He felt awkward, ashamed. So now he understands why she threw herself into the river. Then that's why she couldn't thank him for so long. If he'd known about this earlier, that she'd been suffering from those words all this time, perhaps everything would have turned out differently. Time had flown by, and now he realized how much he'd missed. The gentleman asked again what he should do now, since he already had an appointment with Riella Blinit. He felt the situation required an immediate solution, but he didn't know what to do at this moment. The emperor remembered and did not understand at all how he could have forgotten about it. He told him to go and make sure that the dining room was in order, and also he should tell him later how things were there, and let them serve food immediately so that they would not wait for it like fools. However, the girl approached him and confidently said that in her opinion this was unnecessary. At that moment, it began to rain, and her anxiety increased as she didn't want him to get wet. She was glad he had already arrived, but the emperor felt a slight uneasiness upon seeing her. He noticed that her appearance and demeanor concealed something, and this made him a little wary. Riella informed His Highness that the rain had intensified, making it unwise to remain where they were. She suggested they get up and move forward quickly to avoid worsening conditions. But she couldn't understand why he didn't move, despite the rain. He continued to stand there, seemingly unaware of how soaking wet he would soon be. Time passed, and she began to worry about his health. He could get sick if this continued. She ran to him and tried to shield him from the rain with her arms. Riella tried to understand why he was acting this way since the rain hadn't stopped. She told him that now wasn't the best time to stand still. The emperor stood motionless in the rain. He noticed that she had stepped out into the rain and was now shivering with cold. This worried him, and he hadn't known she was doing this. He didn't understand why she constantly acted as if she was ready to sacrifice herself for others. It was a mystery to him, and he didn't know how to react to it. He saw in her a childish naivety, as if she rejoiced at every little gift, like a child happily accepting a sweet apple, even if it carries danger. The emperor told her to be even more concerned, but the girl didn't immediately understand what he meant. She was confused, unsure how to respond to his words. He noticed that she was expressing concern, that she was worried about him, and it didn't go unnoticed. It hurt him, and he wanted her to show her true feelings. The emperor asked her to show her emotions and to show how deeply she cared. He wanted to see how she would express her concern and concern. Riella decided to ask him if he had eaten today. The emperor replied that he hadn't eaten yet and didn't feel any particular need for food. She began to think he wasn't hungry, but he remarked that he didn't particularly feel like eating. She continued to ask if he'd accomplished everything according to plan for the day, and he confirmed it. The girl reminded him of the rain again, but he only looked into her eyes expressionless. She felt how hard it was to be so close to him. The emperor didn't look away and asked if that was truly all she was worried about. He understood her concerns, but he wanted to know how seriously she took her feelings. Riella confirmed that this was precisely what was troubling her. Then the emperor said it was his turn, and he asked if she was experiencing any pain. The girl asked in surprise why she should be in pain. She didn't understand what he was asking, or why it suddenly seemed so important to him. She wondered if he thought she might have suffered in prison or had a bad night's sleep. Such thoughts filled her head, and she felt a little uneasy. He explained that he was simply curious about whether she was feeling well in general. He didn't have any specific reasons in mind, but rather wanted to understand how she was feeling at the moment. His words struck Riella as if they had touched her heart. It was painful because she was used to hiding her feelings, and now his sincerity made her feel vulnerable. Remembering Princess Greta and her words about not worrying about Fabian, Riella felt pain. It was hard to look at that radiant face, knowing that everything could change. She felt her world crumbling, and it was unclear how the Emperor could understand all this hidden pain. She found it difficult to accept that everything she had experienced was now visible to others. Riella felt pain, and though she tried to hide her feelings, she knew he couldn't. All these emotions seemed artificially created by his care. The Emperor was pleased that she could bear it all. After these words, silence fell, and each of them became absorbed in their own thoughts, experiences, and reflections on what had just happened. The Emperor chuckled, noting that they had a strange habit of always getting wet when they met, but he was glad that they had not encountered any major problems this time. Riella immediately apologized, but the Emperor said that everything was fine, and he was glad that at least this time she did not lose consciousness as sometimes happens. After that, both laughed. The Emperor asked Asyan to bring dinner for two to their room. He also said that before dinner, he needed to take a bath, and the water should be prepared in advance. The Emperor confirmed that he would take a bath before dinner, and requested that hot water be prepared for this purpose. This was essential for his comfortable rest after the day. Riella realized that, for two, meant she would be the second person. While the Emperor took a bath, she needed to change and get ready for dinner. The Emperor, however, requested that a bath be prepared for Riella as well. This shocked the girl, and she couldn't understand why he was so concerned about her comfort. The girl felt that the Emperor's bath was too much for her. Even the servants were surprised that she had to bathe in such a place, but they didn't dare express their thoughts. The servants offered to help if she felt the need, but the girl confidently declared that she could handle it herself. She didn't want to draw attention to herself at such a private moment. She felt embarrassed, as this was the second time she had encountered such a situation. She couldn't comprehend how much more of this ordeal they would have to endure. Then, to her surprise, the Emperor approached her. She was terrified, not expecting his appearance. She found it difficult to understand what he was doing there and why he had come now. She was in complete shock, not understanding what was happening. Seeing him so close was a shock to her, and she couldn't figure out what exactly the Emperor meant by this. The Emperor remarked that there was plenty of hot water in the bathroom. This sounded like a small hint that she shouldn't worry and could take a bath without any worries. He told her she shouldn't be embarrassed or worried. She just needed to quickly wash up and leave, so she wouldn't waste time waiting for dinner. Riella took a quick bath, trying not to waste too much time, and then went straight to the Emperor. She was grateful for the opportunity, but a little nervous. The girl sincerely thanked the Emperor for the opportunity to take a bath. She felt comfortable and felt it allowed her to relax a little after everything she had been through. The Emperor remarked that he did not know how comfortable she was because she looked quite disappointed, but the girl began to say that everything was fine. The Emperor noted that even when she was accused of attempting to assassinate him, she hadn't been as proactive. Riella remarked that he should understand that himself, and that she couldn't do anything because of the poison. The Emperor suggested she stay the night here in his chambers. This proposal greatly surprised Riella, and she asked if she had heard correctly. She thought she might have misunderstood his words, but the Emperor confirmed that she had heard correctly. He hadn't meant anything unusual. He told her she could stay the night in his bedroom. It was unexpected and strange for her, but she didn't know how to react to his words. The girl agreed to the proposal, although she felt a slight sense of unease. However, she decided to clarify exactly where he would be sleeping, as the situation seemed a bit unusual, and she wanted to clarify the details. The Emperor, as reserved and confident as ever, calmly explained that he held meetings every night that lasted until the early hours of the morning. He was genuinely surprised that she hadn't been aware of his busy schedule, and even slightly amused by her ignorance. After a brief silence, the Emperor curiously asked what was going on, and hinted that perhaps she was feeling embarrassed again. His tone was gentle, but he was also watching her reaction closely, waiting for an explanation. The news that Riella Blinite had remained in His Majesty's chambers spread among the courtiers, causing quite a furor. No one could believe that such an unexpected event had actually occurred, and everyone discussed it with undisguised amazement. It now became clear that all the rumors spread by the royal family's ladies-in-waiting were not mere speculation. The story turned out to be true, And now the talk about it gained new momentum, drawing in more and more participants. Asian noted that apparently not but false rumors are unlikely. This girl is involved in an interesting story with the emperor. They were all shocked that there was something else that they did not know about. Alcyon had fallen foul of Her Majesty more than once, and everyone knew he constantly walked a tightrope. Now it seemed as if those around him were deliberately trying to push him into another misstep, hoping to once again incur the monarch's wrath. Understanding the risk, Ashan suggested changing the subject and discussing what might happen to the emperor's subordinate if he dared to divulge his master's personal secrets. His words were serious with a hint of threat, which gave his listeners pause. At that moment, Herhan approached them. In a cold, mocking tone, he asked if Asian was so bored that he allowed himself to be drawn into such dubious discussions. His words grated on their nerves, but everyone tried to remain calm. Everyone froze when the emperor himself suddenly appeared. His majestic appearance and unexpected arrival filled those present with genuine fear. Alarmed, they began frantically asking what exactly had brought him there and how they could be of assistance. In a calm and reserved voice, the emperor asked a direct question. Did he really have no right to be there? Those present began to defend themselves, hastily explaining that that wasn't the issue at all, trying to atone for their behavior and avoid his wrath. The emperor remarked that it was good that everyone was here to discuss important matters. They had assumed he should be with Raella Blinite, but the conversation did not end as expected. He gave the order to quickly sit down, and at that moment, Asian realized that death was his immediate prospect. Every detail of the situation screamed that their wait would be long. The atmosphere in the hall was tense, as if the air could be cut with a knife. Everyone was excitedly discussing the possible verdict in their case against the royal family. The talk was that the royal family could lose its status, which would mean not only the stripping of their titles, but also expulsion from the palace, or in the worst case, imprisonment. However, as some of the discussion participants noted, achieving the death penalty will be extremely difficult. The charge of attempted murder of the emperor has no legal force. The reason is that the alleged crime occurred before his accession to the throne. The charges also include the murder of members of the imperial family. However, this charge loses weight because no actual murder took place. It was merely an attempt significantly reducing the chances of success in court. However, their attempt to cover up the crime by hiring commoner mercenaries opens up another avenue for prosecution. This could be interpreted as the use of forced labor, which could be classified as a crime against society. But despite this, the emperor remained adamant. He declared that until the guilty were punished with death, the situation would remain unresolved. It was clear to him that final retribution was still a long way off. Asian was in a state of profound shock when he heard that the emperor seriously wanted the royal family dead. He was especially shocked by how quickly the emperor's position had changed. Just yesterday, he had insisted that the outcome of their trial was of no importance to him. Whatever punishments were proposed for the guilty, they all seemed insufficient to the emperor. In the current situation, it was unclear what solution could satisfy his desire for justice. Asian, gathering his thoughts, dared to ask His Highness about the existence of a backup plan. Perhaps the emperor had an alternative solution to this difficult situation. The emperor nodded, acknowledging the validity of the question, and assured them that they would immediately begin preparing Plan B. Meanwhile, Raella, half asleep, heard someone quietly calling her name. She didn't open her eyes, not immediately realizing where she was. Her consciousness was clouded by the remnants of sleep until her memory recalled the events of the previous day. She recalled how the emperor had insistently invited her to spend the night in his bedroom. She recalled how, although she had initially refused, she had nevertheless gone to His Majesty's chambers to spend the night there. The maid, noticing that the girl had woken up, apologized for disturbing her. She gently inquired if her mistress had rested well, trying not to show excessive curiosity in her gaze. The girl heard that breakfast was ready and was so surprised by the news that she couldn't resist asking questions. Such attention to her morning routine seemed strange to her. When Raella questioned why so many dishes were prepared for her alone, the maid explained that it was the emperor's personal order. He wanted the girl to eat every last bite, and she, the maid, was to ensure that. Riella realized that this woman would now literally control her breakfast. Such attention to her seemed almost absurd, but the girl had already become accustomed to the oddities of palace customs. She thought it was unlikely that anyone in this palace wasn't watching her every move. Everything here reminded her that she was an outsider and that no action would go unnoticed. Just recently, she had been a sinner who had attempted to assassinate the emperor, but now her status had changed. Everything around her reminded her that her position was precarious and dependent on one man. The current reality seemed especially absurd. The girl who had recently tried to kill the emperor was now spending the night in his bed. It would have been ridiculous and pointless to try to explain to anyone that nothing had happened between her and the emperor that night. No one would have believed her, and she herself didn't understand how it had all happened. However, Raella desperately wanted to understand the meaning of all his gestures, attention and interest directed at her. What exactly was behind his actions? The maid reminded the girl that after breakfast, she should prepare for her schedule. This was another surprise for Riella, and she naturally asked again. The maid explained that she would need to get herself ready, including her hair and clothing. She offered to help make everything go faster and without any unnecessary questions. Meanwhile, the emperor realized that his decisions would have enormous consequences. The king had no objections, and this was confirmed during their dialogue. The king expressed his gratitude for the emperor's generosity towards his family, which was a salvation for him. However, Kurhan sternly reminded them that this decision should not be seen as an endorsement of their virtues. It was simply a strategic move to ensure the empire's stability. The king and his family were made clear that forgiveness was not in the cards. They must acknowledge their mistakes and humbly ask for mercy without expecting any favor. The king hastened to assure them that he understood everything perfectly. He promised that in the future, the royal family would be cautious and submissive, becoming a reliable support for the emperor. The emperor rejected this proposal, declaring that he would take care of his empire himself. A king should focus on caring for his people, not seeking the emperor's favor. The entire dialogue served as a reminder that nothing is more frightening than the confused emotions and feelings that can arise in such moments. This became especially clear when the king was summoned for a conversation at dawn. He was already prepared for the worst, as this conversation could be the beginning of the end. The situation required a detailed disclosure of all the sins of the royal family in order to finally put an end to their fate. However, they can do this without informing the outside world, but only by concluding a compensation agreement between the two countries and believing that this is an agreement. To be honest, it was almost impossible to believe he didn't think it was even real. The compensation the empire withheld from the kingdom implied that it would maintain silence about the truth of the matter, all the inconveniences the kingdom would suffer in the event of a violation of the terms, and an apology. It's completely unclear who could possibly believe such terms of an international agreement. They'll back off until some trade deal is reached, so that's what Riella will do. The princess didn't think that just poking her from afar would produce such a good result. And it's also interesting how she pulled it all off. It looks like she begged the emperor on her knees to save Fabian. There was one final condition the princess had to fulfill. She was asked to read the document very carefully so that she fully understood what she was dealing with and the gravity of the situation. This was an important step in resolving the conflict. The girl was stunned by the unexpected turn of events. She asked again, trying to clarify the details, but her voice was already tinged with indignation. The princess began to argue heatedly with His Majesty, refusing to acknowledge the justice of the demand made of her. The emperor calmly remarked that her indignation was misplaced. He reminded her that given the damage she had caused, it would be entirely logical for her to accept responsibility for her actions and do what was right. The princess tried to object again, clearly unwilling to accept the situation. Her father, noticing the growing tension, decided to look at the document himself to understand what had so upset his daughter. The document stipulated compensation for damages inflicted on Raella Blinit in the amount of 10 million euros. Furthermore, Raella was granted the right to demand a home and workplace anywhere in the empire or kingdom, underscoring the seriousness of the situation. Moreover, the princess was obligated to publicly apologize to all parties involved. The document also stipulated that Raella's safety would be ensured for the rest of her life, without any compromise. The princess, shocked by the agreement's contents, began screaming, claiming she was being accused of sinning. At that moment, Raella entered the room, apologizing for her sudden appearance and interruption of such an important conversation. The emperor turned to Raella and remarked that her arrival was most welcome. He inquired about her night and whether she was comfortable in her new surroundings, demonstrating his politeness and concern. Raella replied that she felt fine, which only emphasized her confidence and composure. At this point, the princess, unable to bear the tension, shouted out that she categorically refused to sign the agreement, sparking a new round of conflict. The emperor, raising an eyebrow, slightly asked if she really meant it. Her words could mean she had made her decision, and he needed to be sure of her intentions. He noted that it was her right to refuse, but warned that he had neither the desire nor the energy to rewrite the entire document. If she refused, the agreement would simply be annulled, and the consequences would fall solely on her shoulders. The father intervened, declaring that an annulment was impossible. He demanded that the emperor wait, as he believed such a thing simply could not happen. However, the princess remained adamant, which placed the family in a very precarious position. The emperor lost his composure and sharply raised his voice at his daughter, calling her pathetic. He declared that her behavior demonstrated an inability to submit and resolve the issue. Couldn't he have simply paid the 10 million and put the matter to rest? The princess responded by shouting that money wasn't the main issue. This prompted a fresh round of questions from her father, who tried to understand what exactly was holding her back from making this decision. She insisted that signing the document would give Raella power over their family for years to come. Her father tried to convince her that such stubborn refusal could lead to more severe consequences, including a death sentence. However, the princess seemed overly proud. Her fear of apologies and the need to bow her head before anyone only fueled her resistance, making the conflict even more acute. The emperor decided to put an end to this dispute. He forced his daughter to kneel and demanded that she sincerely beg Raella for forgiveness, thus demonstrating the need for humility and respect. The king, realizing the gravity of his actions, carefully placed his daughter on his lap. His voice trembled as he begged for mercy. Father and daughter sincerely asked for forgiveness from those they had deceived, acknowledging that they had exploited their trust and kindness. The king continued to apologize, repeating his pleas for forgiveness. He begged for at least one chance to atone for his mistakes. Despair overwhelmed him, and he and his daughter swore that they would never again appear before these people or harm them. However, the king understood that his words could not change the injustice they had caused. So kneeling, he asked permission to continue begging for their forgiveness, hoping to alleviate at least some of their pain and suffering. He then gently addressed his mistress, advising her to rest after all she had experienced. Raella, realizing that the moment required her privacy, silently left the room and headed to her room. As soon as she was alone, the emotion overwhelmed her. Tears flowed in streams, and she couldn't hold them back. Raella cried from relief, and from the incredible tension, realizing that all of this could finally end. Her heart was heavy from what she'd been through, but the apology still brought relief. She felt as if she were caught between two worlds, one filled with pain, the other with the beginning of something new, and perhaps better. Aishan, observing the situation, was curious about what had caused the king to change his mind so abruptly. He tried to understand what had prompted such an unexpected display of humility and remorse. Aishan began to suspect that Raella was the cause. He mused that if they had filed formal charges as originally planned, they might have been able to achieve justice and punish the royal family. But he also understood that this wouldn't guarantee Raella's safety. Even if the family were punished, there was nothing to stop them from harming her again if they held a grudge. But now they have a peace agreement in her favor, so now the princess can't get to her. She must have really wanted revenge. So he asks that the mistress be more careful. Raella realized that this meant everything had been calculated so far in advance, but she didn't understand why they did it. Then the general said that she was simply a femme fatale. She didn't quite understand what it meant, but he didn't want to explain. He didn't want to insult her to tell the truth. His face itself was accused later of becoming emperor because of a rebellion. This is just one of the theories. She noticed how depressed the princess looked when she left the room. Her movements lacked the ease and grace that had once characterized her. Everything around her seemed to weigh heavily on her, as if something important and heavy were nesting within her soul. The princess hesitated slightly and tried to speak, but her words caught in her throat. She passed by without a sound, though her gaze conveyed the words she couldn't utter. It was obvious something was bothering her. Asian said he was getting ready to leave because he needed to prepare for his imminent departure. His voice was even as if he expected this decision to be clear to everyone long ago. He added that she probably understood it herself. However, the lady, surprised by his words, didn't immediately grasp their meaning. She looked up and asked again, not understanding where he was leading. Her voice sounded uncertain, as if she hoped she had misheard. The gentleman calmly explained that the agreement had long been made and it was time to return. He reminded them that the imperial throne had remained vacant for too long, and this required their swift return. That's why His Majesty had made this decision. They would have to leave, and he made it clear that she would need to continue living on her own. He spoke with restraint, but the weight of necessity was palpable in his words. It was this very moment that caused the girl's anxiety. The thought of the emperor leaving haunted her. She felt this news turn her world upside down, forcing her to think about the future. She noticed a scarf. It had the coat of arms of the imperial family, apparently left over from the director. This was already the second scarf. That day was very long. He told her to spend the night in her bedroom. She fell asleep on the emperor's bed. Although she felt a little ashamed of such thoughts, she couldn't resist the momentary pleasure of imagining herself as a princess, even if only for a few minutes. This fantasy, however unrealistic, gave her a sense of power and significance. A vision of the haughty Princess Greta, kneeling and sincerely begging her forgiveness, flashed before her eyes. The vision had a sweet, sweet sense of justice, though she knew such a thing would never happen in reality. Now that the situation has been resolved, she is entitled to substantial compensation. No one will threaten her life anymore, and despite everything she's been through, she understands that the outcome can be considered a happy one. However, one thing persistently resonates in her thoughts: the emperor's departure. She doesn't understand why this moment occupies all her attention, even though there are so many other important events around her that deserve her reflection. Everything ended happily, but for some reason, her soul feels heavy, as if something is nagging at her. She finds it difficult to understand the cause of this melancholy, which refuses to leave her even in this joyful moment. A strange feeling of sadness washed over her, and suddenly, as if roused from her state, someone called out to her. The voice was familiar and strong, immediately catching her attention. It was the emperor who entered the room, and noticing her state, decided to offer a few words of encouragement. He praised her for the way she had handled the day, demonstrating fortitude and wisdom. The girl tried not to turn towards him so he wouldn't notice her tears. She was asking what he meant, since in her opinion she hadn't done anything special. She added that she felt indebted to him, but the emperor brushed this off, claiming that he had done nothing supernatural for her. With a slight smile, he offered her the use of his bathroom if she wanted to take another bath. However, her fatigue prevented her from even managing a smile in return. Despite his joke, she felt too exhausted to react. The emperor noticed her state and decided to distract her with something more important. He approached her and handed her a document, asking her to pay attention to it. It was an agreement signed by the royal family, containing all the compensation promised to her. The emperor emphasized that everything necessary had already been collected in this document, and when it was ready, she would be able to familiarize herself with it in full. The girl turned and expressed her sincere gratitude for his concern. The emperor reminded her not to lose the document, as it was crucial for her future. Noticing that tears had appeared in her eyes, the emperor tried to defuse the situation by changing the subject and asking where she planned to go next. She herself had not yet thought about it, and replied that most likely she would return to her native village of Garland, where she once began her journey. The emperor recalled that Garland was her hometown, where she had lived before fate brought her here. He expressed hope that her journey home would be calm and safe. The emperor sincerely wished her to reach Garland safe and sound, expressing his concern for her well-being. The girl returned his warm farewell, thanking him for everything he had done for her. She wished him a safe return to the empire, hoping his journey would be easy. For the next 3 days, the royal palace was as noisy as when he first received guests, and many gifts were presented to the courtiers by the nobles of the kingdom. They agreed that the emperor himself had prepared all these gifts. They grumbled why the emperor, who had come to visit, was not present at the proper banquet. But the gift box with the imperial seal did not change their minds. For 3 days, the king came to visit every night, bringing him all possible offerings or strength. The king was nervous, afraid that the emperor might change his mind later, but at the same time, he wanted to demonstrate the friendship between the empire and the kingdom. Riella heard that the princess was ill and couldn't even move properly, but no one cared that the princess fell ill before the farewell ceremony with the emperor. Riella often thought about returning everything His Majesty had given her. These weren't just things, but reminders of his thoughtfulness and generosity. However, the thought of returning these gifts left her with mixed feelings. She understood that even if all this returned to the emperor for him, these things would remain mere cargo of no particular value. The choice was stark: either keep them or get rid of them, but either way, it was her choice. When she once asked about it, the emperor, barely glancing at her, coldly replied that it was her business. His inattention seemed to stem from his busy schedule, but a feeling of alienation remained in her heart. Many of the gifts were so expensive that Riella considered them too luxurious for herself, so she decided to give them to those who were truly dear to her and deserving of her gratitude while experiencing inner peace. Parting with these things proved incredibly difficult, as each one was associated with memories. In the end, she was left with only one item: the imperial scarf. She hoped to preserve it as a symbol, but she soon realized the scarf would have to be returned too. She was prepared for this, even if the emperor refused to take it back or ordered it thrown away. She had something important she wanted to tell him. While she was pondering this, a servant announced that the emperor had headed to the main palace. His daily affairs as always left her in the background, but she still wanted to know what was going on. A pardon ceremony began in the main palace, attended by a large crowd. The emperor appeared only briefly so as not to disappoint the assembled crowd, but soon disappeared again, preoccupied with his own affairs. The farewell ceremony was scheduled for 2 days later, and his luggage was already packed. It looked as if he was eager to leave these parts. Realizing time was short, she decided to wait for him outside. While she waited, she recalled how they had walked together in these parts. A desire to walk those same paths again overcame her. She thanked the servant for the information that allowed her to return to these thoughts. As she waited, she realized she was thinking too much about the emperor. His image filled her mind so completely that she forgot all other people, as if they had ceased to exist for her. At times like these, she couldn't understand why she liked being called Rella so much. Perhaps it wasn't the name, but the feelings it evoked in her. While she was pondering this, a familiar voice caught her attention. Her heart sank with excitement, for it wasn't the name she was being called, but who was speaking it. That voice and face belonged to the one she had missed so much. Seeing him again, Riella felt forgotten. Feelings washed over her, as if he had re-entered her life. The princess was completely baffled by Fabian's presence here. She couldn't understand how or why he had ended up here, as his presence had come as a complete surprise to her. While she was trying to figure out what was happening, the princess thought they had probably met last night, couldn't have passed without a trace. This event couldn't remain without consequences. That night, after the princess arrived to see Fabian, she made an important decision. She informed him that he could no longer hide, because she had been the one who had signed the treaty with the empire that had changed his fate. She informed him that he was now free, that he was no longer being held captive. But at that moment, Fabian didn't say a word, only remained silent, perhaps too stunned or unsure of what to do next. He asked about Riella's condition, and the princess was taken aback by the question. It was strange because he had just gained his freedom and should have been happy about it. Instead, he was caring for another woman. The princess was shocked by his questions about Riella's well-being. He wondered if she had suffered while in the castle. This concern for another woman came as a real shock to the princess. He was wrong to think he could ignore her help. The princess had been the one who had gotten him out of prison, and now he was worried about another girl. This behavior confused and upset her. Even though the princess had saved him, he continued to ask about Riella. He wondered if she was okay, what had happened to her. The question was too painful, because she thought he should be grateful to her. The princess couldn't understand his behavior. He should have trusted her and been there for her, but instead he doubted her. This wasn't what she expected. She cried out in despair that it was all over between them. Riella was safe, so safe that the princess felt it as something strange and even eerie. Even though she said she was safe, the fact seemed almost nightmarish to her. Fabian asked again if Riella was really okay and if something terrible had happened to her. He clearly couldn't believe everything was truly normal and continued to worry about her well-being. The princess confirmed that Riella was fine, but at the same time she felt awkward, unsure how to explain to Fabian that she couldn't tell him everything. It was a difficult moment for her. She started to speak, but Fabian interrupted her again, immediately becoming worried and asking questions. He was clearly panicked and couldn't understand what was happening. He demanded an explanation, refusing to calm down. The princess felt the pain of the situation, but a strange thought arose in her heart. Perhaps this was her chance to see the man she loved care for another girl. It was painful, but she saw a lesson in this pain. Because of the treaty she was forced to sign with the emperor, the princess couldn't even touch Riella. This was both repulsive and painful, because she wanted to be near her but couldn't. The princess told Fabian to come with her. She didn't hesitate, deciding she was ready to do anything to help him. There was determination in her voice, for she knew she could break Riella's heart if necessary. She said she would help Fabian meet Riella, confident it was the right move. It was her promise, and she was ready to fulfill it, despite her pain and fear of the consequences. Fabian began to worry again, asking if Riella was okay and safe. He clearly couldn't calm down and continued to worry about her well-being, despite everything going on around him. The girl began asking him how he ended up there, but he didn't answer her questions, only insistently, repeating that she shouldn't move away from him. He begged her to stay close, afraid she would leave. Fabian began to cry, but the princess couldn't understand what had moved him, so she couldn't understand the source of his fear, even though her own heart was filled with fear and uncertainty about his feelings. He said he'd found her, but Riella told him not to approach. He asked him not to lie to her, and that was the final blow for the princess. In her eyes, he still chose Riella despite her feelings for him. He said it was true ever since the day they broke up. There hadn't been a day when he hadn't thought about her. Now he says he thought about her constantly, and she wouldn't have been angry if she'd known everyone around her was being used as bait. So she asked if he thought she didn't know that the princess was there. The boy started saying he couldn't do anything, that the errant operation had made him a criminal princess, or that it was protecting him. Riella started screaming that she was protecting him, but ordered her to be killed, and he seemed to know this. But the boy asked her again what she had just said. Riella continued screaming that in exchange for protecting him, she would give the order to beat her. She knew where she was as soon as she found out she arrested her, but the guy started saying that the princess couldn't do that. Riella understood that now he believed the princess more than I did. She couldn't even hold the mixture. Maybe she was going crazy. Or maybe she's just deceiving herself. It's not a Fabian in front of her, but he's saying nasty things. This wasn't the man who loved her, not the man who was willing to sacrifice himself for her. He asked her to answer just one question. Was she okay now? Was she hurt? He wanted to see her so much. He was so worried. Riella said that, before that, now it's just empty. I was with me. But the guy didn't understand what she was talking about, and she replied that if he was also worried, he would have said so. If only he knew how scared she was, how hard she took their separation. She suffered from the day they separated, and she couldn't find peace until today. She was consumed by endless suffering. If he had truly cared, he would have been with her, not with another woman as he was now. He couldn't understand how hard it was for her. All those tears and pain she'd been holding back for so long finally burst out. She could no longer hide what she was feeling, and her emotions became obvious to everyone around her. Meanwhile, Asian offered His Highness a look at the belt, claiming it suited him perfectly. He respectfully invited the emperor to inspect the accessory, which he declared to be a perfect fit. The emperor replied that he didn't know if it was worth it. He wasn't sure the belt really suited him. Asian began to explain that the emperor hadn't even glanced at the parting gift Riella had left him. Asian explained that Riella had made the gift herself. She'd cut up a leather bag and created the belt, specifying only the size. The result was beautiful, and the emperor couldn't help but notice her skill. The emperor asked again what exactly Aishan had just said. The boy remarked that Raella was a true craftswoman and that the design had been tailored to his wishes. It also had a loop for a sword, adding to its functionality. The emperor ordered the belt to be handed over, as it was a gift from Raella. The bag also belonged to her, which meant the belt could also be considered her gift to the emperor. It was all connected to her. But Aishan began to argue, claiming the bag didn't belong to the emperor, because it had been given to him during the expedition. Nevertheless, the emperor took the belt anyway, believing it was his right. Aishan noticed that the belt was already in better condition, even if it still had some leather marks. However, the emperor said he didn't need all that, and that the leather had no value to him. Thick-headed man, their emperor truly was. Everyone saw only his outer side, not realizing how difficult it was for him to make decisions. Besides, Aishan believed the emperor was a coward. He suggested that the emperor simply take Raella with him if he really needed to accomplish something significant. The emperor, surprised, asked what exactly he meant. Aishan clarified that he was talking about Raella Blinite, suggesting that the emperor take her with him to the empire. Aishan added that he could take her with him, since the emperor apparently planned to do so anyway. This was his chance to offer her such an opportunity, so she wouldn't be left alone. The emperor may not have known why Raella hadn't given him a parting gift. Aishan assumed it was because Raella wasn't ready to let him go, despite everything that had happened. Aishan thought her reluctance to say goodbye was due to her inability to forgive him for everything that had happened between them. He noted that it was simply due to her unpreparedness for separation. She shook his hand and hugged him goodbye. Cornella also came over and hugged him, wishing him a safe journey. These moments were full of emotion, even if words couldn't convey the full depth of their feelings. The emperor, hearing this, became angry and asked again if she had really hugged him. Aishan tried to justify himself, claiming that she had never properly said goodbye to him. Aishan added that if the emperor wasn't ready to let her go, he shouldn't do it. He reminded her that the emperor had a plan B, and that a solution could always be found with the royal family in such cases. Riella's entire life felt alien to her. She was constantly moving from one place to another, and he didn't believe he could do the same to her again. He didn't want to be that person. He didn't want to be like those she'd already met, following in her footsteps. That was important to him. He didn't want to become just another face in her life that she simply wouldn't remember. So he couldn't simply say he'd take her with him. He wasn't ready to discuss the matter, since they'd never discussed what should have been most important to her. He couldn't understand how he could place such a burden on a fragile girl. How he could take her with him when he felt it was all too difficult for both her and him to simply move on. Aishan suggested that if Raella didn't want to, he could simply back out. He emphasized that he had to ask her because there was no charge for asking, and this was an important decision for her. The emperor couldn't believe Aishan was lecturing him. He finally agreed and asked where Raella was. He wanted to figure out where to find her, so he could make a final decision. Aishan replied that she would most likely be where she always was. He knew where she often hid, and now the emperor had to find out. The emperor remembered that this place had always been where they were together. He realized that perhaps he would meet her there again and be able to talk about what was important to them both. The emperor didn't understand why the garden was so far away. Although he didn't want to meet her, his desire to see her was strong now, and he was eager to do so as soon as possible. Suddenly, he noticed someone next to her. It was a young man asking if the girl was okay. He was clearly worried about her. He heard the girl screaming that if the guy was really worried, he would be with her, and not with the princess, which was quite unexpected and even provocative. Then the emperor called Raella and began asking what had happened, not understanding the reason for it. He was worried. The emperor hugged the girl and continued asking what had happened. He couldn't figure out the situation and needed her to explain. Fabian was extremely surprised to see the emperor. It was a moment he certainly hadn't expected. The gentleman began to think that this man was the same guy he had seen in the princess's memories. He was amazed. Fabian immediately ran to the emperor and asked how he could do such a thing to Raella. His emotions were vivid and expressive. The girl, meanwhile, asked what he was doing and demanded that he immediately release the emperor. She was perplexed by what was happening. Aishan also ordered the boy to release the emperor. He apparently didn't even know who he was, since he was allowing himself to act like that. Fabian fell to his knees and began begging the emperor to let Riella go. For him, she could only be a fleeting infatuation. However, this didn't suit Fabian. He was convinced that someone had heard strange and inappropriate things about the girl. He begged the emperor not to do this to Riella. His pleas filled with emotion and despair. The emperor was ready to laugh, but he didn't understand what was happening. Riella approached and began to persuade him not to listen to Fabian. She said she would explain everything and that the emperor should pay no attention to Fabian's words. The emperor firmly declared that she would accompany him to the empire. It wasn't just a question, but a strict order. She had no choice and she had to agree. The emperor himself was surprised by his tone, but soon realized that she understood everything perfectly well. She had recently been freed from prison and regained her freedom, but now her freedom was once again under someone's control. However, it no longer mattered. Fabian continued to plead with the emperor not to do this, hoping to change the situation. He begged for this not to happen, while the emperor desperately wanted the girl not to look back. New Astrakhan had to think about itself, not about him. She had to be more important to herself than he was. That was the priority he wanted to convey to her. The emperor asked her to get ready quickly, because they had to set off on a journey soon. Then he remembered that she had thrown away the gift he had given her, so she had nothing left to collect, and he was a little disappointed. He didn't quite understand why this was so important to her, and asked what those tears were. Was she hurt or offended? In fact, that wasn't the case. The emperor wanted to apologize, realizing Fabian's words were dishonest. He said she might have been just a night's entertainment for her, but not for him. He felt ashamed of his actions because she had given him more than anyone else. This made him feel guilty. Even though she might have hated Fabian, she still missed him. These feelings were complex and contradictory. She once broke up with him, but still hoped for their meeting, believing that he also missed her and was looking for her in every possible way. Many nights she fell asleep with such thoughts, full of base feelings and emotions. But now everything had changed, and she couldn't understand how Fabian could say such a thing. Who was he even to treat her like that? Now she was so tired of all this that she didn't have the strength to endure and continue it. The emperor noticed her eyes light up and asked if she remembered Fabian. Relay was surprised and asked how he knew his name. The emperor replied that on the day he took her out of his arms, she, even though she was almost unconscious, kept calling his name. The emperor was sure that she still loved Fabian, otherwise she would not have spoken his name that night. Riella was shocked because she did not remember what happened that night and did not know that this was how it really happened. She was sure she remembered absolutely nothing from that night. The emperor asked if she would stay here or go with him. He wasn't surprised by her stupidity. It was par for the course for her. He could have ignored it, but it didn't bother him. In any case, she would go with him if she was willing to endure it. But the girl shouted that she wasn't going to endure it. She won't tolerate it. She doesn't love Fabian and doesn't want to act stupid for him. She does this not on his orders, but because she wants it herself, and she is not afraid that she will go with him. If she was indeed allowed, if the emperor agreed, she asked him to take her with him. The emperor was shocked by her words, but then he hugged her and asked her not to regret her decision. He didn't know how far they would go, but the girl replied that as long as she was next to him, she didn't care what happened next. The emperor wondered if he had been right to make her cry so much. He thought he had made the right decision, but a shadow of doubt still haunted him. Realizing the mark his actions were leaving on her soul, he could find no peace. Despite this, he tried to remain firm and focus on the upcoming meeting. Everyone there was surprised that the master had brought Riella Blinit with him. Subordinates and advisors exchanged glances, perplexed by his decision to act so unusually. The hall whispered, "This is impossible." The emperor, however, was convinced of the correctness of his actions. Taking Riella seemed the best option. It would strengthen her position and improve the reputation of his family. He also believed it was necessary to keep the girl away from the princess. He felt her influence on Riella could be detrimental, and taking that risk was unacceptable. The emperor understood there was another motive behind his decision: to protect the man who was so important to the girl. Even if it required sacrifice, he was willing to make it for the sake of their future. Meanwhile, the princess expressed her displeasure. Her words were sharp, but she had originally intended to hurt Riella. However, things turned out differently. Her attempt to hurt the girl ended up hurting Fabian. After their return, Fabian felt worse. The princess's carefully crafted plan had backfired. Not only had it failed, but it had actually worsened the situation. The gentleman realized what the princess intended to do. It was obvious to him. Her actions were desperate and foolish. This was further confirmation of her foolishness. The emperor considered the princess's behavior unworthy. Her actions seemed reckless, and the consequences grave. But in the current situation, he managed to avert a major disaster. Finally, when the princess made another attempt to act, her father stopped her. His voice was stern. He demanded an explanation for her behavior. However, she was unable to respond with dignity. The outcome was not in her favor. The princess lost, and not only to the emperor, but also to the quiet girl who always stood by his side. It was a defeat she hadn't expected. Meanwhile, the day seemed to be one of the finest since the founding of the kingdom. The emperor addressed the ministers and noble aristocrats, leaving a lasting impression on them. The second speech that day addressed the significance of Emperor Herhan's visit. Everyone agreed that this step would strengthen the ties between the kingdom and the empire, opening up new prospects. At this time, Raella was far from the emperor and king. She is certain that from their position, she was unlikely to be noticed, and this allowed her to remain in the shadows. The girl climbed into the new soft-cushioned carriage that had been prepared for her at the last minute. The change in plans didn't bother her. Everything had been perfectly organized. She thanked the gentleman for the carriage he had provided her, and hoped her presence had not caused any unnecessary trouble. She felt obliged for the attention he had shown her. From the night's conversations, she realized that the last carriages were supposed to contain provisions and weapons. However, that morning, the emperor ordered the green carriage to be moved to the rear. This carriage turned out to be just right for her. Despite reasons unknown to her, she couldn't complain. The emperor had given her an opportunity for which she would be grateful for the rest of her life. The moment of departure finally arrived. Her soul was filled with a mixture of sadness and gratitude. She realized that now she would have to say goodbye to this world to which she had become accustomed. As she said goodbye, she tried to convince herself that her decision was the right one. However, she was unsure. She was about to leave familiar places, uncertain of what lay ahead. Riella asked to stop the carriage for a moment, but it was impossible. The wheels continued to roll, and she could only watch the receding landscape. Unable to cope with the overwhelming emotions, she cried. Her heart, despite all logic, couldn't calm down, only causing her more confusion. She tried to suppress her sadness, resigning herself to the fact that her life would now change forever. This journey became her farewell to the past. The road proved difficult, and she thought she'd been driving for about an hour. Everything around her looked alien, but it was too late to turn back. Suddenly, the coachman addressed her, his voice catching her attention. She tried to understand why he had started the conversation at such an unusual time. He announced a route change due to an unexpected stop. The girl asked again to clarify the details, but she was overcome with anxiety. The coachman explained that the emperor was heading toward the valley. This news made her wonder about the reasons for this decision, but she had no answers. Randell Falls awaited them. He loudly informed the girl that the stop would be short, just a couple of hours, after which they would continue on their way. When the girl saw the waterfall, she was overcome with surprise. She couldn't understand why they were stopping in such a strange place. Although the place was picturesque, the idea that this was part of a plan seemed inexplicable. The emperor had never stopped without a reason before. Perhaps something suddenly caught his eye. Or perhaps he was enjoying the view of nature, something unusual for him. The girl screamed, but no one heard her. Her voice was drowned out by the sound of falling water, and emotion washed over her like a powerful torrent. She felt the tension tearing her apart from within. She was sure that her tears would simply be a manifestation of sadness and regret, but it turned out that her feelings were much more complex than she expected. The feeling she experienced was more like relief. The waterfall, as if sharing her pain, resonated with her cries, as if it understood her. Its sound was like comfort, as if it were urging her to pour out all her feelings. Perhaps that's why she cried for so long. This was already the third stop on their long journey, which lasted about 2 weeks from the royal palace. But this time, conditions were slightly better. They needed to quickly change horses and rest. The maid offered to show the girl to her bedroom, but she declined, considering it unnecessary. However, this was the emperor's order, meaning the maid could not disobey. Her duty required her to carry out all orders, despite the girl's protests. She wondered what lay behind this will as bright and ardent as the sun. The girl felt she could not fully understand the emperor, who seemed unattainable to her. Afterwards, she was informed that dinner was served. This was an opportunity to take a little break from the thoughts that were haunting her. Riella apologized, noting that she should have picked up her own dinner. She didn't think it was worth burdening others with her requests. But the maid assured her it was no problem. She wasn't busy, and on the contrary, was happy to carry out the errand as she had been asked to take care of her mistress. Riella smiled and clarified that she shouldn't be called Miss. She preferred to be addressed simply by her first name, which surprised the maid. The maid was a little embarrassed, but Riella calmly asked her name. She wanted to create a warmer, more relaxed atmosphere. The girl's name was Lu Riella, thought the name was beautiful, and she assumed Lu was from the kingdom. Lu was surprised and asked how Riella had figured it out. The girl explained that the written languages of the kingdom and the empire were similar, although their dialects differed slightly. Lu admitted that this was her first time in the empire, having previously worked in the royal warehouse. Her curiosity was genuine, and Riella wondered why she was there. Lu explained that she had been sent by the king's order. Riella had heard of the tribute the king sent to the empire, but she hadn't expected it to include humans. Lu tried to explain that she had indeed been sent as tribute, but the emperor had promised to reward her generously for her service. Because of this, many people aspire to go to the empire. Competition is fierce, and the choice is usually made by lottery. Lu was lucky, and she was very grateful for the opportunity. The emperor truly proved generous and kind, which helped Lu cope with the changes. Now Riella understood a lot. Thanks to his kindness, Lu was able to feel part of something bigger, despite being separated from her home kingdom. Lu was a little shy, but hoped that one day, having earned enough money, she could return to the empire in a different role. She was sincere and sweet, which made her look like a chick just beginning to spread its wings. Lu inquired about Riella's plans for the future. She wondered if her mistress would remain in the palace with the emperor. Riella paused, unsure how things would play out. Her thoughts returned to the emperor, wondering where he was and what he was doing. Riella considered her next move. She felt her thoughts drifting toward the matter and began to ponder it out loud. The maid, hearing this, became interested and asked what she meant. Riella was curious, unable to understand what exactly he wanted to tell her. She asked the maid to explain what she intended to do next, and she voiced her thoughts out loud, not hiding her interest. Her question was simple, but she sensed it was important. She wanted to know how he was feeling, why he had been gone for so long, and what he had been up to lately, inquiring about his well-being. A look of confusion appeared in her eyes. She couldn't understand why he hadn't appeared for so long. His secrecy worried her, and she wanted to understand what was going on, wondering what he had been doing during this period. At that moment, she began to cough violently, and the lady, seeing this, decided to carry her on her shoulders to the doctor to find out the cause of this severe cough and what could be done to alleviate her condition. Riella asked the doctor if he had any painkillers, as she noticed the pain was too intense. Her expression expressed concern for the maid's condition, and she sought help. However, the man said he had no painkillers and explained that her condition was simply indigestion. This often happens to those who have recently traveled and are in poor health. The doctor assured her that there was no point in taking medication in this situation, as rest and a little food were all that was needed for recovery. Despite this, Riella noticed a first aid kit next to him, which raised questions. Riella thought the lack of medicine might not be due to a lack of it, but rather to the fact that the maid was still too young to administer any serious medications. This explanation calmed her somewhat. One night, while walking through the grounds, Riella discovered her maid lying on the ground. She was so ill she couldn't get up. She was vomiting something she'd eaten earlier, and she looked extremely ill. Riella didn't lose her composure, quickly carried her to the infirmary, and was met with displeasure from the doctor, who asked what she thought when she made the maid suffer like that. Riella said she was going to put the girl to bed as the doctor had advised her to rest. She believed that resting on the bed would be the best way to restore her strength. The doctor, however, objected, declaring that there was no free space in that area. He began to insist that this was an emergency and that space needed to be made available for other needs. He explained that he couldn't provide a special resting place for the mistress. The only option was to lay her on the floor. However, despite this, the mistress agreed to this solution. The maid began to reassure her mistress, assuring her that the girl was fine and there was no need to worry. She suggested not to get angry about the situation, as everything could be resolved without unnecessary emotions. It was unpleasant, but Lu realized that if she began to conflict with a government official, it would have negative consequences for her future work in the imperial family. But she couldn't calm down just like that. So she decided to take the girl to her room. The maid couldn't understand how her mistress had agreed to let the girl lie on her bed. Riella reassured her, telling her everything would be fine. She promised to return with water, and also to check at the corner station to see if they had any necessary medications. The maid immediately began to apologize, but her mistress only asked her to get a good night's sleep and not worry. The most important thing was for the girl to regain her strength and rest. Riella recalled a day when she was surrounded by care and a warm hand. She recalled how a man with good intentions cared for her, encouraging and supporting her in difficult times. The man informed her that the carriage's wheel had been replaced and everything was now in order, and that the horse had been examined. Riella felt reassured by his attention. The emperor also inquired about any problems in the guest room and decided to check on the situation there. He always cared about the comfort of his guests, even if the situation seemed minor. The coachman, surprised by the question, asked what specific problems in the guest room were being discussed. He hadn't known the emperor was interested in such trivial matters. The emperor was confused, but quickly replied that he was referring to room 201. He wanted to know if everything was all right with its occupant and if any complications had arisen. The emperor inquired whether she had escaped, whether she had unpacked, whether she had eaten dinner, and any other details that might shed light on her condition. The man immediately understood what he was asking. Azion also guessed that they were talking about the girl in room 201. He knew that in every guest house, the emperor monitored the well-being of his guests through the hosts. This wasn't surprising, since even when traveling, the emperor regularly instructed each coachman of her carriage to report to him on her condition every morning and evening. This was an important aspect of his care. If the emperor had wanted to know everything, he should have acted differently, personally being present and observing all events. However, he trusted the coachman in this matter. The emperor overheard the coachman's conversation in which he described the situation with room 201 and the red-haired girl staying there. Everything seemed normal, but the emperor was wary. The coachman reassured him, saying there was no need to worry about the girl, as her condition had improved, thanks to medication, and everything was under control. The medical attention had had the desired effect. The emperor was surprised to hear about the cure, and began to inquire about the details. He was curious about the medicines used and how they helped the girl recover more quickly. The coachman explained that she herself had asked for a strong painkiller. The emperor was astonished, unable to understand how a guest in room 201 could have asked for such a powerful remedy. The coachman recounted how the girl had come to the master of the house, complaining of pain and indigestion. After receiving some medicine, she left. He was surprised that the emperor hadn't heard of this incident. Asian approached the emperor and said there was no need to worry. Someone could be sent at any moment to make sure the girl was all right, and her condition had stabilized. He also suggested that the emperor personally visit room 201 as it was located nearby. This would be the best way to ensure the safety of his guest. If the emperor was worried about being recognized, Asian offered him a mask or scarf to conceal his face and remain incognito. This way, he could conduct the inspection without drawing undue attention. The coachman was already beginning to ask if he could go and continue his business. He was ready to resume his duties as soon as the emperor decided what to do next. Asian turned away from His Highness and said that if he didn't want to, he could go. He wasn't forcing him, he was just trying to help the man. The emperor noticed rumors about plum wine's digestive benefits, and this piqued his interest. He thought it might be worth trying to improve his health and well-being. The general, however, knew nothing of this, and so the emperor ordered something to be brought that would help restore his strength and energy. His subordinate looked like a puppy without an owner, which did not go unnoticed. The emperor quickly donned his robes and headed to room 201, eager to speak with someone who could help him. He was determined but somewhat apprehensive about what awaited him. Approaching the door wasn't as easy as it seemed. The emperor realized that if everything were that easy, he would have arrived long ago instead of wasting time worrying and pondering. All this time, the emperor was worried, unsure what to do. He was very worried, but he didn't dare approach her, afraid she might regret her decision, and the fact that he was there. He was afraid she missed her homeland, the people she'd been with before. These thoughts tormented him, and he couldn't shake the growing guilt. I wondered if she regretted her decision to take him with her. It was important to understand whether she blamed him for this step, and whether she felt any regret since this decision could have greatly changed her life. The emperor thought he could cross the line and continue to behave as he had before, so she wouldn't even consider returning to her past. He was prepared to accept any consequences. He was rude and distant, unaware that she was ill. It remained a mystery, as she had to bear a great burden despite her condition, and he couldn't understand how this could happen. He entered the room and told her he had heard of her illness, assuming she was asleep. His words were quiet, and he hoped she would hear him despite her condition. The emperor noticed that she was indeed ill. She seemed much weaker than usual and was probably losing strength, which worried him. He hadn't expected that they'd only just arrived and she was already ill. He informed her that they would be crossing the border tomorrow, and if she wasn't ready to go, she needed to tell him so. The emperor was prepared for a decision that could greatly affect their future journey. After these words, the emperor addressed her by name, assuring her that he knew she could hear him. He waited for her reaction, unsure how exactly she would receive his words. He asked her to raise her head, and at that moment, a scream rang out. The girl under the blanket began shaking and crying, which shocked the emperor. He hadn't expected such a reaction from her. The emperor was astonished by how much she hated him, how her body trembled at his mere touch. He couldn't understand what could have caused such a reaction, or what exactly was causing her fear. He couldn't understand why the girl had hidden behind the bed on the other side. He was confused by her behavior and didn't know what to do in such a situation without causing even more dissatisfaction. The emperor asked if Riella was truly all right. He couldn't understand what was happening and continued to worry about her condition, unsure of how to proceed. He asked her to stand, but at that moment someone left the room, startling the emperor. He immediately asked who it was, his voice wary as the situation remained unclear. The girl thought it was a thief and panicked. However, the emperor realized it was no ordinary stranger and soon discovered that it was Riella standing before him, which took him by surprise. Riella was also shocked to realize that the emperor himself stood before her. She couldn't believe it was really him, and her reaction was one of surprise and bewilderment. The emperor didn't understand what exactly was happening at that moment. Everything was so confused that he couldn't discern the reason for the girl's strange behavior or reaction. The emperor noted that if it really was Riella, then he would be interested to know who else was hiding under the blanket, because he was already ready to find out all the details of what was happening. A servant emerged from under the blanket in tears. The emperor was surprised by her condition, which raised even more questions about what was happening in that room at that moment. It turned out that this girl was the very one who had come to serve in the empire. She had become a part of his life, and he had never expected her to find herself in such a situation. Riella came out to the emperor and noticed that she seemed to have calmed down a bit. She had thought a stranger had burst into the room, and her initial reaction had been quite alarming. She too had thought it was a thief, and that had confused her. Now realizing it was the emperor, Riella was a little taken aback that she had misunderstood the situation. The emperor was embarrassed by the careless remark that led to the misunderstanding. He hadn't expected such an incident to occur, and it left him with an unpleasant impression. It was the first time he'd been hit with a flask. When Riella saw him, she genuinely thought he was a thief, and without thinking, tried to defend herself. The girl thought he was angry with her, as she even slapped him on the wrist. She was deeply embarrassed by her actions and didn't know how to justify them. Even when she was captured by the enemy, this never happened. The master noted that she was stronger than she appeared, but she immediately fell to her knees, begging him to kill her for what she had done. She genuinely didn't mean to harm him and didn't understand what exactly had happened. She thought someone was threatening the maid, and that was what triggered her panic and action. When Riella was still a servant, thieves and criminals had repeatedly broken into the house where she lived. The emperor, recalling this, sarcastically asked if this meant she truly wanted him to kill her, since her life had been so full of danger. His words sounded strange. He had risked so many times to protect her, and now hearing such hints from her was a heavy blow. The girl, seeing his confusion, asked him to stop. She clarified that everything was not at all as he had imagined, and that he had misunderstood her. The emperor began to think she simply wanted to apologize, and to dispel his doubts, he asked her directly about it. The girl confirmed his suspicions with an embarrassed nod. Then he said that he too would like to apologize. The emperor apologized for frightening her with his behavior and words. He wasn't just apologizing to her, though, but also to the other girl who was with them. But Riella couldn't understand why he kept emphasizing this. The emperor decided to clarify the situation and asked her why she was drawing such conclusions. After all, his mistake was caused only by carelessness, not malice. He noted that his clothing might have misled her, but even that didn't stop her from continuing to apologize. Her Hans, seeing that they hadn't moved, asked how long they planned to sit on the ground. Extending his hand, he helped her up. Riella didn't understand when exactly she got used to the emperor giving her his hand so easily. The emperor, as if thinking aloud, noted that he wasn't trying to justify himself. As a ruler, it had always been difficult for him to make concessions to others. The girl, understanding his words, smiled and laughed slightly. Of course he's the emperor, and that's what holds him back. The emperor smiled back, slightly embarrassed by her reaction, but still agreed with her. He asked if this was what he meant when he said the maid had fallen asleep. The girl replied that his medicine had made her feel better, and thanked him. Then he remarked that, because of her, there was now nowhere to sleep, to which Rilla calmly replied that it was no big deal. She could even find a place to sleep in the carriage. However, the emperor invited her to come with him. The girl, perplexed, didn't understand where he intended to take her. He explained that since she had nowhere to sleep, they would find a place together, but she still couldn't figure out where they were going. Suggestions began to flash through Riella's mind. Maybe he was leading her to where there were still some free places to sleep. But looking at their route, she noticed that the tents had already been removed, and the women's rooms were clearly on the other side. Then she noticed a detached house, and guessing where they were heading, asked if he really was going to take her to his chambers. Riella explained that she knew how unacceptable this was. She had been to the imperial palace before, though he himself was not there. The emperor asked sharply if she wanted to wake everyone with her loud voice. After all, this wasn't the first time they'd encountered something like this. The girl became very embarrassed again. The emperor was surprised by her reaction, as he had thought she wanted to express her gratitude to him. However, her words and actions hinted at mistrust. She was unsure of his sincerity, which made her behavior strange. The emperor tried to convey to her that everything that was happening was a blessing of fate. She had no answer. Riella agreed with him, but admitted she was still nervous. Perhaps it was because of memories of past events, but it looked as if they really would end up together. She tried to understand what was going on, but his unexpected words confused her. He suddenly declared that he simply wanted to go for a walk, adding that he needed it. His calm tone was completely at odds with her inner turmoil. Smiling, he asked if she really thought they were planning to spend the night in his chambers. The question caught her off guard, as she hadn't expected such a remark at all. The emperor remarked with a slight smile that she always overreacted. His words filled her with unbearable shame. Embarrassed beyond words, she could think of nothing better to do than run away, unable to bear her own awkwardness. Riella, who hadn't seen the emperor since March, often wondered if she would ever see him again. These thoughts sometimes seemed pointless, but she couldn't shake them off. Her imagination sometimes conjured up strange images. Aeson's horse with its flowing mane, and the emperor sitting majestically behind it. These fantasies evoked mixed feelings in her, and so after many months, he came to visit her. The emperor admitted his concern for her well-being, having heard rumors that she was ill. This attention was unexpected and touching. When he saw her running so fast, he remarked with a slight chuckle that she would quickly run out of breath. Raella, however, was surprised at her own ability to run so fast. The emperor suggested with a touch of irony that after sleeping in a soft bed, they could indulge in a little running. But Raella immediately objected, outraged by his remark. Her indignation amused him, and he reminded her that just recently she had practically suggested entering his chambers. His words stunned her, as she hadn't expected such a turn of events at all. Offended by his behavior, the girl asked why he was acting so strangely, but he interrupted her with a counter-question that silenced her. His intense gaze made her uneasy, but she still continued to complain that he was always playing with her emotions. Her voice trembled with suppressed emotion. The emperor, trying to calm her down, asked her to stop. But his anxiety intensified when he noticed her suddenly take off running, as if trying to escape from herself. Seeing her running toward the cliff, he shouted at her to stop. His voice was filled with genuine alarm. One more step, and she could fall into the raging sea. The emperor, with a touch of irony, asked her what kind of strange relationship she had with water, since she was constantly eager to jump into any body of water. The lady remarked that it had all happened by chance, and emphasized that this wasn't the same as before. The emperor, looking at the water, suddenly remarked, this was the very same river they had spoken of before. His words left her slightly confused. She looked at him in surprise, but he confidently confirmed that it was a tributary of the Leyder River. Raella was stunned. The familiar landscape stirred memories. Her reaction revealed how unexpected this encounter with the past had been. Watching the river, she realized she couldn't even imagine returning here before. The past seemed distant and impossible. But now everything had changed, and this place had acquired new meaning for her. The emperor, noticing her thoughtfulness, asked how she was feeling. He suggested that the sight of the Leyder River might have awakened old emotions in her, causing her to think again about the day she almost jumped into the water. The emperor's voice carried a hint of amusement, though in reality it concealed deep concern. He tried not to betray his true emotions, but the tension still showed through slightly. In the past, his coldness had filled her with fear and detachment. But now that he was near again, she felt a longing for that voice. It resembled the sound of water, as indomitable and powerful as Leyder. The emperor was more beautiful to her than any landscape. His warmth became more important to her than any other feeling. It warmed her soul and helped her forgive his prolonged absence. She also came to accept his habit of teasing her. These small provocations now seemed insignificant, a mere shadow of past resentments. Once she cried, constantly drowning in grief. Her strength was drained by endless tears. But now she was determined to live a better life with new hope in her heart. This strength and confidence came to her thanks to the emperor. She believed that, with his support, she could overcome any trials life might throw at her. The emperor, noticing her changes, was touched. He embraced her, and at that moment their feelings converged in a single impulse. They kissed. This kiss continued again and again, until suddenly the girl lost consciousness. The emperor was not expecting this and was immediately terrified to the core. His voice rang out over her motionless body. He called desperately for her to wake up. Anxiety and fear filled his heart. Meanwhile, the general reflected on how long it had been since he'd left them. Thoughts about whether to be happy or sad about this clashed in his mind, creating a conflicting mood. As head of the royal guard, he found his prolonged absence from the emperor's side strange. Leaving him alone at night for extended periods of time seemed unacceptable. The general knew that both the emperor and his mistress were tense. He suspected that their conversations touched on important topics they had previously avoided. However, the idea of spending the night somewhere far away left him dubious. Such behavior was contrary to his duties and could become a problem. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed the door open. The general immediately stood up to find out who had entered and what was going on. His thoughts took a disturbing turn. He imagined the worst: an attack, a threat. He was sure the guards had the area firmly under control, but he still grabbed his sword. The general was stunned when he saw the newcomer. The emperor himself stood before him. His appearance made the general wonder what could have prompted him to burst into the room like that. The emperor didn't explain anything, only briefly ordering them to follow him. The general tried to clarify the matter, but received no answer. The general remained perplexed. The emperor's behavior seemed strange and alarming. He began to suspect that the matter was connected to Rayla and perhaps her condition. When they reached the carriage, the general, realizing the location, asked questions again. He wanted to understand what had brought them here at that moment. He had previously expressed his suspicions about the situation and suggested calling Carnell the emperor. After some thought, finally agreed that he should be brought. The general sensed the emperor was becoming increasingly withdrawn. He didn't explain what was happening, only insisting that Carnell be brought to his carriage. But as soon as the door opened, they saw Riella lying there. Everyone present had new questions. What had happened, and why had the emperor brought them here? No one could figure out what had happened. Her condition, her location, it all seemed mysterious and sparked a multitude of speculations, which only heightened the general anxiety. They realized she must have fainted. They wondered if it was just a blackout or something more serious. Was it just a fainting spell, or did she need something more? Would she be okay? The doctor assured them that nothing serious had happened, but he was still interested in her condition before she fainted. It was important to understand what led to her condition. The emperor explained that she had been a little anxious and agitated beforehand. She had difficulty breathing, and this was apparently the cause of her fainting. Everyone noticed how upset and worried she was. Aishin, watching everything unfold, was horrified. He couldn't understand what was happening. He turned his gaze to the emperor, who in turn looked confused and somewhat at a loss. He didn't know what to do. Alcyon concluded that the woman's condition was somehow dependent on the emperor himself. He sensed something between them, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Her state of health remained a mystery, so he asked the emperor what had happened. He began to doubt the emperor's innocence. "What did you do?" he asked, to which the emperor replied that nothing had happened. The emperor, answering questions, insisted that nothing unusual had happened. But Paul, feeling a sense of responsibility, said that the emperor had done something after all, and that now it was time to let the woman rest and observe her condition. The emperor continued to insist that nothing serious had happened, and that they shouldn't worry. The doctor suggested calming down and letting the woman rest, as excessive activity could only harm her. The emperor insisted there was nothing unusual, but Aishin decided to ask one more question. Why did she lose consciousness then? What actually happened to cause such a state? At this point, it was suggested that they move her to the bedroom, but the gentleman said that was not worth doing. He was sure that what they had already done was enough, and there was no point in disturbing the woman any further. Everyone still didn't understand what had happened. The emperor explained that the hotel was very far away, and that there was no point in taking any further steps. It would be best if everyone simply left and left her alone. The doctor understood what the emperor meant. The emperor also noted that there was enough space for her to rest and recover. He was confident that the conditions for rest would be suitable. He promised to stay by her side all night so she could feel safe. Everyone decided to stay and not leave despite their fatigue. Everything was supposed to be calm and without unnecessary worries. In the middle of the night, the emperor gently placed her head on his lap to make her feel more comfortable. He noticed that she felt better, as she no longer suffered from discomfort. The emperor had no intention of kissing her. As it might seem, he knew there was no such intimacy between them. In fact, he understood the situation was difficult, and he simply wanted to help her. He called her to tell her she didn't need to worry about any commitments. She didn't need to worry about a long recovery. He wanted her to be able to relax and just unwind. The emperor noticed that she hadn't slept and was restless. In the morning, she ran out of the bedroom in tears, and he realized her worries were deeper than he could have imagined. But today, her image, the image of a beautiful girl who smiles brightly while the wind flutters her hair, was much more beautiful than her former self, the one who ran out of the bedroom, not knowing what to do with her life next. Seeing her like this was truly a happy thing for him. After all, he couldn't say anything that night, and today he also messed up. True Asian might have been teasing, but there was nothing but truth in his words. He's a shrewd fellow, after all. He'd said that as soon as he turned away, he'd immediately get into trouble. Perhaps all this trouble is happening because he continues to cheat on her. The situation is made worse by his unawareness of the profound impact his actions are having on her and their relationship. If this is truly a punishment, he's willing to endure it, but it's strange that he feels bad about it. It's a strange feeling that he should have been stronger in this situation. A man approached the general, calling out to him, claiming to have finally found him. He began asking why he had been sleeping there and what had happened to His Highness. Asyan was confused and couldn't understand what was happening. The man explained that he couldn't find the emperor, that His Highness had disappeared, and no one could explain where he was. When the man peered into the bedchamber, he found no trace of the emperor's presence. The room was empty, and there was no sign that he had left since that morning. Aishan reassured the man, saying the emperor hadn't left that morning. He was no longer in the room at that point, and most likely he left much earlier than expected. The general assured them that he knew where the emperor was, and that there was no need to worry. He also warned them not to make a fuss about it, or they would all face punishment. While they discussed the situation, the emperor slept peacefully the entire time. He took off his jacket to cover the girl resting next to him. The general was shocked by how long the girl could sleep. He couldn't understand how she could remain in such a state for so long. Even the emperor could have woken up sooner. At this point, Carnell was likely trying to check if the girl needed help, but she seemed fine, and his intervention proved unnecessary. After this, the general turned to Phil and informed him that the emperor planned to depart by carriage that day. Phil was to take care of the horses and maintain the road during the journey. The young man agreed to carry out the assignment and immediately promised to do everything necessary. The general also asked him to plan a route as they had to cross the border. The general was already expecting Asyan to open his eyes, as the emperor should have woken up long ago. Asyan couldn't wait for him to finally become active again. When this happens, the land's ownership will likely change, which will be a significant moment for everyone. It's unclear exactly when this will happen, but Asian was prepared for it. When the general heard the cough, he suggested the emperor leave to stop the coughing. This was odd, as it wasn't usually like that, but the situation demanded action. The general was glad that Lady Raella had also woken up, but soon the girl began shouting that it was probably time for her to leave. This was a surprise to everyone. The boy was surprised when he turned to His Highness and asked what had happened. He had seen someone near him that morning, but now there was no one, and he couldn't understand how this could have happened. Riella was at a loss and didn't know what to do, knowing that Sir Ashen had seen her with the emperor. She didn't know what to do in this situation, but a maid addressed her, delighted to see her. She hadn't expected her appearance, and immediately threw herself into her mistress's arms, expressing concern. Lu was worried about her mistress, and her worries were entirely justified. She immediately threw herself into Riella's arms, deeply concerned for her well-being and safety. The girl in turn believed that the mistress had not returned because of her. She believed she had been left behind to help her, and this led to her intense distress. It seemed Riella had been genuinely worried all night, though she tried to convince herself it wasn't so. She began to justify herself, saying it hadn't been that bad. The maid standing before her said that Sir Asyan had informed her the previous night that his mistress would not be returning. He hadn't explained anything, which troubled Lu, who couldn't understand what had happened. Riella realized the girl was genuinely worried and decided to console her. She was fine. Everything was fine, and her worries were unfounded. However, the maid didn't leave the question unanswered and asked where her mistress had gone that night. She was certain something was wrong and decided to find out the truth. Then Riella noticed that the lady had turned red and started saying she had a fever. She didn't understand what was happening or how to act in this situation. Lu continued asking questions, and Riella recalled what had happened that night. She tried to find an explanation for what had happened, which had made her feel ashamed. When she woke up, she found herself on the emperor's lap, but tried to pretend she didn't remember anything. She was ashamed and couldn't understand how she had ended up in this situation. Although she remembered a lot after the kiss, her mind went blank. Everything that happened after that moment was a mystery to her, and she couldn't reconstruct the events. The moment of the kiss was clear and vivid in her memory, but everything that happened afterward was completely unclear. This greatly confused her, and she couldn't understand what had happened. It was as if someone had cut me out of my memory with scissors. It happened last year too. Perhaps it was the place, or the beautiful and cold emperor. Perhaps the problem really was him. However it seemed, her greeting would not take place at the ceremony. Despite expectations, the atmosphere was unusually calm, which immediately attracted attention even from the lady herself. Indeed, the silence in the room was so complete that the moment seemed almost strange. The lady couldn't help but notice it, immediately realizing something was wrong. The imperial palace was spacious and beautiful, filled with people. An atmosphere of grandeur and luxury was pervasive, and despite the number of people present, an extraordinary silence reigned. The woman approached the maid and asked if she was Lu Raisa. The girl answered affirmatively, confirming her name and looking back at her interlocutor in surprise. The woman said she would pick up her luggage and follow her. She stated that she would take her to her accommodation, confirming her role in organizing the event. The maid immediately began to pack, warning her mistress that she would have to leave. She indicated her readiness to go and announced that she had an errand to run. The woman lined up the girls as if preparing them for an important event. The mistress stood and watched, trying to figure out what was required of her in this situation. Riella looked around deep in thought. She tried to figure out what she should do now, where she should go, feeling disorientated by her new surroundings. Approaching the woman, she decided to ask where she should go. Before answering, the woman asked her name, and the girl, slightly embarrassed, introduced herself, waiting for an answer. The woman, after listening to her, informed her that no such name was listed. This confused the girl, and she, slightly nervous, asked for advice on who she could contact to obtain the necessary information. The woman couldn't answer this question, and although she didn't know what to do in this situation, she insisted that the girl should still follow her instructions. She decided to continue the search herself. Suddenly, from somewhere behind them, the emperor's voice rang out, asking what these questions were. He explained that the woman was under his direct supervision and that everyone else could leave the area. The emperor came closer and, noticing her, inquired with interest as to why she was in this place. His gaze was stern, and he clearly hadn't expected her there. The emperor, expressing displeasure, reproached her with a glance, as if he alone deserved to be in her presence and place. This added to the tension, making her feel out of place. She knew she'd be nervous about the large number of strangers watching her. This feeling made her nervous, and she tried to calm herself, but she couldn't shake the anxiety. The worry never left her, and she couldn't stop feeling uneasy. The emperor, noticing her distress, asked if everything was all right. She couldn't hide her state. The girl didn't immediately understand the question and asked again. The emperor repeated that he was asking if she was feeling well without requiring any specific explanation. The lady admitted that thanks to his presence, she had reached this point calmly. Such phrases were already familiar to them, but her heart still beat faster. But now, being near him and hearing his questions, her heart beat even faster, and she couldn't control her feelings. The emperor was too close for her to remain calm. She wanted to respond and address His Highness, but suddenly someone began speaking to him, interrupting their conversation. She fell silent, feeling uncomfortable at the moment. The man announced that the report on the recent journey had been completed. Everyone was already waiting for the emperor in the conference room, and he was expected to join them as soon as possible. They also informed his community that immediately after the reporting meeting, they would provide him with an account of the affairs of state during his absence. And also yesterday, a petition came from the Duke, so they started asking when he would be able to give an answer to it. The emperor was already tired of all this. They also said that he should inform in advance whether he would be paying extra allowances to those accompanying him on his trip. This should be included in the agenda. The emperor said he would certainly answer all the questions, but would do so one at a time. He emphasized that he could not address all the issues at once. A certain sequence was necessary. The meeting will be held immediately. It is important that the government report be discussed with only the most important points, avoiding distractions from minor details. The Duke didn't answer any questions, and the attendance would be paid. He asked the lady to come to him. The man noted that the meeting would take place, the documents would be prepared, and the compensation would be paid. Hearing the name, he realized it was Rilla Blinnett. She was the kingdom's assassin, a criminal who was supposed to be executed. The events surrounding her case were notorious. However, the emperor showed mercy and forgave her. Rumors swirled that she would even become part of the imperial family, which seemed unlikely given her past. The pardon was shocking to many. Apparently, this was the same girl Riella felt everyone's eyes on her. Suddenly, the emperor called her to him, and this made her break away from her thoughts a little. He told her to follow him, and Riella, having come to her senses a little, followed him. Everything that was happening seemed strange, but she couldn't refuse his order. Despite her inner fear and desire to flee, Riella understood that the emperor had commanded her to come closer. It was his command, and she was forced to follow him. Instead of running, she decided to move forward and asked permission to come closer, so as not to disobey his command and not show weakness. The emperor noted that they were to be in the conference room in 30 minutes. This gave Riella some time to calm down and prepare for what lay ahead. Riella felt all eyes on her, as if she were on the brink of death. But despite this, she didn't feel enough fear to lose her composure. The scent of exotic flowers in the air added to the tension. However, one thing helped Riella maintain her sanity and composure, despite the strange circumstances she found herself in. Perhaps it all had something to do with the kiss. The memories of it stirred such a powerful emotion that she was almost no longer afraid of her position in the imperial family. The emperor said he would take her to his lecturer for an examination. Riella didn't object. It was part of her new position, and she didn't see it as a threat to herself. Herhan also noted that the lecturer might seem a little strange, but his knowledge and skills were top-notch, and he could be trusted. If Riella felt uncomfortable, she should immediately report it. The emperor wanted to talk to Riella about that day. She cautiously agreed, but didn't immediately understand what exactly was being discussed, though she later did and was greatly alarmed. The emperor said a thorough examination was needed to determine whether she remembered everything and up to what point this was important to understand her condition. She'd quickly run out of the carriage when it happened that time, but now she had no way to escape. Everything that was happening made her feel helpless. Riella admitted that she remembered everything up until the moment she reached the riverbank. The emperor realized this was very important, and that this moment was crucial in their communication. He asked if she remembered the kiss. It was a crucial moment in their conversation, one that could explain much about her state and her perception of what was happening to her. Jess suddenly approached and asked what happened after she saw the riverbank and the kiss. His question confused Riella, and she didn't immediately understand what he meant. The emperor, noticing Jess's appearance, told him to warn him next time he intended to approach his intervention did not add any clarity to the current situation. Jess remarked that if he had warned her, he wouldn't have been able to learn all of His Majesty's secrets. Riella didn't understand who this man was, or why he was so important to the emperor. Jess continued to explain that His Highness had been absent for a long time, and that he thought he was going to die. He expressed his sadness and regret that his scent had disappeared from the palace. Jess urged the emperor to accept the feelings of his lonely subject. His words were filled with pain, but the emperor tried to brush them off, trying to ignore such manifestations. The emperor tried to push Jess away, telling him he should get out of the south. He told Riella that Jess was the strange man he'd been talking about. Riella was supposed to follow him, and the emperor looked at her, indicating he was accompanying her. Suddenly behind him, Jess hugged the emperor, which seemed highly unexpected. Riella was simply horrified by what was happening, her thoughts unraveling. The emperor looked like gold, his expression cold and impenetrable. The healer said the emperor could now live. The emperor pushed Jess away and told him he had to do his job, and Jess in turn remarked that the emperor was a real iceberg. Riella had no idea what was happening, but when the emperor walked away, the doctor asked her to follow him. The entire moment was full of strange and frightening events for her. The man said the personal information she'd provided was sufficient for him to proceed, but first, he needed to know if the woman had any chronic illnesses. She replied that she did not. He asked her if she had any allergies, to which she also confirmed that she did not. Then the man brought out several objects and asked her to try squeezing them in her hand to test her physical condition. He asked the girl to make an effort and urged him to push harder, to try harder, which might have been a little strange and unexpected for her. This made her wonder about his intentions. The girl couldn't understand what exactly he meant or why he was acting so strangely. She also noted that His Majesty hadn't said a word to her, which further complicated her understanding of the situation. Perhaps he was tense or frightened for no apparent reason, and perhaps it had to do with his proximity with his state. He said he did this, perhaps jokingly, that it wasn't serious. The girl thanked him for his actions, as she believed that her voice was too quiet and barely audible, so she doubted whether he understood her correctly, but the gratitude was sincere. She also remarked that she might one day become His Majesty's personal physician, as he had shown concern for her health, for which she was grateful. She considered this sufficient recognition. However, suddenly, the doctor approached the girl and asked her to accept some item that he brought, despite the fact that the situation remained quite unusual and unclear for her at that moment. She should drink this now to accurately measure her fatigue levels tomorrow. To ensure the poison has been completely neutralized, she should take the medicine after dinner. She should also record her sleep time. Perhaps he was too focused and didn't hear her gratitude, so she tried to thank him again, but he interrupted her and said that she didn't seem to have any signs of pregnancy. The girl immediately began to say that this was not the case under any circumstances, and he asked her to test it so that she would tell him if she saw blood or a lump in my stomach after sleeping with His Majesty. The lady began to say that it seemed he had misunderstood everything. Jess was eager for her to answer his questions, and immediately asked if she really was saying she wasn't pregnant, as he needed to be sure of that before taking any further action. After it was all over, she could leave. The lady was surprised that the doctor had come to all these conclusions. She was sure it wasn't true. After all, she herself had claimed to be pregnant. If she has any additional questions or concerns, she can let us know. She was told that the doctor is always ready to help and answer her requests if necessary. He seemed to ignore her gratitude, pretending not to hear her words. This left her perplexed, unsure how to respond to such a strange reaction on his part. Lu told Aishin she could handle the task assigned to her. She understood that responsibility for maintaining order in the warehouse rested on her shoulders, but she wasn't sure she could look after Ms. Riella. The gentleman noticed something was wrong and suggested another examination. The girl immediately asked him not to, as she didn't want to be examined again. He found it amusing to tease her and declared that, in any case, it was His Majesty's personal order, and she must try to serve her mistress as best she could so as not to disappoint her. When Mrs. Riella left the room, the gentleman immediately assumed that she might have been tired of communicating with such a strange person as the one with whom she had to spend some time. But Riella assured him she was fine. The maid announced that she would now officially be caring for her mistress and took responsibility for her comfort. His Majesty was currently in a meeting, so it was time to follow. Lulu said she had already studied the palace map thoroughly and could now guide her to the resting place, claiming she was a capable child. Aishin informed him that he had business in another part of the palace. Come to think of it, Jess Aishin and His Majesty were very close friends and always helped each other out in various situations. The lady said that in that case they could go. The gentleman didn't object and agreed to accompany them despite his busy schedule, since it wouldn't take much time. Aishin turned to Jess and asked why he'd called him. He didn't object, but he had other things to do and wasn't sure it was really necessary. The doctor replied that he was not yet completely sure of the diagnosis, and that he probably needed to talk to her to get more information before making any conclusions about the situation. It was just a guess, and he thought it wouldn't hurt to confirm it. He wasn't sure of his conclusions, and that made him cautious in his decisions. Lu said her words hadn't been confirmed yet, and she'd only said it was a temporary place to live. The lady was surprised to hear it wasn't permanent. She didn't expect that this decision would be temporary, because changing her place of residence could be annoying, especially if she would still remain in the imperial palace and live in the same room. Riella explained that this was all because in the future she might not be able to remain in the imperial palace. This prediction troubled her, as she was unsure of what awaited her. She wondered if everyone would be able to continue to treat her kindly in the future, despite the current situation. She worried about how this would affect her relationships with others. They all looked at her with apprehension, suspicion, and even contempt, including Lord Jess, who was her confidant. This made her feel tense and uneasy. She wasn't afraid they would hate her, but she was worried that she might make the emperor dislike her. She didn't want to be the cause of hostility or tension. She was certain the emperor wouldn't be pleased if he learned she had evoked such feelings in those around her. At that moment, the maid announced that they had already reached the right place. She heard that it was one of the largest and most beautiful palaces among all the western palaces, and right in front of it was a magnificent garden that was impressive in its grandeur. She was also told that this palace rarely offered its distinguished guests the opportunity to stay there. This emphasized the uniqueness and exclusivity of this place. The maid told the mistress to hurry through, as there was a lot of work to do inside. They had to clean, take things away, and fulfill other obligations. The girl realized that if in the future she needed to find a place to live outside the palace, she would have to inform His Majesty about it, as it could affect her position. She had to meet with Mr. Jess again tomorrow, so she decided to rest here. This was necessary to regain her strength for further meetings and work. Lu began to doubt whether she had understood correctly. Perhaps this was the wrong place. The lady also agreed that perhaps they had come to the wrong place and needed to find the right direction. She apologized and explained that they had chosen the wrong place, so they quickly left it and went to another place so as not to waste time and not disturb others. But soon, several people ran up to them and asked if she was Miss Rilla. They were sure it was her, having heard of her beautiful red hair, which resembled flower petals. People greeted her, having waited a long time for her arrival. These were the maids who would now officially assist her in her work, providing the necessary service and attention. She was happy, but felt ashamed of living at someone else's expense. People noticed her sense of humor and took care of her luggage. They carefully selected the bed linens and curtains. They decorated the interior with salvia flowers, which suited her perfectly. But the lady asked them to stop and ask if everyone was there to serve her, as she didn't quite understand what was happening. In the morning, when she opened her eyes, she realized it hadn't been a dream. A pleasant scent and coolness filled the room, but she didn't realize the maids had already begun their duties. The maids explained that it was a remedy for morning puffiness, and they had already begun applying it, despite her bewilderment. Riella said they didn't have to do that to her. Everything would have been fine if it weren't for the maid applying the oil which bothered her. The girls replied that she was already beautiful, but you never knew when His Majesty would appear, and such procedures could be useful. Since that was the case, they suggested doing what was usually done for royalty, thinking that she would appreciate such care. Riella didn't understand what was happening, and didn't want any of this to happen to her. The maids continued to surround her, but the room was full of dresses and shoes, which added to the uneasiness. When she chose something, she was handed accessories and gloves. Some might have considered it luxury, but she never thought about it. She asked where Lu was. The girls were surprised and asked if they had ever had a girl like that, which only further confused Riella. The maid told the lady not to leave a child whose origin was unknown with her, and if she needed anything, she could contact them. Riella first asks how they knew that this child was of unknown origin if they don't even know her personally. Lu is of unknown origin, or is it because she is from the kingdom? The girl is also on vacation. So in this case, they should not communicate. The girls did not understand how Lady Riella could compare herself to such a pathetic child. She was the one who deserved the Emperor's favor. Riella pointed out that she'd never asked for anything like that. Lu was the child who protected her when she was alone, and told her they would stay strong even if they traveled far away. They left their homeland together, holding hands tightly. However, despite their closeness, they couldn't help but call it wretched, for that place had become a symbol of everything they left behind. At that moment, His Majesty entered the room deeply distressed. He said it was sad, because he had always thought he was showing her favor, but now he found himself at a loss. In fact, the girl had not intended to utter such words, and now, not knowing what to do, she stood in confusion, unable to answer or justify her statements to him. The Emperor came closer and expressed his sorrow. He was even more upset by her failure to appear before him. This added to the bitterness of his feelings, as he had expected more attention from her. The girl, feeling guilty, asked His Highness to forgive her for this reprimand, which she had not intended to utter. She sincerely regretted her words and hoped he would understand. She was reproached for daring to hurt the Emperor's feelings, although she seemed to be well aware of how difficult it was for him in this situation, and that she could have been more sensitive. In response, she assured him that there was no need to worry, because she had no misunderstandings, and was ready to talk to him calmly without giving him any reason for worry or suspicion. The Emperor remarked that he'd come here to check if she had any problems settling in, as he'd been busy with an important meeting yesterday. He didn't want to miss the opportunity to make sure everything was in order. However, he hadn't expected so many servants to be assigned here. His assistant explained that these were the people who had accompanied him on his trip and were now helping with her accommodations, providing all the necessary amenities. All the servants came from respectable families, and the emperor felt that this would be beneficial to her as they could offer support in her adaptation, possessing knowledge in various areas of life. Of course, all these servants had been approved in advance by the countess, the chief maid of the Western Palace, who ensured that all formalities were observed, and their presence was an official step in this process. If the head maid had made decisions about guests personally, there would have been no questions. But now servants had to introduce themselves one by one before the emperor could speak with them. L'Oreal introduced herself first. Ignis, the second daughter of the count, who served as press attaché at the imperial court, inquired about His Majesty's well-being and showed respect for his position. Next came Liam Theo's cousin, the owner of a large merchant fleet in Laden. She also asked how the emperor was feeling, showing concern for his well-being after a long day. It was a great honor for them to meet His Majesty. The next girl's mother was a renowned florist who had supplied the imperial family with flowers since ancient times, especially tulips, His Majesty's favorite. Asian, however, was less impressed, dismissing all these words as idle chatter he didn't want to pay attention to. He had no interest in hearing about how others tried to please him. The next girl explained that her brother had once worked as a dessert manager in the royal kitchen. Now she wanted to treat the emperor to a dish she had inherited from him, hoping to make a good impression. The emperor, appreciating her gesture, agreed to give it a try. He thanked everyone for their participation and for offering their assistance, assuring them that he would certainly remember their names for their good intentions. Riella, despite all her politeness, felt a little embarrassed. Her thoughts were filled with the way others were speaking to her, trying to establish relationships with her, because of the rumors circulating about her connection to the emperor. The girls were amazed that everything was going so smoothly, and wondered why the emperor was so eager to establish a connection with this girl. She, however, thought it was all just the result of talk about her place in the imperial court. These thoughts were building up in the girl's mind as she adapted to life at court. And when she first heard rumors that the emperor was interested in her, she couldn't believe how quickly things were developing. These rumors stirred her mind, and she wondered if perhaps these very maids were the ones discussing her in their conversations. But for now, she wasn't sure of the accuracy of these conversations, and tried to ignore them. Although her stay in the palace was not that long, she had already noticed a change in the way she was treated, especially after rumors about her possible relationship with the emperor began to spread, creating a tense atmosphere around her. However, the emperor always remained attentive and respectful, which only fueled the prince's pride, and also confirmed rumors that the emperor really favored her more than others. It gave the impression that there was more going on between them than just a normal connection, which suggested that it could all be part of a well-orchestrated performance that many were watching. She asked His Majesty to wait a little, and he in turn said that he would definitely remember the names of all the maids who helped her adapt, and if anyone was inconvenienced, she could inform him. He assured her that if she had any problems with any of the servants, she could contact him at any time. He assured her that he would always be there if she needed support or protection. The girl didn't quite understand what he meant, and wondered if perhaps it hadn't been said in the context she understood. However, she decided it wasn't worth dwelling on it too much just yet. Perhaps she was still tired from the long journey, and the emperor suggested she rest a bit as his schedule was busy today. He instructed Jess to look after her while he was busy. The maids began asking a lot of questions, which dragged things out a bit, but soon the emperor left, leaving her with Jess. During this time, she was able to rest a little and gather strength for further meetings. Jess, noticing her fatigue, asked if she'd had breakfast. He suggested they continue the viewing they'd discussed yesterday, hoping she'd be comfortable continuing the discussion. Riella announced she'd already eaten and expressed her gratitude for his concern. Suddenly, it was just the two of them in the room, and she felt the moment become more personal and intimate. He noticed that she was noticeably tired, but she didn't appear ill, and there was no cause for concern at the moment. He promised to monitor her condition closely in the future. Jess then asked her if she had ever experienced anything like this before. She denied having experienced such symptoms, before confirming that her fatigue was a result of the current move and the stress of traveling. She said she'd lost consciousness several times and that she'd lose her memory like she had last time. A first for her. The gentleman began to think she was faking it. The girl was surprised, and he noted that he was simply asking to make sure she lost her memory when she first spent the night with His Majesty last year. He wondered if this was the excuse she usually used when something came up that she wanted to avoid. She didn't perceive his question as accusatory, so she calmly replied that it wasn't. The situation didn't seem like something she should doubt or condemn. Her answer was simple and confident. The doctor understood her reaction, and deciding the examination was complete, announced it. He began preparing to leave as his work was over, and he needed to continue his business. But the woman, not wanting the visit to end so quickly, offered the doctor a treat. She said she couldn't eat the entire portion herself, and she wouldn't like throwing it away. The doctor noted his discomfort at accepting such a proposal, but the woman confidently assured him that everything was fine, and there was nothing strange in her request. He could enjoy the food. She noted that, unlike the maids who often flattered her, the doctor at least didn't hide his true feelings. But he again declined, explaining that he genuinely felt uncomfortable. The girl, still curious, asked if she could find out the reason for his refusal, if it wouldn't be too much trouble. She showed interest, hoping to hear his explanation. However, the man politely replied that he objected and would not provide any explanations. He added that it would be wrong to insist on a conversation. The woman was a little surprised, but accepted his decision. She realized that insisting further would be both impolite and foolish. She acknowledged that his personal boundaries needed to be respected and decided not to pursue the matter further. After this, the doctor added that he hadn't yet reached a final verdict. As a scientist, it was important for him to thoroughly investigate everything to be confident in his conclusions and allay his doubts. He explained that what he didn't know made him uncomfortable and anxious. Therefore, communicating with her became tense for him, as he didn't yet have all the necessary information. Rumors abounded about her, and the maids, fearful of missing an opportunity, tried to please her in every way. Every gesture of kindness, every smile was imbued with the hope that her closeness to His Majesty would open up new prospects for them. The girl understood the reasons for this attention perfectly well, and it bothered her. She saw their goodwill not as sincere, but as self-interest, which made her feel awkward and false. However, her position attracted the attention of more than just the maids. Some ministers, pursuing their own interests, sought an opportune moment to eliminate her influence over His Majesty. Their efforts to establish relations with the new emperor were almost successful, but the unexpected appearance of this girl became an obstacle for them, capable of ruining all their plans. She soon realized that their cold stares and tense atmosphere were not just curiosity. They perceived her presence as a threat to their position. Previously, she had thought that these glances were merely a manifestation of wariness, but now she saw in them hostility and a desire to remove her from the court. The doctor, however, approached the situation differently. His mistrust stemmed not from personal ambition, but from a scientific approach. He couldn't rest easy until he understood everything down to the last detail. Riella, realizing his wariness, assured him that she would not interfere with his work or interfere with his duties. But the doctor made it clear that this wasn't the only criterion. When she asked what principles he would use to judge her, he answered evasively, leaving her guessing. The girl noted that his conclusions were based on documents and medical reports that could impact the emperor's well-being. This was her only clue. These documents were intended to determine whether her presence would be beneficial or harmful to His Majesty, which in his opinion was the main criterion for assessing her role. This is the main criterion by which this person defines and classifies people. It's important for him to understand a person's qualities in order to draw conclusions about their character and intentions. The gentleman noticed her gaze and asked what exactly she was studying so intently, since it was not something secret or confidential, but a completely ordinary thing that should not arouse such interest. The lady, smiling gently, assured him that she understood everything and would not do it again. Her smile confused the gentleman. He couldn't understand why she was acting so calm and reserved. The lady apologized again for her involuntary guilt, adding that just the day before, she had noticed his stern and menacing appearance, which made it difficult for her to meet his gaze. Today, however, she no longer felt the same tension. She admitted she was simply reflecting, as he likely always attracted only the most worthy and kind people. Jess, noticing her thoughtfulness, asked if she truly believed she knew what she wanted. She confidently replied that she was prepared to wait patiently, no matter how long it took. She expressed hope that he would eventually understand who she really was and what place she occupied in his life, as well as how he should treat her. She emphasized that if he made a final decision, it would be important to her that he inform her of it immediately so that she would know what to do next. She was genuinely interested in whether she could be of benefit or conversely harm to His Majesty. This was the most important question for her, occupying all her thoughts. After discussing all the urgent matters, the emperor, clearly tired, began to rise from the table. The remaining matters did not require immediate attention. Everyone present was already exhausted beyond measure. The lengthy discussions and tense atmosphere had left everyone considerably drained. In earlier times, meetings were less frequent, but this young emperor was committed to change. His determination knew no bounds, spurring everyone to action. Despite his fatigue, he was irritated by the need to analyze the actions of the former emperor. The political situation in the country was becoming increasingly unstable, causing him increasing anxiety. While eliminating traces of the late emperor's connections, no one was safe. Some of those who served the new emperor also became victims. The surrounding environment demanded extreme caution, as betrayal could lurk at every turn. The gentleman asked again if all the questions had truly been exhausted. However, it was clear that those present were most concerned with the mysterious woman about whom rumors had circulated. The intrigue surrounding her captivated their minds. No one dared utter her name unceremoniously. After a short pause, the man declared that if there were no further questions, the meeting could be considered concluded. Suddenly, the emperor decided to break the silence, declaring he would like to say a few words. He mentioned Rila Blinita, who resided in the Western Palace. His statement caught everyone by surprise. The shock of his sudden words was obvious. No one expected the emperor to discuss such a sensitive topic, especially openly in front of everyone gathered. The emperor recognized the audience's curiosity was understandable. Rumors about Riella were rife, but precise information about her origins was almost non-existent. All they knew was that she hailed from the kingdom. He pondered how to explain his behavior while still keeping Riella safe. He needed to find a way to keep her under his surveillance and away from any risks. The emperor noted that rumors of his romantic relationship with Riella had already reached those gathered. The discussion was becoming increasingly insistent. If he admitted the rumors were true, Riella would be in even greater danger, but that would allow him to keep her close. On the other hand, a denial would give her freedom from the rumors, but would limit their meetings. Denying the rumors gave Riella a choice: remain in the palace or leave it. However, in that case, their interaction would become extremely difficult, which worried the emperor. His lengthy deliberations led the others to suspect the rumors were true. Everyone began to believe the emperor was indeed having an affair with this woman. Some detractors recalled instances where he hid behind the poor. Their opinion of his tastes soured. There were taunts about how quickly Riella could become empress. Everyone present was convinced they had to establish contact with her. However, none of them had time to properly examine her face. Among those who did notice her, rumors circulated that she was not at all beautiful. Nevertheless, their interest in her was obvious. Many believed that if she had been more beautiful, her position might have improved. But at the moment, her fate seemed sealed. She was seen as nothing more than a passing fancy for the emperor. No one even entertained the idea that marriage might ensue. The emperor himself couldn't understand what was happening. An unfamiliar feeling of unease overcame him, something he hadn't felt in a long time. He found it difficult to concentrate, which only further confused him. The gentleman standing nearby couldn't understand why His Majesty was immersed in silence. He was usually decisive and clear in his actions, but now he seemed confused. Time passed painfully slowly, and the tension in the air grew. Everyone present was eager to know if the woman was beautiful. Curiosity reached its peak, and this only heightened the general excitement. The emperor was slightly irritated by what was happening. He had the gift of reading minds when he touched a person, but this time the stream of thoughts reaching him was chaotic and strangely varied. Among the thoughts that rushed into his consciousness, He caught Asian's thoughts. He understood that His Majesty's condition was unusual. Asian even suggested that the emperor might be suffering another attack. However, the distance between the emperor and Asia was significant, and this surprised him. Why could he hear thoughts from so far away? It was an inexplicable phenomenon, one he had never encountered before. Coming closer, Asian informed him that the emperor should remember an important meeting scheduled for that day. The emperor seemed to have completely forgotten about it. The meeting was abruptly declared adjourned, sparking outrage among the men. They began to protest, demanding an explanation for why the discussion had ended so abruptly. Even after the meeting concluded, the participants insisted on wrapping up the discussion of the issues raised. They were reluctant to leave matters unfinished, especially in such a tense atmosphere. Asian, trying to calm everyone down, reported that alarming news was coming from the north about a gang of bandits. He asked what they planned to do about it. Once in His Majesty's chambers, the general inquired about his master's well-being. He also broached the subject of a possible stroke, wondering whether the emperor truly sensed its approach. The emperor assured him that he could see his interlocutor clearly and move about without difficulty. Asian noted that a doctor should be called despite the apparent lack of severe symptoms. The emperor emphasized that he was not experiencing any pain, either in his chest or head. His condition remained stable, which somewhat reassured those around him. This was clearly no ordinary attack, as he had never experienced anything like it before. However, he suspected it might just be the first sign of something more. The emperor began to consider preparing for the worst. He needed to put his affairs in order, reclaim the throne, and complete all the work he had begun in order to leave behind a harmonious legacy. At that moment, Jess burst into the room, concerned about the emperor's condition. He peppered him with questions about how his latest attack had occurred and how he was currently feeling. Jess's thoughts were dark. He mused that if Gurkhan died, he would be able to complete his research, even if it meant stuffing him. The emperor was astonished by such a perverse idea. The emperor sharply reprimanded Jesse, telling him to calm down, as he was perfectly fine. Jesse was relieved that His Majesty was able to speak, and that eased some of his worries. Jess then asked curiously when his vision had returned. The emperor, smiling, replied that it hadn't disappeared this time, further confirming his normal state of health. The spy's options were indeed complex and cunning, but he had already returned the medicine he had previously substituted. This action, like his previous steps, had its own purpose. He likely failed to switch the object again, as the emperor overheard their thoughts regarding the spies at that moment. This forced him to consider the more serious implications of what was happening. Asian was alarmed, frightened, and asked again what this meant. He was absolutely certain their hands hadn't touched, and couldn't understand how this could have happened if everything was under control. Jess was also confused, as he, like everyone else, was wearing gloves. This fact oddly coincided with what was happening, further increasing the confusion and anxiety among those present. The operator noted that they had assumed that a spy might have committed the act, but the doctor was quick to point out that he had been very careful and had done everything possible to avoid touching it with his hands. The doctor couldn't understand how the situation had turned out this way. Temperature noted that she had heard about his intentions to stuff him, but this was only explained by his immense love for him. The emperor was outraged and couldn't understand how he dared to hide important information from him. He immediately ordered the truth to be told, as the man had said his medicine had been tampered with, meaning there was a spy in their midst. If these two were plotting something behind his back, they should have already narrowed down the suspect pool. This should have led to further investigation to identify the true culprit. They concluded that Riella was the prime suspect. She seemed the most likely candidate for this kind of action, and everything pointed to her involvement in the incident. The emperor was completely shocked when he heard these suggestions. He didn't immediately grasp what was happening, and couldn't understand how such a traitor could have appeared among his people. The maid asked them to look at the catalogs from the most famous clothing store. It was something that caught her eye, and she hoped it would help her unravel the current situation. Since the fever had arrived this morning, they had become even more insistent. This created additional tension and a desire to discover what was really behind this action. Riella didn't even know where Lou had been sent. She was surprised that her suspicions were unfounded, even though the dresses in the catalog were truly beautiful and caught her eye. The mistress noticed this, and the maid asked her again if she really liked the dresses. This was important, as she couldn't believe the mistress had chosen these particular items. She was surprised that the lady had chosen such fashionable and stylish items herself, and remarked that the lady truly had good taste. This added confidence to her decisions and judgment. Riella thought it would be fun to try something like that on. She also noted that the store actually belonged to her aunt, and if the lady wanted, she could get something from the catalog. The lady was grateful for this information, as she now knew for sure that her aunt was familiar with the fashion world. This made her feel she could trust this source. Lu knew nothing about this, having come from the kingdom. The girl couldn't understand how the mistress dared compare her to someone like this. She simply had to keep this wretched thing in the laundry. From now on, she could speak if she liked something, but the mistress no longer listened to these maids and realized that Lu was in the laundry room. She asked with disdain if she had really been sent to the laundry, as she couldn't believe her position was so low that she had to do such a job. She felt humiliated. The maid hurried to catch up with her, insisting that this was not the case. She tried to explain that no such assignment had been made, and that it was all a misunderstanding in an attempt to reassure her mistress. However, the lady insisted that she go for a walk alone, unaccompanied, and that no one should follow her. She did not want anyone around and craved solitude. Riella went outside, but she had no idea where the laundry was. She didn't know where to go, and there was no one to ask, as there were no friends or servants around. Suddenly, she bumped into a man Riella considered returning to her room and asking the maids for help, as she had no idea how to get there. It was Sir Carnell. He'd been taking care of her since he'd discovered her in the carriage. He'd always helped her, even though they weren't close, and he'd been polite. The lady, upon meeting him, bowed and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. She expressed the hope that he was well and feeling well. She wanted to thank him for everything he'd done, but the man didn't respond. He simply walked past her silently, showing no sign of interest in the conversation. A moment later, he turned abruptly and looked at her, was holding something, but she couldn't tell what it was. His actions seemed strange. She thought he probably didn't have to be kind to her, since their encounters had only been a few and hardly warranted any special treatment. Something about his behavior unsettled her. Afterwards, she approached one of the servants and asked if he could help her. She asked him to explain how to get to the laundry if he had any free time. When she finally reached the laundry room, she saw Lu there. The girl seemed to miss her mistress greatly, and her mood was sad and pensive. Riella approached her and asked what she was doing there. Lu, startled by her appearance, suddenly fell into the water, soaking her clothes in laundry. Riella was surprised to see Lu there. She wondered what the girl was doing there, as it seemed strange and unexpected to her. At first, Lu didn't know what to say, but then she noticed that there were so many beautiful and elegant maids in the Western Palace. She decided she didn't belong there. Lu claimed she'd been told to go to the laundry because the castle was short-handed, and she had to help. It was her responsibility, and she tried not to object. Lu expressed regret at being there and began apologizing. She didn't understand why she'd been sent to work in the laundry and why she had to do such chores. Riella was puzzled, as she hadn't intended to scold Lu. Instead, she approached her, took her hands, and felt how cold they were from the water and the work she had been doing. It became clear to her that Lu had probably followed the instructions she had been given and was now simply doing her job as Hanka Yi Karl had said that she should be doing the laundry. However, Riella tried to calm her down and assure her that there was no need to worry. She wasn't worried because she knew Lu was excellent at this kind of work, and she offered to take her along. The girl cowered in fear at the thought of being abandoned, so she desperately tried to prove her usefulness by any means necessary. She noticed that her arms must be hurting, so she should stop and get up. The girl said her responsibilities would definitely end with just doing the laundry. This was an important moment for her, and she was certain she had to see it through. Therefore, her plan was to complete this task no matter what the circumstances. The lady still felt powerless, as did Lu Riella, who found herself an outsider to everything around her. Her worldview was very different from what was familiar here, but she was ready to help. Riella had to be strong enough to support the girl in her quest for a better life. They decided to examine everything carefully if possible, setting aside time from His Highness for a more in-depth analysis of the situation. Aishan said that no facts have been confirmed, yet he still doesn't know whether this was intentional interference in his treatment or simply a mistake. Although he doesn't rule out the possibility of an accidental substitution, the emperor, knowing how deeply Aishan worried about his health, felt at a loss. He felt pressured by incomplete data and the need to resolve the matter based on rudimentary clues. This also meant that the likelihood that Raella was a spy became significantly higher. Internal doubts grew, and the need to understand the situation became increasingly urgent. The medicines the emperor had been taking turned out to be counterfeit, and this information only became known after his return from the trip. This discovery became a key moment in understanding the entire situation. The medicines he took on his trip were genuine. The emperor personally packaged them and checked their quality. This gave him confidence that at first glance, the situation appeared otherwise. However, upon closer inspection, it turned out that the packaging had been replaced with a well-disguised counterfeit, which was a very thoughtful and skillful move on the part of unknown people. It was impossible to believe that this could have been an accident. Such an intervention had been carefully planned, and it was unlikely that it could have been carried out by someone within his entourage. They had all been vetted. He personally screened all his servants, their memories, and their mental state. He selected only those willing to sacrifice their lives for him, making it impossible for a spy to be found in his entourage. This meant that someone he met during his trip knew of his illness and could be close enough to substitute his medication. This circumstance caused concern for the emperor. Someone who could conceal their intentions and act behind his back could be elusive. This thought began to trouble the emperor, and he sought a way to detect his hidden intentions. The emperor began to suspect that his beloved might have been involved. The thought of betrayal was hard for him, but it was a logical continuation of all the events. For now, the emperor and his entourage could not trust this woman. She remained under suspicion, and the emperor had to maintain his distance to avoid unnecessary risks. The emperor asked Azion again what he thought about this, but he didn't immediately understand what was being discussed. The question was complex, and Azion needed time to process all the details. The emperor had already asked questions regarding Aishan's agreement with the opinion of his personal doctor, Jess, trying to get more information and find the right answers to the questions that tormented him so much. The emperor had spent his entire life fighting for survival, and he was pleased that now before Miss Raella, he could appear different. This was the moment when he finally made a choice for himself. This choice was his first selfish decision, where he gave priority to his own desires rather than strict norms, which brought him relief and a sense of control over the situation. Azion expressed hope that Miss Raella was not a spy, and that was why he believed they needed to carefully investigate all events. This was an important clarification concerning the future. Suddenly, one of the knights ran up to the emperor and announced that the Western Palace was empty. This was unexpected, and the emperor couldn't immediately understand what it meant for the entire current situation. The servants reported that Mrs. Raella had gone to the Western Palace alone. The emperor was shocked and immediately began asking where she had gone and what it all meant. The situation was beginning to take an unexpected turn. The knight said she was probably in the laundry room, and that was where she seemed to be. It all seemed strange, and the emperor decided to find out what was going on with the woman. Aishan couldn't understand why Miss Raella had changed so much and become so anxious. He couldn't help but notice that something had clearly happened, and it alarmed him. He didn't know what exactly had caused her condition. As they approached, they heard the maid urgently asking the lady to stop what she was about to do. She reminded her that this was her duty and it had to be done no matter what. Riella explained that Lou had rubbed her hands raw and was likely experiencing significant pain in the Kalinin area after the fall. She tried to reassure her, telling her that everything would be fine, and it wasn't that big of a deal. She assured Riella that she was handling this perfectly well and shouldn't worry, everything would be fine. And she couldn't even imagine how confident Riella could be in her actions in this matter. Lou tried to dissuade her, warning her that the emperor might find out about what had happened. She couldn't imagine the consequences if the truth came out. Riella didn't believe the emperor would find out about this, and even if he did, nothing terrible would happen. Everything would be fine, and she shouldn't worry about it. At that moment, Aishan felt the tension in his chest vanish. He felt a strange sense of relief, as if the weight on his heart had been lifted and dissolved. And somehow, despite everything that was happening, he couldn't hate her. He couldn't help but believe that her presence somehow changed how he felt. And that was strange to him. The girl was delighted to see His Majesty, but also a little embarrassed. Her reaction was genuine, and she hadn't expected his appearance, which only added to her awkwardness. All the maids immediately began to bow to the emperor, expressing respect and reverence. They stood with deep respect, understanding the importance of this visit and demonstrating their devotion. Lu remained calm, despite the fact that the emperor had indeed appeared here. She remained calm, knowing his visit was unexpected, but not impossible. She began to say that she had insisted on doing this because her body was stiff from long inactivity. She insisted that the maid shouldn't be to blame for this. The emperor noticed that he was aware of her condition and situation, and she was surprised. Her confusion was noticeable, and she couldn't believe she had been wrong in her assumptions about what he was thinking. She thought the emperor's voice was firmer than usual. His intonation had changed, and she sensed that something in his mood was distinctly at odds with what she had expected. The cold water and foam refreshed her bare feet. The sun's warmth was pleasant, and Lu was slightly amused by the thought that someone who should be busy had come here specifically to see her. The emperor said he was aware of the situation, so she shouldn't continue. He made it clear he had come here for a different reason, and she shouldn't dwell on her mistakes. Aishan suggested everyone go inside and continue their work. He said there was no time to waste worrying and everything should return to normal. The emperor asked his mistress why she thought he had assigned her the Western Palace and communicated with her so frequently. He awaited her explanation, which might perhaps shed light on their relationship. All this was done to ensure that no one could disrespect her. However, by her own decision, she exposed herself to ridicule despite the emperor's best efforts. He didn't understand why she acted this way, because her actions had ruined all his efforts. He couldn't understand why she had decided to behave this way. It seemed like she was trying to test him. Riella was very upset because she was only trying to cheer Lu up. She couldn't imagine that her actions would lead to such consequences and displease the emperor. She didn't think her actions would show disrespect for the emperor's kindness. She immediately apologized and admitted that she hadn't considered the consequences of her words and actions. She insisted she would never disregard his kindness, but suddenly she accidentally stepped on a basin of water and began to fall. The situation was awkward, but she tried to justify herself. The emperor caught her at the last moment and joked that she was now trying to throw water at him. He noticed her attempts to apologize, which added even more embarrassment to their conversation. Riella hastened to assure him it was an accident and hadn't meant to be. She began to apologize again, but her voice was full of embarrassment, and she didn't know how to remedy the situation. Later, she corrected herself, saying she was grateful for his help after all. She felt grateful for his support and understanding in such an awkward situation. She added that she could now stand on her own and didn't need his support. She felt a little better, but still felt awkward about what had happened. As she repeated her words to the emperor, she noticed the servants looking at them. She felt their attention only added to the awkwardness, and she felt ashamed of their presence. This made the girl feel extremely embarrassed. She felt as if the emperor was trying to show everyone that they had a special understanding, which made her even more shy. She tried to convince those around her that despite her strange relationships with her bosses, no one had the right to disrespect her. The emperor valued her and always supported her, no matter the circumstances. Yet she still felt like he was punishing her. Her heart was pounding so loudly, she was sure he could hear it. She was overwhelmed, and even though she understood his intentions, she couldn't calm down. Even though she knew of his plans, her heart continued to beat strongly and unevenly. Fearing she wouldn't be able to control herself, she worried that his actions had affected her on a deeper level. She turned to his creative process and tried to explain that she believed this should be enough to understand her intentions. She sought confirmation of her feelings in his words and actions. The emperor was about to say something, but suddenly stopped. The lady sensed the pause, unsure how to respond, and asked him to repeat himself. She expected him to continue, but the situation remained uncertain. The emperor replied that he wouldn't say anything, and that they would dine together that evening. This uncertainty only added to the tension in her soul. However, she had to accept his decision until the time for dinner arrived. The emperor ordered her to return to her room to change before appearing in his chambers. He left her to this task, giving her no opportunity for further discussion. After that, he stepped away, and the girl was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Her tension eased somewhat, but she still felt uneasy about what lay ahead. Remaining in the shadows was easier than fully opening up. The general caught up with the emperor and wanted to discuss something with him. However, the emperor postponed the conversation, assuring him he would find time to discuss it later. This only added to the slight irritation. The general attempted to object, but the emperor repeated that they would talk later. No amount of entreaty changed the emperor's decision, and the general was unable to extract a clearer answer from him. The general reminded the emperor that he should also discuss this matter with Raella. The emperor knew the importance of the matter, but preferred to postpone its discussion until a more opportune moment. As Carnell had already mentioned, they suspected the medicine might have been substituted after His Majesty's arrival in the kingdom. This would explain his malaise, which became noticeable here. The main problem was that they still couldn't figure out what the counterfeit drug was made of. This hampered the investigation, and they needed to find the culprit as quickly as possible. Although no poison was detected in the medicine, they were unaware of what the substance actually contained. The emperor was concerned that his actions could lead to serious consequences, but he decided to dine with the woman. Even though he couldn't hear her thoughts, he embraced her with such fervor that her heart fluttered. It was a moment that, though it left no visible trace, still touched her deeply. It was clear the emperor was going through a difficult time, and Ashen asked Jess to stop picking on his behavior. She sympathized with him, seeing his tension and the worries that were building up. Jess, however, decided to find out what was going on with the emperor's emotions. This wouldn't do. He suggested that Asian search for something useful while the woman ate dinner, and they would check her carriage and interrogate her companion. Asion tried to figure out what the emperor wasn't telling her, but he assured her he would handle it himself. Jess believed the emperor couldn't handle it alone, and they would need to continue searching for a solution themselves. If Asion couldn't do this, the doctor planned to go himself. Fortunately, he was sufficiently distant to avoid becoming attached to this woman without fearing the consequences of her presence. The general tried to stop him, but thought to himself that he hadn't yet become attached to the situation. He didn't believe it was necessary to interfere with the actions of the emperor or the doctor, even though the circumstances required it. He remembered Raella, saying she thought His Majesty was surrounded by so many wonderful people. The remark made him wonder about her worldview and her place in his life. She added that it seemed like everything happening around the emperor was irrelevant until she understood the kind of man standing before her. She was waiting for him to figure out how to treat her, which greatly troubled him. Raella asked him to let her know when he had formed his opinion of her. This was said with such an innocent expression that the emperor felt a little uneasy. He didn't know how to respond to her request. Aishan asked Jess what exactly he hoped to find in this place, as if expecting some answer that could explain their strange presence here. Jess was well aware that the general was really nothing more than a father, and that there was essentially nothing here, but that didn't change her inner desire to find at least something useful. She was sure that Asyan should stop trying to attack him in order to focus on the search, which was much more important than this unnecessary conflict. Asyan gave her a mocking look, insisting that there was nothing there, but he did not open the cabinet, which had clearly not been examined, even if its contents were of no value. Jess suggested he back off, saying she could try searching for him herself. She was prepared to act independently, not relying on Asian's dubious efforts. However, the general was against it, and Jess didn't like it. She noticed that Asian was too hasty in getting involved in the situation and wasn't allowing anyone else to do their job. In the end, someone had to play the role of the villain in this scenario, and it seemed that person was Asian himself, who could hardly avoid it. He made a decision, and after some thought, he immediately opened the closet, ignoring her words, deciding that he would figure out what this place was hiding himself. Meanwhile, Raella came to His Highness's chambers and greeted him again as if their last meeting had been yesterday, without changing her habits. She sat down opposite him, not even expecting any sunlight or joy, but her mood remained gloomy and depressed, as if clouds were overshadowing everything around, absorbing her emotions. The girl was sure he was still angry with her for going to the laundromat, even though he'd invited her to dinner. She assumed he might want to make peace, but her thoughts remained dark. The lady pointed out that perhaps she had chosen a dress that was too full, which could have provoked a negative reaction. But everyone around her insisted on this outfit, and she felt she had no choice. She decided to change the outfit for a simpler dress. But despite this, it still seemed strange and not quite suitable to her, no matter how hard she tried to find something more suitable. She started talking about Lu, who was currently going through a difficult period of adaptation in the palace, and that she had gone there alone without telling him. But she didn't make any excuses, simply sincerely regretting what had happened. Riella admitted that she didn't understand how her behavior could affect him, and she was very sorry that she didn't realize the possible consequences of her actions. Riella continued to say that she herself didn't understand why she had said what she had said. The emperor, in turn, remained silent, unsure how to respond to her words. He noted that her behavior was so excessive, as if she had done something utterly terrible. She seemed so distressed that she almost blamed herself for it. But she still did something stupid, and therefore deserves punishment, perhaps even condemnation, to understand what the consequences of her actions might be. She could have used his name to punish the maids from the Western Castle, but it was unclear why she gave in so helplessly and did nothing to change the situation. He thought she'd say she'd never do such a thing, that she'd been frightened, or that she didn't want to start a conflict. But she replied that it was his subordinates, and offered no excuse for her weakness. The emperor was surprised by her words, and asked again, not understanding what she meant. The lady remarked that he might not have chosen these people himself, but they were here to serve him. She also added that they clearly did not come here for her, since all the carts belonged to influential families that could be useful to him in the future, and they were ready to serve exclusively the emperor. She understood that she couldn't treat them with indifference, otherwise she would be vulnerable. The emperor, having listened to her, sighed, smiling faintly, understanding her point. He thought that perhaps Riella really could be a spy, hiding her true intentions. But he wasn't sure if he could trust her completely. He was surprised that a woman who had spent her entire life among mercenaries could speak so calmly about the duties of a ruler as if it were her natural role and not something alien. The emperor said he had something for her. The girl was surprised, and not understanding what he was talking about, asked again what kind of surprise he had prepared. He came closer to her, gently touching her shoulders. The lady couldn't understand what this meant. She didn't know what exactly was hidden behind this gesture, what he wanted to convey with it. She once treasured him greatly, but over time, especially as he became increasingly burdensome to her, she began to feel despair. These moments sometimes became truly difficult for her. The gentleman said he found it while rescuing her in Ladare last year. This moment was significant because he discovered it at the most unexpected moment after rescuing her from a difficult situation. It was an old pendant bearing the emblem of Hank's mercenary corps, a symbol that held much significance. It carried weight associated with a specific group whose activities were known in certain circles. She was sure that she had lost the pendant when she fell into the river, but it turned out that it had been with the emperor all this time, and she could not even imagine that it was found then. She realized this meant the emperor's recognition. He knew who she was that night. The emperor himself admitted that he recognized her. That moment revealed a terrible truth to her. By that point, he already knew the mercenary corps was pursuing him. He knew their symbol, and perhaps his encounter with her wasn't a coincidence. He knew she could have collided with him intentionally. The girl immediately turned to His Highness, deciding she needed to refute all his accusations. She began to say that it wasn't true, that it was all untrue and without foundation. She swore she didn't know who he was and had no idea what their group was doing. This was a complete revelation to her, and she couldn't understand why she was being accused of it. The emperor said he hadn't slept and had watched her all night, wondering whether he should kill her at that moment. He didn't know what to do, whether the choice was necessary, but his thoughts tormented him. The girl was stunned by these words. She couldn't believe he was capable of such thoughts. Her shock was so great that she didn't know how to react to these revelations, but there was nothing surprising. After all, he was her executioner, and when they met again in the palace, It all became clear he was the man she had to face. However it seemed, he was saying this now to portray himself as a villain. He wanted her to see him as a cruel man without remorse or doubt for his actions. The girl said she didn't understand why he didn't kill her if he decided to do so. She couldn't understand what prevented him from committing this act, which seemed so obvious. Why didn't he kill her? Why did he pretend to be asleep when he noticed she was crying? Why did he let her escape if he had a chance to end this once and for all? There were other times when there was no reason to keep her alive. When they were in Lyoto at the reception, or in the medical wing, she saw no reason why he shouldn't destroy her. He had countless chances, hundreds of opportunities to eliminate her, but he kept her by his side each time. These moments were premeditated, and every step led to her ending up here with him. There was a spy in his castle. Raella repeated the question with a trembling voice, not believing her ears. This fact shocked her, because she hadn't expected there to be someone in the very heart of the castle watching her every move. Herhan doesn't know who, but it's someone very close to him, this spy threatening his life. A mercenary's pendant, a choice made by the emperor last year, and now a spy. At that moment, he announced that he suspected her of spying, but didn't know what to do next. She sensed the seriousness of the situation, but was confused, unsure of what awaited her. Before she could even process what was happening, His Majesty re-entered the conversation. Before she could grasp the gist of it, he continued his train of thought. He said he'd probably decide to keep her by his side, despite everything that was happening. Hearing this, she couldn't hold back her tears, and she was overcome with intense anxiety. Although she didn't understand what was happening, her tears still flowed. He had made his decision and was probably hoping for an honest answer from her so he could find out the truth about the situation. The emperor wanted to understand who she was to him and what she represented. But at that moment, two men burst into the room, interrupting their conversation. It was Asian and Jess who apologized for their intrusion. They admitted they'd entered uninvited, but needed to convey important information. They declared that the emperor must hand over Miss Riela to them so that her case could be resolved. This was crucial for further investigation. They found some evidence in her bedroom and are now forced to detain her for further investigation. This was an unexpected turn in their conversation. Riela was stunned to hear they'd found something. The emperor immediately began asking them for specific evidence. He was determined to learn more. As soon as they began to speak, Mrs. Riela quickly objected, claiming that she was not a spy and had nothing to do with the accusations. Jess looked at her carefully and asked if she had managed to get rid of all the evidence that could support the charges. Riela, approaching them with despair, repeated again that she was not a spy, swearing that she had never committed any crimes. She insisted that no one had hired her to harm the emperor. This was completely unacceptable to her, and she felt the accusations were unfair. She claimed she could not harm the emperor, as she would not have the power to do so. All the accusations were false and unfounded. The girl was in tears. She couldn't understand why she was accused of something she wasn't guilty of. It was so unfair that it hurt and distressed her. She didn't understand why she was being pushed into a corner again, why she had to endure this coldness from those to whom she had given her heart. This feeling of rage and pain was unbearable. The emperor asked her an important question, but she couldn't answer it. In the kingdom, she couldn't explain her behavior, as she was poisoned and had no strength. Now the situation had changed. She had the strength to deny the accusations and stand her ground. She felt her innocence could be proven. A storm of emotions swept through her, and she screamed, declaring it wasn't true. The tears wouldn't stop, as it was so difficult for her to justify something she hadn't done. The emperor, observing her condition, declared that, from that moment on, Riela Blinite would be isolated. This was his decision, made without further explanation. The girl was in tears, and Asyan, noticing this, immediately realized her condition was unbearable. He expressed his concern, arguing that in such a case, His Majesty should release his mistress. However, the emperor, remaining steadfast, declared that his mistress would remain in his chambers. This decision was not open to discussion, and no one could change the emperor's will. Aishan and Jess were horrified by this turn of events. They couldn't believe their ears didn't understand what the emperor was even talking about, and tried to express their doubts. The lady was completely confused. She didn't understand what was happening, and her tears only intensified her inner pain. She was overwhelmed not only by grief, but also by complete bewilderment. The emperor remarked that staying here would help prove her innocence more quickly. He said it would be better for his mistress to remain in his chambers than to seek refuge elsewhere. Rumors of her relationship with the emperor had long circulated in the palace, so it was only natural that no one would be surprised if she stayed in his chambers for at least a few days, as had happened before. Jess and Aishan tried to convince the emperor that this was not entirely correct, but he, after listening calmly to them, reminded them that Raella was currently unarmed and did not pose a threat. Even if the lady had held a sword in her hands, the emperor was certain she couldn't have pointed it at him. These words only confirmed his confidence in her harmlessness and fragility. Raella, hearing this, smiled through her tears, for the emperor had once again called her fragile and defenseless. In response, he ordered a guard to be posted at the door for her protection. The emperor, apparently aware of Aishan's intentions, said that if he needed to interrogate his mistress, he could do so in his presence. This was his order, and it had to be carried out. Asean, despite all his doubts, bowed to the emperor and promised that his orders would be carried out. He knew the emperor's word was law not to be discussed. The emperor, hearing his mistress's response, told her she shouldn't worry. He was confident of her innocence, and this should have reassured her, though his words sounded cold. Despite everything that was happening, the lady couldn't help but feel upset. She was locked in the room, and this forced detention became a difficult test for her, requiring patience. The emperor suggested she relax a bit. If she wanted, she could use his fragrant bubble bath to ease her discomfort a little. The lady smiled again, but tears continued to roll down her cheeks. She responded by saying it was a terrible joke, which, despite its strangeness, only added to her bitterness. The emperor, without changing his calm tone, explained that all this was done to prove her innocence, not guilt. He wanted her to understand that his intentions were purely pure. All she needed was simple trust. The emperor believed in her, and even if she had to spend time in a dark prison cell, she would obey. Herhan, standing nearby, said she had chosen him, and he would do everything possible to prove her innocence. This was his vow, and he intended to fulfill it at any cost. Aishan escorted his mistress to the emperor's chambers, musing on how exciting it would be to be born a woman. He considered the possibility of being the emperor's lover, but such thoughts were just a pipe dream for him. Jess began to claim he was blind, and that such a thing would never have happened, even if he were a woman. These words angered Aishan, and the emperor found himself at a loss as to how to respond. Jess explained that this could be confirmed from his medical records, as the emperor might have already noticed, since the records did in fact belong to Carnell, who was his physician at the time. He also added that these notes dated back to the time when he was in the kingdom, and that the handwriting belonged to Carnell, who was treating him at the time. And therefore this confirms that the medication he was taking at the time was counterfeit. This meant that all the medications prescribed at the time were ineffective. It reacted to certain chemicals as if it were the real thing, and whoever created it did a very good job, as the result was almost identical. The consistency and color of the medicine were almost identical to the original, and Jess began asking where they could find this remedy. The answer was that it had been found in the West Castle, hidden in Miss Riella's closet, which seemed to indicate some connection with her. The emperor thought this might mean he and Aishan had searched her chambers. Aishan clarified that Jess had insisted they start with her room, and that was exactly how it had happened. Jess confirmed Aishan's words and said he insisted on starting with this room. It was a wise move, as they had found proof, and it was quite a good job. He added that if Raella were a spy, she wouldn't have left such evidence in her closet. This meant someone was trying to frame her, and it was clearly an elaborate plot. Asean and Jess exchanged glances and agreed, believing that Jess's suspicions were well-founded, and their versions coincided. However, Jess suddenly declared he wasn't sure. This surprised Aishan, who quickly shut him up to avoid further discussion. Apparently, for this reason, Jess did not immediately express his proposals regarding Riella's punishment, although he intended to do so. It certainly wasn't because Jess saw Riella's reaction. She remained calm, and there was no deception in her eyes, which significantly influenced his decision. Jess was somewhat disturbed by this fact, which did not escape his attention, but it played an important role in his decision on further action. The emperor announced that he intended to go to the Western Castle, which greatly surprised the general, as it was a rather unexpected decision. The emperor gave the order to gather everyone who had had any contact with Riella since her arrival in the kingdom, as well as those who had visited the western castle at least once. Jess hoped that His Highness was not going to use his powers too much, because despite the small size of the castle, there were still quite a lot of people there, and it seemed that the emperor was going to interrogate all these people at once, which could be extremely dangerous for himself because the situation was tense. But the emperor confidently stated that this is exactly what he would do, so they must immediately gather everyone involved in the matter to resolve this issue. Jess noticed that his interlocutor spoke with professional precision like a true doctor. He emphasized that he didn't need such explanations and added a request: "Don't use your powers again today." Jess wanted to protect him from the consequences. Only a few hours had passed since the symptoms subsided, and Jess was certain that using his powers again would pose a serious risk. It could completely undermine his health. The emperor had ordered preparations for anything. Jess stood there confused, unsure of what to do next. Thoughts swirled in his head, but no solution came to him. After much deliberation, he knelt before the Master Jess, with a pleading voice asked for a little more time to find an alternative solution to the problem. Jess had solemnly promised to cherish his life and live a long life. However, at this moment, his actions were putting his health and life at risk. The emperor calmly noted that an extra year or even a day would not change the situation. His words sounded like a cold sentence. Jess's will to live wasn't strong enough to convince the emperor. His will gave way in the face of indifference and a stern gaze. The emperor focused on the woman whose unwavering will drew him. His thoughts were now completely occupied by her, and everything else faded into the background. He apologized to Jess. The castle was in turmoil. The servants and maids believed they would be rewarded for their service. Everyone was hoping for a special favor. Many thought it was a dream. Very soon they would meet the emperor. Everyone expected His Majesty to reward them for their care of Miss Riella, which would make their lives better. When the servants were awakened and summoned to the emperor, they could hardly believe what was happening. Events were unfolding rapidly, and they rushed to greet His Highness. None of them had ever crossed paths with Riella, but they all felt incredibly lucky. The prospect of being noticed by the emperor filled them with hope and joy. Even the girls thought that if His Majesty remembered their names, their fates would change. Some were already imagining themselves empresses and even thinking up names for their future children. One of the men was nervous, trying to look dignified. However, his hands were sweating profusely, and he himself couldn't figure out how to proceed at such a crucial moment. Everyone was amazed at how much the emperor cared for Riella. While he distributed gifts, he also heard everyone's thoughts, which only increased their respect for him. Many believed Riella's influence over the emperor was profound. Had they known this in advance, they would have acted differently, avoiding situations that could have damaged their position. The girl should have been sent to the laundry room so the others could go out for a walk in peace. However, there were doubts that no one would discuss her actions. The emperor suddenly caught the blue-haired woman's thoughts. Her musings were imbued with a depth that captured his attention and made him ponder. Today, he'd already heard numerous stories from the servants about how Riella had ended up in the laundry room. This situation left him perplexed and eager to find out more. Some servants tried to approach Riella using cunning tricks, but their motives didn't seem to be spying. Most hadn't seen her at all as she spent 2 days in her chambers. The emperor discovered that the only time the western castle was empty was when Riella went to the laundry. He had yet to find any witnesses who could provide any information. He found it hard to believe that the girl had been left without proper security after her deployment. This fact deeply outraged him. Aishan turned to His Majesty, declaring that he could no longer continue in this manner. He persistently begged the emperor to cease and desist, but the emperor remained adamant. He believed it was too early to stop, as the witness could be somewhere very close. Aishan nevertheless insisted and ordered everyone to be released. The day ended without any new discoveries or decisions. Carnell, who approached His Highness, looked very concerned. The emperor looked at him with mild surprise, expecting an explanation. He couldn't understand why Carnell was next to him at that moment. His questions grew more insistent. Where was Jess now? Had he really left him like this? All of this was creating chaos in his head, but there were no answers. The gentleman calmly explained that Sir Jess was also feeling unwell. He was filling jars of formaldehyde, a difficult task in itself. Apparently, the work helped him take his mind off things, as his thoughts were surely restless right now. While Jess was engaged in this strange procedure, he seemed to be pondering his career as a doctor. The question of why he had chosen this profession in the first place tormented him. His patient, who was currently attempting suicide, only reinforced these doubts. Carnell, on the other hand, mentioned that he would soon be making a large, stuffed animal. He mentioned this in passing, appearing slightly drunk and seemingly depressed. It seemed as if he had just experienced strong emotions, perhaps even cried. The emperor found this behavior both amusing and irritating. He remained completely indifferent, even when Carnell fell to his knees and tried to plead with him. This attitude was unsurprising. Carnell often seemed offended. The emperor felt a little sorry for him, but similar scenes had happened before. It had happened before, when he'd left the barracks in Ledare, or missed his medication. Each time it had been Carnell, not Jess, who had taken care of him. Carnell was Jess's apprentice for a long time, then took over the medical services. He's been working for the emperor for 5 years, now proving his reliability. Still, the thought that he could easily reveal secrets or substitute medications sometimes crossed his mind. However, it was Carnell who was at his side during crucial moments. He remained with the emperor throughout the journey, demonstrating loyalty and responsibility, making him indispensable, especially in the absence of Jesse. The emperor decided to address Carnell directly, asking him what he had been doing that morning. His gaze was serious and his voice demanding, as if he expected to hear something important. Carnell became visibly nervous. He began to fidget, avoiding direct eye contact. His face reflected confusion, and his words faltered. It seemed there was more to his answer than simple awkwardness. This behavior gave the emperor pause. The idea began to form in his mind that Carnell might be involved in something unusual or suspicious, although he had no concrete evidence yet. The guy admitted that he dozed off. He apologized for dozing off during work hours. He organized all the notes he made during his trip through the kingdoms and compiled a final report for Jess. And after that, she suddenly felt so relaxed. The emperor asked if Carnell had been to the Western Castle before his voice was reserved, yet there was a hint of tension, as if he were expecting to hear something important. Carnell, noticing this, looked at him carefully before answering. Carnell replied that it was his first visit to the place, and he was genuinely curious as to why the emperor had asked about it. He noted that he had never been to these parts before, and the place seemed completely unfamiliar to him. His explanation proved entirely logical and convincing. Carnell's words harmonized harmoniously with the facts, leaving the emperor with the feeling that he was telling the truth. Not a single detail was discovered that would betray deception. The emperor himself couldn't believe he'd begun to suspect Carnell. The idea of doubting a man who had always been on his side seemed insane. He was beginning to think he was losing his mind. But the emperor remembered his promise to Raella to prove her innocence. Carnell, noticing the tension in his gaze, expressed his position. He said that if the emperor were to do something similar, it would seem sheer madness. He emphasized that not everyone is capable of what His Majesty is doing. Carnell asked the emperor not to blame himself for the current situation. His words were full of respect and a desire to ease the burden the emperor seemed to be carrying on his shoulders. The emperor understood that his suspicions were directed at his most loyal men, those who had risked their lives for him. The thought of him spying on them and betraying their trust tormented him. At the end of the day, Carnell advised the emperor to rest, noting that he needed some sleep. He asked him not to worry about what was happening, but to allow himself to forget everything, even if only for a little while. The emperor, exhausted by the constant tension, drank an entire bottle of medicine. However, even after that, he felt no relief. His servants wanted to help him, but he sent them all away, preferring to remain alone. Tonight, he couldn't shake his suspicions. Thoughts of betrayal haunted him. He didn't want anyone to remain near him at such a moment, feeling vulnerable. At that moment, Raella approached him. As if guessing his state, she asked why he couldn't read her thoughts. Her voice was calm, but there was a hidden worry in it. The emperor, hearing her words, looked at her with interest. He mentioned that he had been called up to war and curiously inquired how she could have known about it. Her knowledge surprised him. Rayella reminded him that he himself had told her that her mind was the only one he couldn't control. She admitted that she didn't understand how he could trust her if he couldn't read her thoughts. The girl expressed bewilderment as to why he didn't simply send her away if she aroused such doubts in him. Her words were frank, laced with genuine incomprehension. The emperor paused briefly, then said he wanted to ask her a question. He asked why she was so different. His voice was firm, but there was a hint of confusion in it. He admitted that her behavior was driving him crazy. She wasn't following his instructions, and it irritated him. Even though he knew it wasn't her fault, he still couldn't contain his anger. The emperor felt that the cause of his suffering lay within himself. This strange curse that had befallen him haunted him. Even knowing this, he could not control his rage. Rayella, understanding his state, wanted to show him that she cared about his opinion. She said she didn't want him to suspect her. She didn't care if others abandoned her, but the thought of him leaving her terrified her. The girl mentioned hearing that his power worked better when he touched someone else's skin. She didn't know if that was true, but she was willing to test it. Riella stepped closer and asked him to take her. She then gently hugged him, as if wanting to convey the warmth of her soul to him and support him in this difficult moment. After this, she tenderly touched his lips with hers, surprising and embarrassing him with her boldness. The emperor, trying to control his nerves, timidly asked if she understood what she was saying and how serious she was. The girl had already learned many facts about the emperor's life. She admired his strength and wisdom as those around her had told her, but she still had much to understand to fully grasp his greatness. Jess shared a secret with her. Her Majesty possessed a unique ability to penetrate other people's thoughts. However, the meaning of his words remained unclear to the girl, and she didn't immediately understand the implications. The doctor, joining the conversation, explained that such a gift is extremely rare. Only a few people on Earth possess such power, but it always comes at a high cost to their lives. The abilities these people possess don't come without consequences. They are destined to live short lives full of suffering. Such a gift is not only a privilege, but also a heavy burden, robbing them of years of their existence. The typical lifespan of such gifted people rarely exceeds 10 years. Hearing this, Rayella felt a vague uneasiness, unsure why she was being told all this. She assumed it might have something to do with the spy. The girl thought the man was probably drunk, as he clearly smelled of alcohol. He said that the emperor was still alive, only thanks to him. These words struck her as strange and a little frightening. Because of this, he dedicated his entire life to analyzing every breath and drop of His Majesty's photo. The girl didn't understand what he was saying, and the man says that all the other people who have these powers are dying because they didn't have a doctor like him. But even such a talented doctor is not able to keep the temperature alive forever, and there is no chance to overcome his stubbornness. He firmly decided that life no longer had meaning, and concluded that death would be his salvation. He no longer cared about the consequences. The girl, shocked by his words, fearfully asked if it was possible for the emperor to die while reading others' minds. Jess confirmed her fears, saying he'd heard the emperor yell at Rayella, and then heard her angry responses. However, he suddenly remembered that the emperor himself couldn't read his mistress's thoughts, which left him confused. Riella was the only one whose thoughts remained inaccessible to the emperor, which seemed unusual. Even though she realized he was reading the minds of others, she still couldn't understand how it worked or why her mind remained a mystery. Even when Riella confronted the princess, the emperor displayed a strange concern. He asked if she felt any pain, as if he wanted to penetrate her inner world through these questions. He persistently asked her to open up, wanting to hear about her suffering, so he could understand its nature. His questions sounded as if he were searching for answers in her words that could unlock her secrets for him. When the emperor unmistakably recognized Fabian, it became clear that he truly possessed the ability to read others' minds. However, his inability to read Riella's mind made her unique. Jess tried to find out from Riella what she was hiding. He couldn't understand why her secrets so troubled the emperor, driving him to a state of despair beyond reason. Riella herself couldn't explain why her mind was inaccessible to the emperor. This question troubled her as much as it did those around her, but she couldn't find an answer. One day, the emperor confessed to her that he was deeply interested in her personality. He said he wanted to know more about her, claiming that this information was vital to him. Desperately, he hugged her in the laundry room, hoping it would help him understand her thoughts. His gestures seemed like a hopeless attempt to penetrate her consciousness. Rayella couldn't believe she was the one capable of unsettling the emperor. The thought struck her as both terrifying and astonishing. Rayella assured the emperor that she was hiding nothing from him. Moreover, she was willing to show him everything he wanted to know if it would help him find peace. It was then that the girl realized the whole truth. She realized she could no longer retreat and had to go all the way despite her fear and doubts. The emperor doubted he was capable of doing this. Riella, for her part, believed he simply didn't want to take this step, fearing the consequences. The pain that filled his body was suddenly replaced by a strange feeling of pleasure. It seemed his body was just waiting for the moment to be freed from its torment. He gently kissed her neck and soothingly told her to keep breathing. He knew that losing consciousness again would be a shock to both of them. Even if his desire for her was driven by simple lust, he needed Raella now more than ever. Her presence had become indispensable to him. He began to undress her carefully, showing his confidence. Raella in turn agreed and promised to watch her breathing. The emperor admitted that he needed no one and nothing as much as she did. However, he warned her that this was her last chance to make a decision. He gave her 5 seconds to stop him if she wanted. The emperor waited for her words, but knew she had little time left. As the countdown reached 2 seconds, he noticed Riella close her eyes. The gesture made him pause, but he didn't stop. Realizing she'd lost consciousness again, he couldn't believe what was happening. The thought was painful, but inevitable. The emperor felt her presence became an unbearable torment for him. But even in this, he saw something special. Jess, heavily intoxicated, couldn't control his emotions. When the general came to help him, he abruptly asked him to stop talking about his emperor. Asyan, dissatisfied with the situation, debated whether to simply abandon Jess. However, he understood that it was his duty to see him through, despite the absurdity of the situation. Earlier, the general had found Jess in the basement and questioned him about his nocturnal activities. His behavior aroused suspicion, but Jess remained unanswered. Already carrying him on his shoulders, the general was still trying to figure out if Jess had finished his business. He could see that he clearly needed help, but he wondered how long it would last. Jess confirmed he'd heard correctly, but immediately began asking clarifying questions. He wanted to know if the emperor was truly dead or if the situation wasn't as dire as he feared. His voice trembled as if he feared the worst. Asyan, after a moment's thought, replied that he believed the emperor was still alive. This led Jess to suspect that the emperor was currently on the brink of death. Disturbing thoughts began to form in his mind about time running out. Ashan, openly concerned, admitted he believed this could very well be true. After all, the spy who might be connected to the incident had still not been found. His words made Jess feel even more unsure. Jess, realizing the urgency of the situation, asked Asyan to put him down. She added that they needed to move forward immediately as there was no time to waste. Every moment of delay seemed unbearable. Ashan asked how Jess was feeling and added another question: where exactly they were planning to go now. Her words sounded concerned, but they hinted at a desire to clarify the situation and better understand their plans. The general concluded that both of his interlocutors were in utter despair. Their behavior indicated they were losing control of the situation and were seizing on any opportunity to improve the situation. Jess approached the guard at the entrance and asked firmly where the emperor was. The guards, without further ado, informed him that the emperor was currently inside. The answer was brief, but left many questions. Asyan assured himself that the emperor would be fine. She chalked his condition up to simple exhaustion, reassuring everyone that things weren't as bad as they seemed, but her voice betrayed a hidden doubt. Ashan noted that the emperor had taken emergency medication to cope with his critical condition upon his return. This added some optimism, but the overall situation remained uncertain. Although Ashan mentioned medications, he emphasized that such drugs are intended for the most extreme cases. Their effectiveness is designed to last until a person is literally on the brink of death. These emergency medications were so powerful that they seriously wore down the emperor's body. Although they might temporarily stabilize his condition, the consequences were alarming. Jess was certain the emperor was now lying in his bed, looking practically dead. His vision of the situation painted a bleak picture that seemed to leave no room for hope. Jess began to blame himself for being unworthy of being the emperor's physician. He felt he had failed him, and thought it would be best to leave everything behind. But at that moment, the emperor's voice himself rang out, interrupting his thoughts. Hearing the voice, Jess noticed that it sounded surprisingly normal. It was so unexpected that he was overcome with confusion. He couldn't figure out what was happening. Jess looked up to see the emperor telling him to be quiet. The sight stunned him. He couldn't believe his eyes as he tried to comprehend what he was seeing. To his horror, Jess noticed Riella in the bed next to the emperor. This sent him into a panic, and he began asking questions, perplexed as to how this was possible. His confusion became almost palpable. The emperor once again demanded that they be silent. However, Jess couldn't understand why the emperor looked so good. Despite everything that had happened to him, his confusion grew with each passing minute. He thought the emperor had taken emergency medication, and something had gone wrong, because he'd taken too much. He somehow looked very healthy, and more importantly, it was unclear what that woman was doing here. Riella was cold, and the emperor, noticing this, covered her. A pleasant warmth came over her from his care. She was glad he had noticed her at such a moment. As Riella slowly began to open her eyes, her sense of smell immediately caught a pleasant scent, and her gaze met the emperor's face. His presence was palpable nearby, and she felt a sense of protection. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She was very shy. The emperor noticed her reaction, noting that she had been moving just a moment before, but now she seemed to have stopped breathing altogether. Riella had read that in such situations, people sometimes had difficulty breathing, and she knew the emperor was mistaken in thinking she was in a state where she had stopped breathing. It was simply her reaction to his presence. The emperor assumed she was dead, but Riella, for her part, considered that, at that moment, it might have been better for her to simply leave. However, her thoughts were complex and hazy. Despite everything, she still greeted the emperor, but her embarrassment was so intense that she covered her face with her hand. It was her way of hiding her awkwardness in front of him. Herhan noticed her anxiety and said her expression didn't exactly suggest a good start to the day. He tried to figure out what exactly was bothering her so much. The emperor, intrigued by her behavior, asked how long she intended to behave this way. Riella, in turn, considered his question, unsure of how to respond. Riella replied that her behavior would remain the same until he left Herhan grinning, reminded her that this was his room, and he didn't understand where he should go. The lady realized her only option was to simply die and be buried here, but the emperor said she wouldn't die from that. She should give in and simply be honest with him. Riella began to wonder if the emperor could read her thoughts. This led her to believe their attempt might have been successful, though she couldn't be certain. The emperor, seeing her confusion, expressed surprise, asking what she was talking about. He was completely unaware of what attempt she was talking about or why she considered it successful. Riella couldn't explain exactly what she was talking about or how she had come to such conclusions. The emperor asked her exactly what she meant, but the girl seemed unsure herself. She realized her thoughts might have been confused and that this was more likely due to her condition. The emperor was certain she didn't remember, and she herself began to wonder if she had lost consciousness. Herhan confirmed her suspicions, adding that it was probably normal for her to lose consciousness at such moments. Riella, however, continued to wonder if she had actually lost consciousness. The girl knew for sure that nothing like this had ever happened to her before meeting the emperor. She had been fine when she kissed him, and only afterwards did she feel a strange sensation. Everything changed when they found themselves in bed. What had seemed normal suddenly became unfamiliar, and she felt strange emotions and confusion about what was happening. Riella didn't understand why he'd left her sleeping next to him. She thought the emperor should have woken her and asked her to leave the room, but that didn't happen. The emperor, slightly surprised by her question, asked if she truly believed he hadn't tried to wake her. He was certain her feelings weren't as simple as she thought. The girl apologized, not knowing how to explain her thoughts and feelings. Everything that was happening seemed unclear to her, but she hoped that each time it would become clearer. Riella decided they should try again, despite her embarrassment. She believed that next time, things would be different, and that it would help them mend their relationship. She felt it would be easier now that she had slept well. The emperor was shocked and asked again if she truly believed that next time everything would be different. The girl replied that she would try to stay conscious, and they could try again. First, she would go drink some water to feel better and be ready. This time, she intended to show him she wasn't hiding anything. She was determined, believing that everything would be fine now, and it would be obvious. The emperor, after her words, decided there was no need to try any further. He had already found the one he was looking for, the spy, and now he could focus on something else. The girl, feeling embarrassed, drank some water. She felt prepared and confident that she could now continue her conversation with the emperor. Jess, standing nearby, was clearly irritated and wondering when the emperor would finally leave the room. His patience was at its limit, and he couldn't comprehend what was happening. At that moment, the emperor finally emerged from the room, and everyone immediately stood to greet His Majesty. The atmosphere changed, and everyone felt the tension. The doctor, peering into the room, noticed the girl sitting lost in her thoughts. She looked as confused as she had in the previous moments, but she remained standing. Jess, watching her, decided to ask how her morning had gone. The emperor replied that the girl looked very embarrassed, which in his opinion could mean something important. And he thinks she's just as disappointed that she couldn't prove her innocence. But the doctor asked me there how that woman was feeling. He wants to know how His Highness is feeling. The emperor said that how he looks is how he feels. Jess saw that he really did look better than before, but he did not understand how this could be, since he thought that the emperor would not be able to function for at least a few days, in which case it would seem that the fake medicine was having a beneficial effect on him, or that His Majesty was close to death. The doctor asked the emperor if he still heard voices. The emperor confirmed that, yes, the voices continued as before. The doctor was concerned about the patient's condition and hoped it wouldn't worsen. The emperor added that the voices had become quieter than the previous night, but they were still there and they continued to bother him. It wouldn't leave him alone, and he didn't know how to deal with it. Yesterday, before calling in all the staff, the emperor reported experiencing a strange symptom. He began hearing the voices and thoughts of people far away, which greatly surprised him. Jess wondered if this symptom was the same as before. He wanted to understand what had changed and how serious it might be for the emperor and his overall condition. The emperor replied that this time it was worse, as he began to hear the thoughts of the people working in the western castle, including the librarian and the knight at the gate, which was quite unusual. Now he could hear everyone awake, which only made his condition worse. These voices haunted him, and this was beginning to greatly irritate the emperor. Jess was shocked to hear this. He couldn't believe it was possible. However, the emperor asked him not to worry, assuring him that there was no need to worry too much about this phenomenon. The emperor assured him he wasn't in pain and shouldn't worry. He added that he would explain everything as soon as Riella woke up, and then they could talk calmly and discuss everything as the emperor said they could rest for a while and wait until Riella woke up before continuing the discussion. At that point, he was confident the next steps would become clear to everyone. Last night, the emperor heard the voice of a man he believed to be a spy. This caused him great concern, and he decided to deal with it as quickly as possible. Atsuyan asked again what exactly he meant, and shouted his bewilderment at the emperor for not having announced this immediately. This created a tense atmosphere, and everyone waited for clarification. The emperor explained that he needed to confirm something before reporting it. However, Atsuyan didn't understand what he was talking about, which only deepened his confusion. The emperor said they must catch the spy immediately and agreed that they had to act quickly. This required decisive action, and everyone was ready to act. Jess said he would follow them, but only after he was sure Miss Riella was okay. Or if possible, he would go to the lab for further action. However, the emperor insisted that Jess go with him. The doctor was surprised by this demand, and asked again, thinking the emperor perhaps wanted him to check on Miss Riella first. Herhan replied that Jess had to be with him, and that was the decisive demand. The doctor didn't understand the reasoning, but he agreed and continued following the emperor, hoping for an explanation. Jess told Asian he swore by his 5-year research project that this was at least a general-level situation. This explained his serious attitude, and his intention to act decisively. This was the only explanation for the emperor and his entourage appearing so serious. Everyone understood that the situation required special attention, and every action was of great significance. Jess was surprised, because he thought they were heading to a place where the spy might be, but instead they came to a lab which was even more confusing. Jess was completely perplexed. He tried to catch up with the emperor, hoping to get some explanation about what was happening and why they were heading to the lab. Jess said he didn't really like Miss Riella, but that was only because she was always around him. This anxiety created tension, but he couldn't give up his role. Indeed, he got drunk and made a scene. Moreover, he even planned to make a stuffed animal of himself after his death. But despite this, he would never have become a spy. His intentions were entirely different. The emperor asked him to stop making excuses, and Asyan agreed. He was confident the emperor wouldn't suspect him, as he was clearly in despair after drinking heavily the night before. The man didn't understand why they were here now, and the emperor replied that it was because the spy was nearby, and his presence put everything at risk. He stole the key and is now actively destroying all traces that could indicate his involvement in espionage activities, trying to hide the evidence from everyone. Jess ran up to Carnell and grabbed him. He was confused, claiming that something seemed to be wrong with him and his mind was no longer right. He continued to ask what he was doing there. The emperor ordered him to be immediately seized and taken to his chamber for further questioning. Asian, perplexed, asked why he was trying to destroy the evidence. This evidence was necessary to find the spy, and he knew it perfectly well. Jess was working tirelessly, trying to analyze the drugs, and it was completely unclear why he was acting so ridiculously and unreasonably. Jess stated that this was enough, since he was the one who chose Carnell and taught him everything he knows, and this left him disappointed. Jess came closer and asked why he came and what brought him here, and at some point, the guy was completely horrified by what was happening. Jess couldn't understand how he could even think about it, much less decide to do something like that, which left him completely baffled. Carnell replied that he knew nothing, and then the doctor remarked that there was clearly something wrong with him, that this man was clearly out of his mind. He kept saying he couldn't remember what had happened. Jess thought with irritation that he couldn't just pretend he didn't remember. Carnell began to swear that he did not remember anything, and tears appeared in his eyes, which only increased the sincerity of his words. Jess was extremely angry and almost ready to hit him when Carnell suddenly asked why he decided to betray them and interfere in the fate of the imperial family. He did not understand why he acted in this way towards the emperor's family, insisting that he would never betray his majesty and that his actions were wrong. Carnell began to beg to be killed right then and there, leaving him no chance to continue to exist. The emperor received emergency treatment last night in the Western Castle, after which he was taken to his room, where he remained to rest. He remained in the medical office ready to help if the emperor needed urgent help again, and thought that at some point he fell asleep right there. All he could remember was that he didn't know why he was in Jess's room, and he couldn't figure out what he was doing there, or what had brought him to this place. The emperor asked again if Carnell realized what he was doing. Carnell explained that he only came to when the Sir grabbed him, and only then realized what was happening. Jess stated that he understood the emperor's power, and that lying wouldn't work. However, he added that he truly knew this, and wasn't trying to hide his knowledge. The emperor noted that he could not say for sure, but he heard Carnell's voice all night, and it worried him since his thoughts were filled with doubts. The emperor was thinking that if he didn't deal with the problem now, it would be difficult to clean it up later. The emperor's dog was missing, so he had to act quickly. Carnell planned to break into Jess's room to destroy the evidence. This left the emperor no choice but to act quickly and resolve the situation. It was definitely Carnell's voice, but the emperor didn't see him carry out his plans. This only complicated the situation and made the emperor increasingly suspicious. However, at the moment, the emperor did not hear this voice and could not recall what had happened previously. His memories of what had happened were vague and unclear. Carnell's memories ended with him falling asleep in the medical office. He was never able to understand what happened after that, which greatly confused him. Jess believed that Carnell must have done something, but he had no memories or awareness of his actions, which made him doubt what was happening. After a brief moment of reflection, Jess asked the emperor to leave Carnell in his care, assuring him that he could prevent such a thing from happening again and find out the whole truth. Jess assured that he would do everything to ensure that Carnell could not do this again, and if necessary, he would even torture him to force him to confess and reveal all the secrets. The emperor touched the doctor's hand and asked him not to miss the opportunity to investigate the situation, begging him to show determination in this matter. Jess admitted that he is afraid of going crazy if he does not fully understand the situation, and he is ready to do everything possible to achieve the truth and maintain his stability. After much deliberation, the emperor finally agreed, allowing Jess to begin his investigation. He gave the order, recognizing that it was crucial for all their future steps. Aishan asked to cancel all plans for the day, which was received with gratitude by the emperor, as it allowed him to focus on more important matters. The general suggested that what had happened might be related to some kind of sleepwalking, but he was not sure of this theory, as the facts did not fit into its framework. The emperor noted that Carnell's actions were too intelligent for a man who was supposedly in a state of sleep or half-sleep, which was even more alarming. Carnell went to many lengths to switch the drug calling into question his motives, and requiring further investigation into his every move. Moreover, he framed Riella, and even tried to get rid of all traces which clearly indicated his malicious intentions, and intentions to cover up his crimes. Azion began to believe that Carnell might have been hypnotized, but soon dismissed the idea as foolish. He decided it was simply a bad idea. The emperor said that despite everything he wanted to believe, Carnell was innocent. Even if it required an impossible explanation, he was confident there was a logical one. The emperor admitted that his abilities had become a curse, especially in situations like these. The general urged him to rest a bit and forget his worries. The emperor said that if he had remained ignorant, at least he wouldn't have felt such pain and fear. Ignorance sometimes seemed a more peaceful option. His breathing was labored, and he felt uneasy, so he decided to unbutton his shirt to ease some of the discomfort. It wasn't a symptom of his illness or a side effect of his medication. He felt anxious and weak, as if something was wrong, and he was getting sick. He needed something, but he didn't know what it was. Without it, he felt like he might die, and this feeling only intensified his fear and anxiety. He thought that, even if it was something small, he needed something to keep himself alive, and he thought it might be related to Riella. He had dressed when he saw her thinking she was in another room, but now he realized her presence was more significant than he could have imagined. Riella explained that she'd been nearby, but couldn't find the right moment to speak up. She noticed he looked serious and worried. The emperor realized she'd been watching him this whole time, but he didn't know how to react. He wasn't prepared for such attention and didn't know what to do. Riella said she'd been following his instructions since the morning and hadn't left her room, focusing entirely on rest. She'd been quiet and invisible, awaiting his command. She also ate everything that the servants brought her, and the emperor praised her for her excellent work, noting that she did everything as prescribed. Riella asked him if he was hungry, and if he wanted to try the pie she'd left for him. She cared for him, even without regard for her own condition. The emperor remarked that he had thought Riella had eaten the entire pie, but now realized she had saved some for him. It was her attentiveness to his needs. Instead of inquiring about his tiredness or exhaustion, she asked about food, showing concern for his needs, without focusing on her own concerns. The pie was indeed delicious, and the emperor said that if it was so good, she should eat the rest of it, as he was completely satisfied. Riella thought he might enjoy some pie too, and her Han suggested she bring it here so they could eat together, enjoying the moment in each other's company. The constant hardships were hard on Riella, especially considering she was only 12 years old when she had to go through many trials, and it left her with deep marks. Hank wouldn't let her ride in the wagon, and even though her legs were terribly swollen, she was forced to stay and endure it, which left her with many painful memories. Fabian, deciding to lift his spirits, stole some candy. His behavior was truly strange and irrational, and he intended to harbor resentment towards everyone for a long time. Moreover, he even considered sneaking away, perhaps at night, hiding from everyone. Even though he had everything he could dream of, she offered to share with him at least some of what she had. She was grateful for even a small piece of candy despite her worries. She talked about how delicious the candies were, and the emperor began to think that perhaps this was what he needed at that moment, to be shown kindness, even if in a somewhat awkward way. The girl said she would never forget this gesture, and it was very pleasant and sweet. She felt that this moment remained in her memory as something warm and special. When Fabian promised that if she followed him patiently the next day, he'd give her another candy, she found it amusing and even interesting. She didn't expect such a small gesture to elicit such a reaction. Although he was only 12 years old like her, he was already trying to win her over with candy. She eventually got over it thanks to his sweet treats, which calmed her down a bit. The emperor may have suggested they sit and chat because it meant she could take her mind off her former lover. She noticed she'd been talking about candy this whole time, not her past. She tried to tell him she cared about him, even though she tried to hide her feelings. She couldn't just forget about him, even if her thoughts were hidden from others. Fabian added that while she was enjoying this dessert, she still kept thinking about her ex. He hoped the sweet taste would help lift her spirits, just as candy had once helped him. The emperor asked if she had always been so talkative. The girl felt slightly embarrassed, as her frankness was quite unusual for her in such a situation. She admitted she was simply worried, and Fabian asked what exactly. She explained that he'd said he could hear everyone's thoughts except hers, which had surprised her and made her think. She decided it was worth trying to simply talk about everything that came to her mind, without hiding her thoughts. It was her way of being honest, even when it came to the most difficult things. She had to work hard to stay one step ahead of others, not letting them notice her indecision. She didn't want her thoughts to be too obvious or obvious. The emperor remarked that perhaps he kept her close precisely because he couldn't read her thoughts. This was something new and curious to him, which made him think anew about her behavior. He knew he wouldn't know if she decided to betray him, because her thoughts remained hidden from him. This created a special feeling of security and uncertainty for him. He then asked if he could ask her for a favor in the future. The lady happily agreed, not imagining what exactly the emperor might expect from her next. He said that if she ever hated him, or was offended for any reason, he wanted her to leave quietly, without saying anything. She was to do things her way, regardless of his feelings. He promised he would never know about it, so as not to hurt himself. This was his condition, and she agreed, understanding that the emperor would not want to endure any unnecessary suffering. The girl was certain she would never betray him, but unfortunately, she couldn't say it out loud. She felt that saying so might be misunderstood and cause misunderstanding. She is convinced that the confidants who once betrayed him also swore allegiance to him. But this oath, in fact, only caused pain and wounded the emperor, which greatly upset her. She understood that no one can keep all their promises to the end. This doesn't mean a person has inherently evil intentions, but life sometimes presents them with difficult choices. There are moments when a person simply has no other choice, as happened with her memories. Sweet moments from the past that now caused her pain and suffering in the present. These memories still had a profound effect on her. She said she was fulfilling his request, and the emperor was grateful, but her heart was filled with emotion and inner struggle. The girl was shocked to learn that His Majesty hadn't slept all night because of her actions. She realized how much her presence and attention meant to him, and this deeply touched her. He might have shown signs of illness the night before, but his condition has now stabilized. Miss had done a great job, and he thanked her for her help, as her actions had made a decisive impact. Concerned about his condition, Raella asked if it was similar to the seizure he'd experienced before, and whether the symptoms were related to his previous illnesses. The answer was unclear. Aishan noted that they still couldn't figure out exactly what was going on. Jess continued to study the disease as if it were a holy mystery. However, they were able to catch Carnell in the act. Raella asked again, asking if the debris had been at the crime scene. It seemed the spy she'd been thinking of was Dr. Carnell, which added a new layer of danger to the situation. This meant that Carnell was more than just some confidant. The emperor had once asked the girl to leave quietly, without mentioning his possible contempt or resentment, but she wondered how he felt at that moment. She couldn't understand how he'd managed to endure all of this, without a single tear, without allowing himself to show weakness. His resilience amazed her as she felt his pain through his words and actions. However, Carnell couldn't remember anything that happened at the crime scene. The emperor couldn't recall those memories, either making everything even more confusing and disturbing. Carnell claimed to have spent the entire day in his office, relaxing and napping. The woman found this odd, as his behavior didn't match what she expected. Aishan noted that this was indeed strange, especially considering that His Majesty saw nothing in his memories. But he quickly noted that this wasn't what Riella was talking about. She had seen him in the Western Castle. He was stunned that she'd seen him. Riella explained that she'd gone to the laundry room to find Lou. Looking back, she noted that Sir looked a little different than usual, which surprised her. Their eyes met and she greeted him, but he ignored her and walked past. This left an unpleasant impression, and the girl felt she might have done something wrong. She wondered if she might have offended him somehow. Asian didn't know how to react as the whole situation was so complex and unpredictable that it wasn't obvious what to do. It seems Sir planted evidence in the mistress's wardrobe, and Asian is also inclined to agree, believing it highly probable. He believes Sir's actions may have been deliberately aimed at her. Asyan suggested, if the lady didn't mind that he ask her to go with him to see Carnell, he believed it would help them understand the situation and perhaps learn more about the incident. The wavelength is stable, and he believes it's not a sleep disorder as it remains within normal limits. Asian doesn't believe it's related to any unusual bodily condition that could affect behavior. Jess wondered if it was some kind of medication. He wondered if it could be a mind control drug, which raised questions about the potential of such a substance. Jess thought there might be a way to cloud the mind without controlling it. However, he wasn't sure what it might be, and he wondered if Asian was right in claiming it was a form of hypnosis. Carnell claimed he might have done something similar, but the doctor advised him not to admit it too quickly. He hadn't yet begun the interrogation, and he needed to get to the bottom of it before jumping to conclusions. Jess was the one who got Carnell this job, and he's the one responsible for the unpleasant work he was given. He even filled in for the doctor during his travels, having no other choice and unable to simply give up. Jess's job was to prove his guilt or innocence, and that was part of his job. He was determined to find out the truth, but more likely, he was trying to prove Carnell's innocence despite all the difficulties. It seemed a little funny. He used the word innocent even though he was caught red-handed. He understood the situation was complicated, but he continued to look for ways to prove his theory. Was he poisoned or hypnotized? Jess tried to figure out if he could only prove he wasn't acting of his own free will, meaning his actions could have been the result of someone else's influence. If Carnell cooperated, Jess could simply forget about the whole situation because the doctor himself could get all the answers he needed and reveal what was really going on. Carnell was about to say something, but at that moment, Asian entered the room. He didn't immediately ask Jess if he'd managed to find out anything, believing it was too early to draw any conclusions. Jess replied that he hadn't figured it out yet, but was planning to investigate the possibility of drug use. However, he couldn't figure out why this woman was there or what her role was in what was happening. Riella explained that she wanted to speak with Mayor Carnell alone, but Asian didn't understand what she was talking about. He was skeptical and unsure what her words meant in the context of their investigation. The lady said she would tell her about it later, and the doctor agreed with her decision, continuing with his current affairs. He saw no reason for further questions and was ready to take action. Riella knocked on the door and told Sir Carnell it was her and asked if she could come out. She felt she had something important to say, but she was worried about how it would be received. She had a bad feeling, and her instincts rarely failed her. She apologized for disturbing him, but said they needed to talk, believing it was an important matter that couldn't be ignored. Riella witnessed Sir attempting suicide, which left her deeply shaken. At that moment, she realized he needed urgent help and immediately rushed to his side, trying to prevent tragedy. She ran up to him and knocked the knife out of his hand. It all happened so quickly, and she did everything she could to stop him and prevent even greater harm. Riella screamed at him to stop and come to his senses, hoping her words would bring him back to reality. She didn't understand what had happened, but she knew she had to act quickly. She begged him to stop and said that if he really was a spy, he should admit his mistakes and ask for forgiveness, and if not, he should prove his innocence by acting differently. She condemned him for his cowardice, believing it was terrible to act like that. Her words were filled with pain and despair, as she couldn't understand what had driven him to such a step or how it could be corrected. If he was responsible for what he had done, She believed he shouldn't have let things get to this point. In her eyes, his actions were indefensible, and she couldn't understand how he could have acted this way. She felt it all pointless when he grabbed her hand, but her desperation left no room for doubt, and she began calling for help, realizing it was the only way out. Asian ran up and pushed the lady away as she fell to the floor. Jess, frightened, began asking what was happening, not understanding why Asian had treated the woman this way, despite her actions. Asian placed Carnell on his lap and began asking if his mistress was all right. He ignored her injuries, believing Carnell was more important in this situation and needed his attention. Riella replied that she was fine, but Sir was getting worse. Carnell opened his eyes, and looking around didn't understand what was happening, surprised that he had found himself in such a situation. Carnell was surprised to see them all there and asked if he'd done something bad again. He genuinely couldn't understand how it all happened or what could have led to this situation. Carnell wondered with horror in his eyes if he had really made another mistake, not understanding what had happened and not knowing how he had ended up in this situation. Asian was furious, but the girl approached Carnell and, gently taking his hand, said that he would definitely remember what had happened and that this would help him regain control of himself. She continued to hold his hand, believing that this would help him regain his memory and bring back the feelings lost at that moment, because the connection between them was sincere and strong. She asked him to try to remember what had happened up to that point, hoping that these memories would help him understand what had happened and why he had found himself in such a state. His eyes filled with tears as he admitted that he truly did remember everything, including the events that had happened earlier. He himself couldn't understand how this was possible, but he was certain of it. Jess didn't know how to react to what had happened. He began to acknowledge his own actions, including those that had led to this difficult situation, and this only intensified his sense of confusion. He began to sob, realizing that it was truly him who was behind this. He could no longer hide his guilt, and tears were a natural reaction to what was happening. He tried to harm His Majesty, but the Emperor, upon hearing that Carnell had regained his memories, felt that the situation was becoming even more complicated than they could have imagined. Riella was extremely surprised when she saw His Majesty. The Lord informed her that this very moment had compelled him to rush here to understand what was happening. However, he still didn't quite understand what was really going on. And Riella explained that Sir Carnell had said that he felt much better now that he had remembered his role in the matter. Carnell, overcome with shame, began to apologize. He felt truly guilty, but he also couldn't understand why his mind clouded over whenever he let go of Riella's hand. The boy claimed he deserved to die, but would continue to do whatever was asked of him until he sorted out his memories. He threatened the lives of others and admitted his betrayal of Asyan and Jess. He continued that he now relied only on Riella to stay conscious and was prepared to do anything, even harm himself, if it would help him regain control. But he said that he understood what had happened and asked to be shown his memories so that he could understand what had happened and what was really behind this nightmare. It was true. He was responsible for everything that happened. The Emperor saw it with his own eyes and was shocked that Carnell found himself at the center of this entire conspiracy. He created the flash cure, stole classified documents, and was behind many other crimes covering his tracks, while remaining secretive and manipulating events. However, Carnell wasn't the only one acting this way. He wasn't the one who planned all these events, but he found himself caught up in the process. Asian, determined to figure things out, approached the Emperor and asked what was going on. Jess, too, couldn't figure out what was going on and felt even more confused. Carnell's body moved, but every step he took was accompanied by a faint voice giving him commands. This voice was heard when he was half asleep or about to fall asleep, and he didn't know how to deal with it. This could mean he was truly under someone's control. This voice in Carnell's head could have been the reason for his actions, including when he tried to harm himself. Someone was behind these actions, covering their tracks. Carnell was out of control, and it was hard for him to accept that he had become just a pawn in someone else's game. The Emperor asked if Carnell remembered meeting with a hypnotist or someone who could control his actions, but Carnell was not sure of his memories. Carnell admitted he didn't know exactly what happened, but it was entirely possible, and his confusion was evident as he tried to recall the details of the meetings. The Emperor concluded they were facing a more serious enemy. Carnell, who met many foreign dignitaries daily, could accidentally encounter someone with ill intentions. Perhaps among them was a hypnotist hiding his true intentions and using Carnell for his own purposes. An enemy who can use hypnosis to control people like puppets. Carnell then he needed to know what the outcome would be. The Emperor noted that he would obviously be given a chance to correct everything he had done. Carnell was in tears and began to ask His Highness for forgiveness. He didn't want any of this to happen. He put him in danger because he was careless, and he deserves to die. The Emperor said that he hated him, but was still grateful that he did not betray him. Carnell continued to ask for forgiveness. He was even embarrassed and all red. Carnell wasn't a traitor. Everyone was relieved about that, but they still knew they had a lot to figure out. There was no way to know when he would lose control of his mind again, so he chose to remain locked away under the observation of Asian and Jess. And now that he had regained his memories, Carnell decided to work with Jess to discover who I was and how the counterfeit cure was made. Riella came to him. She was glad to see him and asked how he was doing. The gentleman was also very glad to see the lady, and said with a smile that now that he thinks about it, he realizes that he did not thank her properly that day, so he's very grateful that she saved him. The Emperor was next to the lady and asked Carnell where Jess was. Riella merely told him that he had saved her many times. Carnell began to speak, so she would know it wasn't him in the western castle that day. If it had been, he would have come to greet her with great joy. The lady remarked that she then hoped that now he would give her his smile more often. Carnell smiled and said that everything would be as she wished. She was his savior, so for her sake he was ready to do anything. The Emperor then repeated his question to Carnell. He needed to know where Jess was now. The young man apologized and said he'd gone out to the library for a bit. He asked if something had happened, and the Emperor said his mistress's hand was injured. Carnell decided to take a look and said that he saw that it looked like a scratch from something sharp and asked how she got hurt. The lady began to say that it didn't hurt at all and that it would heal on its own anyway. Carnell began to think that perhaps he had hurt her when she had come to talk to him. An apology won't be enough. The least he can do is tend to the wound. He asked her to sit down and raise her hand, but then his gaze met the Emperor's. But then he said he didn't think he could help her with it, so he decided to take some time off to investigate. Riella noted that the wound only required treatment and bandages, so there was no need to worry so much. The guy started saying that he just remembered that he forgot something. He apologized, but he had to go. Riella didn't understand at all what was happening and why he reported it so suddenly. The Emperor also asked what had happened to him. Riella turned to His Majesty and asked him what he was doing. The Emperor asked her what she thought and asked her to sit next to him. Now Riella understood perfectly well why he started to run away. After all, he was the Emperor. This made her laugh, thinking that Sir was under someone's control again, but it wasn't someone distant. It was His Majesty.